Mhm.
Or will I have to get paid from this song? Hey, you think they gonna buy this, man? Yeah, yeah.
You know that big presentation you have to finish? Well, it's not going to write itself.
The Adams County Sheriff kicked down my door. Then I heard the glass break. They found no kidnapping victims, just a lemon pound cake. Mama's lemon pound cake. It tastes so nice. It made the sheriff wanna put down his gun and cut him a slice. Of what? Of what? Lemon pound cake. He wanna put down his Glock. Lemon pound cake. Trending on TikTok. Lemon pound cake. He's a family guy. Lemon pound cake. The munchies because he got high. Lemon pound cake. Pound cake. He's a Adams County Sheriff. He's hungry and he's big as hell. He was sniffing for weed. Then he smelled another smell. What was that? Mama's lemon pound cake. Tastes so nice. It made the sheriff wanna put down his gun and cut him a slice. Of what? Of what? Lemon pound cake. He wanna put down his Glock. Lemon pound cake. Trending on TikTok. Lemon pound cake. He's a family guy. Lemon pound cake. The munchies because he got high. Lemon pound cake. Pound cake. He sees my cake and my porno mag call boom boom. Something happened to his cat on the way to the S room. Mama's lemon pound cake. It tastes so nice. Make the sheriff wanna put down his gun and cut him a slice. Of what? Of what? Lemon pound cake. He wanna put down his Glock. Lemon pound cake. Trending on TikTok. Lemon pound cake. He's a family guy. Lemon pound cake. The munchies because he got high. Lemon pound cake. Pound cake. Lemon pound cake. He wanna put down his Glock. Lemon pound cake. Trending on TikTok. Lemon pound cake. He's a family guy. Lemon pound cake. The munchies because he got high. Lemon pound cake. Pound cake. Mine eyes seen the corruption of the Adam County cops, stealing money, stealing cake. When they make they traffic stops, first they screw you, then they sue you, play games and dismiss your claims. The proof's on the internet, and we'll bring it to ya. Oh man is gonna do ya. Afro Man is gonna screw ya. My proof's on the internet. Mine eyes have seen informants get busted with felonies. Tell the cops I'm a kidnapper and I sell a lot of keys. Raid my house and then get pissed, cause the dungeon don't exist. My proof's on the internet. Afro Man will bring it to ya. Afro Man is gonna do ya. Afro Man is gonna screw ya. My proof's on the internet. My gate don't operate and my door is on the floor. My camera's disconnected. Lisa Phillips is up. Downtown they take my mama's lemon pound cake. My proof's on the internet. Afro Man will bring it to ya. Afro Man is gonna do ya. Afro Man is gonna screw ya. My proof's on the internet. They vandalized my property, my money came up short. They connect my cameras because they are a poor sport. They're the predators and the victims, and they're suing me in court. My proof's on the internet. Afro Man will bring it to ya. Afro screw ya, on the internet. Brian Newland is a flag, William is a pedophile. If I'm telling folks the truth, how come I have to go to trial? Newland sexting kids, that's true. Now he's stealing my money too. My proof's on the internet. Afro Man will bring it to ya. Afro Man is gonna do ya. Afro Man is gonna screw ya. My proof's on the internet. Tasha Chamblin is a confidential informant. Roy Gabbard is the judge that signs fictitious warrant. This whole situation is totally their fault. Don't rape me, don't get videoed. Afro Man will bring it to ya. Afro Man is gonna do ya. Afro Man is gonna screw ya. My proof's on the internet. Prosecutor David Kelly turned to jail and they fell. Coward to Arizona so he wouldn't catch the hell. Kimmy tried to dodge us, Rogers tried to retire and dip like a rat leaving a sinking ship. Afro Man will bring it to ya. Afro Man is gonna do ya. Afro Man is gonna screw ya. My proof's on the internet. All you crooked cops in the world that's doing wrong, you better stop, you crooked cop, before I put you in a song. Make your family and your friends laugh out loud and sing along. My proof's on the internet. Afro Man will bring it to ya. Afro Man is gonna do ya. Afro Man is gonna screw ya. The proof's on the internet. You think they gonna buy this shit, man?
Be honest.
Oh!
But I think the man who killed him will block categories.
Will you help me repair my gate? Will you help me repair my...
Last AI agent. Yeah, that's right. You met at the house. She just has a way of asking questions as if she's already know the answer.
I was amazed when I heard about your reaction to the shooting. And most people's first instinct is to run away from the danger. You ran right towards it.
Yeah.
I do have a fantasy about disappearing into a place like this.
Satan! Let's hear this shit, bro. Fuck, man, look. Young boy, they gon' kill you. You better listening. Tell them niggas that I ain't scared of them. How you talking to your cousin them? Gordo got no filter, he say that they gon' fuck with him. Clean up on I.O., yeah, let that chop blow. Brother, let that stick blow. Nigga know that's my smoke. He got me a bitch that's Indio, that be yo-ho. Posted with that stick like Indians, they want my soul. Post about it, bitch, I got like 30 mil, my mind gone. And I'm gonna be rich inside my casket once my time gone. I'm bumping Wooski, turned up with some groupies, why at my home? Why you drop that whack ass song? Pussy bitch, you should've known. My daddy said me leave it alone, but I'm like, man, fuck them niggas. Used to fuck with Gucci till I seen he like them pussy niggas. Mama know I'm ruthless, talking stupid, make me bust a nigga. They know I'm on house arrest, so they feel like they official. If I kill you, then I take it with them. God know I don't like you niggas. Feds wanna lock a nigga up, cause he called baby man. Bitch don't bring my baby mama up, she richer than your niggas. Every nigga did a feature with you, slam out to get them. Set them up, then punt a nigga, field goal, run mode. Now I keep that 9 with me, act like that you don't know. Baby with him, 4 PF, 4 post fine. Want me for the dot, tell that pussy cross that line. I know fucking man, tell him free bye-bye. That's my evil twin, again bouncing on his tippy toes when he creeping in. He get drug tested, but still on dope. Prescription came in. I be turned up with my baby mamas, I ain't got no fucking friends. He got Rose, Mother Clan, he got Maybach and Range Rover. He got Billy GT, red eyes, black coated, sliding in a Tesla, and he got that yeah on him. Pussy nigga dissing me, mad about his dad on me. Nigga, I'm a real blood, and I'm screaming black. I get free, they know why I'm made, I'm supposed to cross that track. I don't wanna draw my son off, no somebody make it wet. Boy, the check, you know I'm flying off. If I land, I'm smoking fat. Where you at? Yo, security, they get bust that too. I don't give no fuck about this rap shit, I bust that true. Yo, daddy hit the feds, fuck that nigga, he a bitch too. Tell him sit on side your cousin mama while that bitch grieve too. And that little bitch, she say for real, huh? I say here's a tail slide. Tell him kill young boy, or they all gon' fucking fail, huh? Let me check my mail file, 15 mil just for the side. Stuck him in his fucking face, I left him with my Nike sign. Freely meet you out the line, nigga know I'm big slam. We ain't lose no draw, nigga, them boys know I'm bout mine. Don't know nothing but slang, I ain't responding no more. I just wanna make the bitch go, he way from the go. You know why they don't let me find you home. They don't let me see my daughter from the time I'm on. Boom, boom, hear that blinking sound, that's the dollar tone. Feel like Boots don't even like me, bitch don't call my phone. Tell Apple I said fuck them, they promote a song. They be hating on Tim and Quando, they act like they wrong. YouTube streamers, they be dick riding, no react no more. You fuck with them, don't fuck with me, and that's just how they go. When I release this pill drop, they be pure dope. Chinese kitty don't wanna be my girl, she like them folks. Mama told me for to take my reeling, and I said no. Sam Snyder always think I'm tripping, cause I'm real slow. I ain't even rapping Jason, I'm really just letting these niggas know it's fuck them. These bitches, they act like they scared to die. Young boy been thugging, I been sliding, I ain't scared to die. I don't fuck with CC, but my oldest brother Crip. I be on DC Marvel, that be him. I be on repeat, wait on them just for the trip. Fuck the whole industry, they know don't try to get at him. Yeah, this folk ain't trading outside, that ain't nigga free. Dog, we put guns to the phone. You already know what I say, nigga, we gon' bitch ass nigga, we put guns to the face, you hear me? Them bitch ass nigga, man, these bitch ass nigga ain't like they don't like young boy. I guarantee you can't say not one thing young boy did, these hoe ass nigga. These bitch ass nigga be hating, you hear me? I ain't tripping, these fuck ass nigga. These fuck ass nigga gon' catch you, you hear me? They gon' catch everything, and nigga throw it, I don't believe that, you hear me? This is slime shit, you hear me? Big five, we gon' bang for life, nigga. How you wanna do it, fuck? Yeah. Don't fuck with you niggas, believe it.
Young boy, they gon' kill you. You better stop dissing them. Tell them niggas, fuck them, man. They know that I ain't scared of them. How you talking shit when they ain't die about your cousin them? Quando got no filter and he say that they gon' fuck with him.
What's with all the hands?
I'm getting hand.
Hi. There's so many influencers who give advice.
You need an LLC.
A C Corp.
LegalZoom helps you find the best way to start your business.
Really?
For a legal hand to form your business, visit LegalZoom.
There is a lot about the job isn't actually that fun that I have now automated away almost entirely. Like, we have a very large code base and we have a lot of contributors and we've got some controlled chaos going on. But here, I'm asking Codex to look at the last day of commits into this section of our mod repo and basically like group them, tell me who worked on what got done, what do I need to know about. And so I wake up in the morning with almost like a, you know, if you've used ChatGPT Pulse, it's like a personalized pulse. I open the app in the morning and sitting there is like, here's what happened yesterday in the code base.
NBA Youngboy. We've been out here for 3 hours.
What are you guys talking about?
Where's NBA Youngboy?
What are you guys talking about? The fans want to know.
NBA Youngboy. We've been out here for 3 hours trying to get a hold of NBA Youngboy. Have you
Fans
seen
want to
him?
know, please.
Oh, there he is. There he is.
Come on.
Get his
please
picture.
tell something.
I ain't going outside today. Pull me up. Tryna hide from the camera. I ain't going outside today. Couldn't find our tech, so I'm drinking on egg today. I'ma put up a style. We gon' do a drive-by in the rain. I'ma take it to trial. Pray the Lord I beat the case. That man be calling, I don't do no talk, so get the fuck out of my face. Gotta take in a chopper with $100,000 up in the race. You know I ain't sleeping, you know that I'm with it. I shoot him right up in his face. 3 say that I'm tripping, you know that I'm dripping. I'm wrecking Saran today. I just bought a brand new watch from God, I ain't put it on yet. I don't care about no bitch, I ain't giving a shit. Spend it all on my homies. I could put on my son from my car to my house. Everything I own it. Money, you know I ain't staying, I be on it. I pet monkey can't start on a tiger, but really don't want it. My son don't like it. He say that we beefing, you know I won't fight him. My clip full of thunder, you know that I strike. Wanna join NBA, go catch you a body. Free Kevin Gates is matter for hire. Double G gang on the front of my title. I rid of my Glock and I bought me a riot. Tryna hide from the camera. I ain't going outside today. Couldn't find our tech, so I'm drinking on egg today. I'ma put up a style. We gon' do a drive-by in the rain. I'ma take it to trial. Pray the Lord I beat the case. I jump out at your house, I ain't shoot from the cone. Ben bought me a bitch, but I really don't want it. I don't do no capping, I keep it 100. Right now I'm recording with 10,000 on. He say he won't smoke, but I know he don't want it. Shoot him and his bitch and I up on his home. You know how I'm feeling. I don't gotta say it. Face say I'm all by my. I ain't going outside today. Couldn't find our tech, so I'm drinking on egg today. I'ma put up a style. We gon' do a drive-by in the rain. I'ma take it to trial. Pray the Lord I beat the case.
Yeah, it's one of the facilities.
Your perfect domain is out there. Go to Wix and make yours. Claim your space online. Own your name, your brand, your breakthrough. And the rest just clicks. It all starts with a domain. What's yours?
Fuck me something. Get one to pull up on it, and I'm gon' do me something. Since I was 16, had money, I say I grew up stunning. They hatin' and laughing, ain't nothing, cause I'm gon' burn me something. Now you gon' think I'm stunning, I put that on my mama. I say I stay up with something, that's why we stay with them chops. I know I'm slime something, and they be out with that drum. They pull up jump, I start bustin' and make a bitch quit that talk. I hop out first with that chopper, I bust first at them cows. I had some beef with some niggas, I straight fucked over they partners. I made shit cease through the city, and I sent blitz with them dollars. And I was the first to drop peace. Bitch, I went crazy with baddies. And I was fucked up with 10. Well, the same clothes, that's my partner. He broke the code and I zipped him. This nigga used to be on side me. I was mad at my boy, but shit, I'm gone, you can't stop me. He got me hooked on that boy. We both was going through some problems. Young nigga, cut out your son. He either slime or a goblin. You know I'm with a young boy. I'll kill that bitch from his mama. Like, day to day straight. I ain't sleep for 33. Hey, hold on, let me kiss again. I say day to day straight. I ain't sleep from 2 to 3. I was rolling on that ass straight, she had an attitude with me. I'ma get that ass straight, I stab that pussy till it bleed. In a new 3-8 chain, I got that bitch on her knee. Body, baby, anything, she ain't gotta ask me, please. I'ma kill a pussy nigga, fuck you, boy, and what you bleed. I want your face on top the pavement, bout that fucking pain with me. I had your mommy at the precinct every day to tell me, the rap boy, he ain't safe, bitch, please. They patch him up, couldn't even stitch him from that hole, live with that heat. Spoke on that, I gotta see, get his legs roll out on the teeth. It ain't no bitch that I need Vaseline. I be grindin', she on side me. And she can't love me, cause I'm too slimy. I'm whatever them diggers be, you know right where to find me. Got me fucked up, I came up, don't care about nothing. I'ma get him busted up, he fucked up, don't tell me nothing. I'll get your head buzzed, little nigga, all that fucking stunning. They gon' hit on a pillar if we creep up on him. Baby, I'm too young, got plenty money. Barely she dead in the street, just don't like me for nothing. Getting at all they ass with this money, tell them do me something. Bitch, I got that second on your head, I'll put it on it. We round the rosy, my diamonds are frozen. My wife, yeah, she love me, my ex bitch ain't want me. None of them ain't roll me, I was locked away like they threw the key. Prayer night for my soul to keep these pussy niggas won't roll on me. Jagging on and I'm jagging, trying to fuck me something. Get one to pull up on me, and I'm gon' do me something. Since I was 16, had money, I say I grew up stunning. They hatin' and laughing, it ain't nothing, cause I'm gon' burn me something. Now you gon' think I'm stunning, I put that on my mama. I say I stay up with something, that's why we stay with them chops. I know them slime something, and they be out with that drum. They pull up jump, I start bustin' and make a bitch quit that talking. I make a bitch quit that talking, nigga. Fuck em, I tell them all that I'm ballin'. What up? Fuck you, and bitch, I catch y'all out, bitch. Believe it. Hey, all these niggas hoes and all you bitch ass niggas gon' exit out the game soon as I walk inside the door. You bitch ass niggas ain't nothing they could ever compare to me, bitch. I'm here to stay, and this is my game, this is my rules. Ain't nothing going on without top saying so. So close your fucking mouth when you man thing. Come on, tell him one more time. You gonna get that money, enjoy life, and step on whoever try to get away. Hey, not check this out. The last thing I got to say, I'm forever protected, you bitch ass nigga. Get at me.
Value around you. It's in every app, action, and now. And chances are you have loads of it. It's your machine data, and Splunk helps you tap into it. Unify machine sites pop up everywhere. Discover game-changing clarity, intelligence for every decision, and a critical resource to power AI. All you need is already there, and it's fine exactly where it is. Your machine data is waiting. Let's unlock it.
Save me from myself.
Range, strapped to the
Wow. My guys, I don't know about that nigga. Say, but you know how I get down. You gotta know. Baby, let me see it tonight. I done fucked up. Brothers got me fucked up. Baby, you done locked up. Guns in all of my trucks. Baby, girl, it's fucked up. Baby, we keep it independent. We don't trust them. I'm a motherfucking murder police. Don't know what they about me. No, I got my pills. I'm a motherfucking baller. I won't leave with you. I done pull off on that shot and she read my fender. Gon' work with that ass. I won't stamp the bitch page. Then I'm starting type of do can. I don't get no fuck. I'm gon' play. Nigga, fuck with something, bitch. I'm gay. And I cut up bad, bitch. I'm gay. And I'm quick to bust the bitch ass. Nigga, what the fuck you just say? Hit this pussy boy with that plan. I plan and whoop the bitch head. Bitch, if I crash out, you gon' have to call the loud for me. Send them blitz out. They ain't gon' come back till they down, son. Roll his ass up on that boy. Walk him down, son. I'm a motherfucking murder police. Don't know what they about me, no, I got my pills. I'm a motherfucking baller, I won't leave with you. I done pull off on that shot and she read my fender. I'm a motherfucking robber, I'm a motherfucking dirt, baby, I don't know the problem. I'm a bust and make it ugly, Mr. Work, I'm with that chop. Mr. Pressing, Mr. Mr. Selling with my partner. Mr. Got a whole lot. I'm a motherfucking murder police. Don't know one thing about me, they know I got my pills. I'm a baller, baby, and I'm tryna leave with you. She from weed and sip on that codeine with you. Ain't gon' buy slam with you, win with you. Trees drink Quato, bitch want pipe show. Shit wanna stay tonight, bitch tryna play cool. Kristen made a license, ayy, she don't call me baby boo. She don't call me baby boo. She don't call me baby boo. Hands on your knees, bitch, twerk for me. If I ain't done a motherfucker, bitch, perfect for me. I'm a boss, I ain't on work, I have them dirty for me. Y'all play and that's off in my pocket. Cause they cut pop, 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 pop. Body drop, 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 drop. Bitch, pop, 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 pop. Bitch, I wop, 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 ball it top, bitch. Bitch, I've been flipping and getting and sticking up shit an hour from that Nola. I've been popping it, I just went from Rolls Royce into a roll. I'ma shoot it first and I reload it, now Brando, you started over.
I ain't him to the babies, put them four inside and soda. I'ma get them started right at there, call that roller coaster. I'm a bad bitch, hope they fucking with me. Yeah, I got real racks, bitch, get up with me. I met a rich nigga, said he wanna take me. How they get my head done, nigga send a 10-piece. I need a real stepper, baby, I got real beats. Once I throw that ass on them, they don't wanna kill me. Go freak, bitch, I'm tryna fuck him in that road. Throw that money in there and watch me drop it to the floor. Throw that ass back shot, moving like a pro. Only do it for a real nigga, nigga, he's a hoe.
On your knees, bitch, twerk for me. If I ain't done a motherfucker, bitch, perfect for me. I'm a boss, I ain't on work, I have them dirty for me. Y'all plenty nights off in my pocket, come try take it and see. Bitch, how that cut up, pop, 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 pop. Make a body drop, 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 pop, 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 pop. Bitch, I wop, 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 by the top, bitch.
There is a lot about isn't actually that fun that I have now automated away almost entirely. One of them is Sentry. This is kind of a different type of automation where it's going to go through on whatever schedule, whatever cadence, and it picks off one of the top Sentry issues. So what this type of automation does is it allows us to focus on what is going to make the Codex app great to use and useful and joyful, and all of the things that like bugs and things that fall through the cracks that like aren't quite as fun to figure out, at least for me. That stuff can happen kind of behind the scenes.
Every game has a rhythm. Some master it through control and consistency, calculating every move.
Oh, that ain't it.
Others take charge, grinding their way with pinpoint precision.
Nah, let me do.
While some play with flair, relying on feel, finesse, and tempo. Whatever your rhythm, find your groove with the new Ping S259 wedges.
Man, the probation officer, I'm trying to see when he gonna let me leave now. Hey, that's a bet. You gotta move or you gonna die. I remember I wanted for the quit so many times, but I knew this moment would come. Now it's my time. I gotta make up for all them nights that my mama cried. I'm going on the line. Go to taste my ass, something for the pro. I put my all into this shit, man. I can't fucking lose. They smile up in my face, but they don't know what I've been through. Whole lot of nights I went to sleep and I ain't had no food, but now I'm up and I'm just thinking about my next move. Gotta keep my head above water, gotta make it do. I do this shit for my mom and my little brother too. Ain't no more problems, now I might as well go back to school. Gotta maintain, stay on my grind, no I can't be no fool. No I can't slip, no I can't fun, but gotta stick and move. Get out, be all move to LA, where I ain't gotta keep it too. Surprised, but I knew my dreams coming true. When nothing stayed down till I came up with my niggas. Right or wrong, forever right, you know what's up with me, nigga. Never change on my gang, yeah, I'm stuck with my niggas. When untouchable, come run the money up with me, nigga. When nothing stayed down till I came up with my niggas. Right or wrong, forever right, you know what's up with me, nigga. Never change on my gang, yeah, I'm stuck with my niggas. When untouchable, come run the money up with me, nigga. Yeah, now that I made it, ain't nothing the same, it all changed. When I'm in public, people see me, they screaming my name. Just a few days ago, I was locked up in them chains. Now I'm in back of the Maybach with a lot of bands. I ain't worried about them dissing, I don't hear a thing they saying. This for my sons in Montana, can't forget the band. I never jeopardize this and lose it all again. This for that North 38, baby, they know I ain't playing. From the heart, I appreciate all of my fans. This for Monique for loving me and being my helping hand. I really did it, this for Mom, Street, Trey, and Aaron. Can't nobody tell me nothing, I'm like, what you saying? Nothing stayed down till I came up with my niggas. Right or wrong, forever right, you know what's up with me, nigga. Never change on my gang, yeah, I'm stuck with my niggas. When untouchable, come run the money up with me, nigga. When nothing stayed down till I came up with my niggas. Right or wrong, forever right, you know what's up with me, nigga. Never change on my gang, yeah, I'm stuck with my niggas. When untouchable, come run the money up with me, nigga. Yeah.
It's just like a very cool way to prototype extremely quickly. If I go here in Figma, I just have this design here that I pulled together. I can just take the link, I can copy a link to selection, and then I can go into Codex and I can just paste the link, use the Figma skill to implement the automations page in my app. It was like 90% of the way there.
Damn, BT. New money, old money keep piling. This shit keep piling. New bag, brand new deposit. Brand new deposit. Fuck drip, I don't need no stylist. I don't need no stylist. Go to plug, I ain't talking about socket. No, I ain't talking about socket. I ain't on no mileage. Percocets all inside of my body. I thought about taking them Roxys, but I told myself I need to stop. Wanna take my bitch on an island, do it up, but I see you smiling. When I give her what she hollering, but I never thought about going hollering. No, my baby, my baby, my baby. My cop, you're no Mercedes. You be driving these little bitches crazy. You be driving these little bitches crazy. We even had thoughts on the baby. We even had thoughts on the baby. Before they say we're too damn old to be playing. Why tell me some shit if you know it's a lie? Why say you fuck with me but then leave my side? So many times when I did what you buy, I was left all alone, all I could do was cry. Yo, love like a drug, she got me so high. My feelings too strong, put my pride to the side. I be thinking about too much, I hope I don't die. Got family who need me, we gotta survive. No bag on bag, I got it. Want me in your city, send me your deposit. They talking all they do is gossip, but that's the main reason I don't fuck on nobody. The niggas I run with, they wildin'. I pray to God I don't have to step on nobody. I like this forever, I'm locked in. New money, old money keep piling. This shit keep piling. New bag, brand new deposit. Brand new deposit. Fuck drip, I don't need no stylist. I don't need no stylist. Go to plug, I ain't talking about socket. No, I ain't talking about socket. I ain't on no mileage. Percocets all inside of my body. I thought about taking them Roxys, but I told myself I need to stop it. Wanna take my bitch on an island, do it up, but I see you smiling. When I give her what she hollering, but I never thought about going hollering. Just want you smiling. Forever I'm with you, along with this feeling if you rollin' them rockin'. Let's run up some money together and leave out them broke bitches wild. Like what the fuck is we gon' do with a while? It's crazy how I seen $1 million. I dropped out of school and I ain't go to college. Bitch, give me more nigga than my college. She fucked the whole team, we put her on the roster. Can't vote with that rule, she got body. She ride too much dick, her got too much mileage. We be thuggin' and clutchin', we up in the bus, and I swear I'm surrounded by shots. I really got too many problems, I go through a lot of this, I just need me a ride. Tell the truth, do you really love me? Do you really fuck with me? Tell the truth, do you really love me? Do you really fuck with me? Tell her, do you really love me? Do you really?
Thank you. You started walking backwards. Ran to the side of the
That's my name. What up? Yeah. Where I been at? What do you mean where I been at, man? I've been around. A year? How you know my name? Wait, did I put there? Okay. Yeah, I don't know how you know who I am, man. I know how you know who I am, but I don't know how you knew who I was. You know what I'm saying? I'm white. Nah, bro. What does a nigga act like? I want to be a nigga? What? So I don't take care of my kids? What do I do to want to be a nigga? That's what I want to know. You brought it up, folks. You brought it up. I didn't say shit about being a nigga. You did. I'm gonna fuck what you are. I'll call you what the fuck I want. It's freedom of speech, bitch. What are you talking about, old ass nigga? You ain't gonna beat shit with a bottle of bleach, you old ass motherfucker. That shit probably got dust on it, boy. You gonna fuck up your eyes while you swinging that motherfucker. You gonna go blind and shit. Look at you. All mad and shit. Calm your ass down, you old motherfucker, bro, before you have a heart attack. Fuck around and have a stroke. Your arm gonna fuck around and stop working. Shut your ugly ass up, boy. Bro, shut your denture having ass up, boy. Fuck your nose. When was the last time you had some pussy that wasn't on menopause, bitch? Yeah, you fuck with white bitches, the white bitches that we don't want. The white bitches that white guys don't want, we give them to you. The fat, ugly ass white bitches, that's who y'all fuck with. And it's still better than the black bitch, huh? That's why y'all fuck with them. Because they got hair. They ain't bald headed and shit. No, y'all bloodline got bald headed bitches. Y'all got bald headed bitches, yeah? Why y'all bitches bald? Why they gotta wear wigs? How you know my name? I didn't tell you my name. That's why you got mad. So you know me, but I don't know you. Then why are you asking? Why are you asking who I am if you know who I am? If you know so much about me, why are you asking? Why what? Nobody treats me, especially your ugly ass. She never treated my ass one time. What you talking about? Bring it up right now. Bring it up right now. Proof. Bring the proof. You know I'm right. You know I'm right. You know I'm right. I never went to rehab. I quit that shit on my own. I never did crack. I never lived in my granddad's garage. No, I never went to rehab. I quit on my own. I was never on that shit, bro. Post Malone, hell no. I never went to rehab. What the fuck? Because I don't do drugs. I never did nothing to overdose on. I smoked weed and did alcohol, bitch. It was alcohol I was fucked up on. I was never a junkie or shit. It was alcohol. How do you know so much about me? Who the fuck is you? But I was no junkie, but you right about the alcohol shit. Hardly. Yeah, you know shit about me. I didn't go to rehab. What you talking about? I've been sober for like a year. Other than weed. No, I think I was over there, but I wasn't living over there. I might have been over there for a string. Cause I don't live. I'll be dead honest. I don't live over there. I never lived over there. Cause that never happened. I would tell you if it happened. You can ask someone on them. No, I didn't go to rehab. I quit coming on here for a while, and I quit drinking for like a year. But I never went to rehab or nothing. Mm-mm. I never was on coke or meth. It was alcohol. I did coke, but I never was addicted to it. No, I was never on it in the chat. Never really on it in chat. The only thing I've been on in chat is alcohol. On God. No, I can't. I don't even know where to get no pills. I remember you a little bit. I recognize the voice. Yeah. Yeah, I did. But to be honest, this is like the second drink I've had in like a year. Just tonight. Well, I didn't know you knew who I was. Yeah, I know you are now. Holy shit, man. You wouldn't know me by my name. You had to heard my voice and knew me by that. Truck stop. Yeah. They sang out with all them folks. Alex. There's a lot of New York motherfuckers. Oh, that. I'm old too. $3.30. Ooh. Soft like a prep. We was simultaneously fucking dismantling this nigga and all this fucking shit. Man, you let him breathe. Behind this shit, we was bringing this nigga through the ringer and he knew it. Okay. At least I'm trying to figure that out. I want him to shut the fuck up with this bullshit that he talking about, and I want the nigga to do it in a comfortable position. That's what she said. She said she wanted to do it in a comfortable position. Larry Bird. That's the worst thing a black motherfucker says about a white guy. Because the first thing they think about is basketball. I'm a young junk. Oh yeah, I want to be a nigger. I'm whiter than a Jew. Y'all want to see how white I am? Cause I got way better hair than Marshall Mathers. What are you talking about? I got an afro. Hey, this is the last thing you see before you die. I'm Islam. Oh, your bud. I'm Theo Gate. Theo Gate. I've been slapping these small motherfuckers. I don't go to rehab. No, I didn't have to do it, bro. Listen, man. Listen, man. Satanism. That's Satanism. You don't even know what generation I am. I'm 30. I'm 30, flirty, and nerdy. You heard? Mama ain't ready no quitter. Mama raised a straight hitter. What? Because I'm a doer and a shitter? What? We'll get some koof. Koof.
Indigenous side, so maybe you consider us Africans. So I may take that in consideration.
African. What are you, from Africa? Don't tell me what to do. How the fuck old is you? Tell me what to do. What the fuck? You ain't my daddy, man.
Anyway, so when I was saying that, I did take it to notation. I mean, what you believe, so because you were saying us. So you thinking that black people are Africans, and that would be different than think they was indigenous. With that term being said.
He's racist.
But it says right here, I can't really do that because it'll kick me out. It says that
You believe that whites should be with whites. That's a damn shame, brother. That just means you're jealous. Ignorance comes in numbers, but they're small numbers. Allah Akbar. Chilling? Who's Otto? Oh yeah, I make bloody milk. Yo, I be tripping because I'm real slow. But I don't know what y'all talking about. Like, I didn't mean to cut over nobody. I didn't do none of that shit on purpose. My bad, bro. I said one thing the whole time, and y'all said I'm cutting over somebody. It's like, what the fuck is y'all on? Y'all need to calm that shit down, because I didn't talk over nobody. I didn't say one thing the whole time. Sometimes. But it's just dumb. It ain't popular or nothing. It's dumb shit. It used to be popular back in the day, but now it's not. Because I let that shit go. Who? No, I ain't fucking with them in a while. I ain't fucking with nobody in a while, to be honest. I'm old as shit now. Yeah, I used to be 29, now I'm 30. Let me get the keys. Nah, I'm gonna cut a Yui. Do it again. Billie Jean is not my son. Me? I'm from Champaign, Illinois. What it do? Champagne. I got one at Champagne and shit. Thing. Y'all can't fuck with me. It's halfway. There's a lot of corn everywhere in Illinois. Yes, sir. Illinois boy. I'm an Illinois boy. From Champaign, Illinois. 61802, what it do? You retards going hard. What? Look, it's cold. Oh, copium? Is that what you do? Copium? What? What the fuck is you talking about? My own state. He's talking about Topia in my fucking state. Hell no. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. What is your whispering ass talking about? Say it loud. I ain't reading later anymore. Then do it. I'm being cool as hell. I'm not the one whispering. What, you can't calm yourself? Oh, you can't. You have to whisper. Okay, to talk in a normal tone, you have to go crazy. To talk in a normal tone, you have to be crazy. Okay, I just asked why you was whispering. That's it. Calm your stupid ass up. You get smacked. Well, you don't know me, man. I don't fuck around with these hoes. You can say that as many times as you want, but you know what the deal is. You know what it is, folks. You know what it is, folks. Mismatch sock. What kind of dish is that, boy? What is you, in middle school? Boy, I'll leave my Nike sign on your forehead. What you talking about? I'll stomp your fucking head in, boy. You won't see nothing but some motherfucker weave on the ground. They be like, what the fuck? I'll stomp your head in the dust, boy. Oh, you racist as fuck. Why you bringing up my skin? You racist as shit, bro. I ain't bring up your skin. All right, let me bring up your skin then. What you want me to talk about? Black skin? I don't do coke. I don't do none of that shit. Alcohol is the only thing I did. I don't live in my uncle's garage. You stupid as fuck. I never had a bitch live in no garage with me. See, you got the wrong guy. No, I don't live in a garage. I never had a bitch living in a garage with me, and none of the shit you said even makes sense. Choop zone. I'm going in. Fresh off the jet. All right. Who? Choop, what you trying to do? Who's that fat bitch? I told you black guys beginning with them fat bitches. Hey. I'm just look, no, the first thing you see is a fat white bitch. Boom. You know her fat ass on her, your ass finna fall off the other side. Yes, sir. I got more money than you could even count. Okay. Shut your broke ass up. You want to see what real money looks like? Shut your broke ass up, boy. Dude, I got my own shit. What are you talking about? Yes, I do. What you want to see? I can't show because there's blood on the floor. Wait. No, I've been there. You're lying. Hey, get off my shit, bro. Yeah, go get that nigga. Go get that ugly black motherfucker. Let's go. Because I'm ready to go on video.
By 1625, those Africans lived on plantations. Many of them have been baptized as Christians.
That was me. I'm an African.
In 1626, legislation carried 100 people from Angola to be sold into slavery into Virginia.
Yeah.
Prior to that, it says
It should have been more.
and 30 white slaves
Yeah.
held by free people. So when it said that, it's not indicating who these free people were. It didn't say free people of color or white people.
Look at that fat white bitch.
That there were, it didn't indicate Africans at all. It just said that indigenous peoples and white or white Europeans. That's what it said.
Yeah, I don't know any of them. But I don't fuck with Europeans.
But it said 1620. I think before that it said there was something that was 20. So then after that, it just keeps referring to enslaved persons. So it don't give no race to who the enslaved persons were.
Yeah.
But it did give a number of the Africans, and it wasn't that many.
It's probably white people. I deserve what are them things called? I deserve no, I deserve some rations or whatever the fuck it's called. That's war shit.
That's what he does with the little weird shit like that. So that's what he does. That's part of his character, you would sort of say.
What are you talking about? I'm not a nigga. Patrol. We're talking about donkeys. We're talking about donkeys, man. Shut your ugly ass up. Yo, no eyebrow having ass, boy. Shut up. Barney Rubble looking ass nigga. That's all you gotta say, right? Hey, shut your Meet the Jeffersons ass up, boy. Shut your big Larry Carver ass up, boy. Shut your big I'm gonna Peter ass up, boy. Shut your big my name's Raj looking ass boy. Shut your big call me Curtis looking ass nigga. Shut your ugly ass up, boy. Before I smack the dog shit out of you, boy. You ain't on shit, bro. Your privileged ass, boy. Go live in the hills with your bitch ass, man. You ain't been through no struggles in your life, man. You ain't seen nobody die, man. You on some hoe shit. You been on some hoe shit your whole life, man. That's not my fault. That's not my fault. That's not my fault. That's not my fault. You been a hoe your whole life, man. That's not my fault. That's not my fault. That's all you gotta say is some lies. Cause that's all you about is lies, boy. You ain't never been about the truth in your whole life, boy. You've been running from the truth your whole life, boy. You've been running from the truth your whole life, boy. You've been running from the truth your whole life, boy. You've been running from the truth your whole life, boy. Keep running from the truth, boy. Keep running from the truth. You can't handle the truth, boy. Why I'll make you my bitch in real life, boy. You ain't about that life, boy. Let's show up. Show up. I'll smack the dog shit out of your ugly ass, boy. I'll smack dog shit out of anybody, boy. Boy, I got way more money than you. Show what you got. Show what you got. I got way more money than your bitch, boy. Oh God, I don't need it. Oh. Nah, I'm good. I'm working, but I'm good. I never been dope to me. No, I never lived with my uncle, you retard. You're lying. Nothing you're saying is true. I never been to rehab in my goddamn life. I was never on dope. No, I wasn't. Ask anybody. I was never on dope. I don't like uppers. Yeah, figure your facts out before you speak. Figure your shit out before you talk, man. Man, I don't even know what the fuck you look like. Yeah, I can't get you back, so what the fuck am I supposed to say? So what you look like, bitch? Cause you don't show yourself. Cause you a hoe. Cause you an old ass hoe. You don't let me live. You don't let me live. What, you wanna have a death match, man? You trying to alright, whatever. I ain't getting in that shit, dude. Yo. Okay, I was just making sure my mic was still working. Chose on, I remember you though. I remember you from TPP. Yeah, Mitch Jones. Is that who you are? No. No, tipo, difícil. Acho que How you doing, buddy? How you doing? Hey, you guys be nice. Yes. No.
My heart is down in there.
At least somebody tell me Jesus is God and how in the hell how did he get right? How did he get, you know, if I send myself to the store, I didn't send myself to the store. I'm still here. And it don't make him me when he isn't. Even though he's still not. Right. So it's not difficult to figure out. But if people, this many people believe in that concept, then you see why growth is creators. You know what I'm saying? It's not about, they just understand that you can hear the things. That don't have a but you know, that's been to each his own. You know what I'm saying? Tricked into worshiping deity, tricked to worshiping deities or the deceiver or whoever. And literally, just for saying it's here to do is to see to do. And I don't care about that. I need to open my church. They have the readings to do that. But then it's fascinating to see people and believe it didn't exist. That's right.
I'll start with you, Jonah. I think you're great. I love your character.
Thank you so much.
McKinley, we all turned out for you in the class, and it was this really cool, vibey thing, and it seems like that's where you're most comfortable. Is your alternate universe in your own like magical worlds. I'm a big fan of your voice. It was a good surprise. You did great.
Jonah, you're so gifted. You're such a beautiful singer. I think this song is really sincere. It's lovely. It's hard.
You gotta listen to me.
Land exactly where you wanted to land. McKinley, I love this song. And I think it's really interesting that you took some liberties with the melody. It actually worked for me. I think you one was not that.
About
Because breakfast.
I think you're really special. McKinley, I don't think there's anyone like you, like in your life. Even down to like your voice is just like all of us you hit songs.
Hey, no.
People are familiar with. You always put
Ew.
places that is pretty hard to go, which I think is very clear and interesting and sets you apart. Thank you.
Yeah, crazy.
I think I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm gonna go with my gut on this. I hope it's right. Okay, where are we going?
So we're going to the Winter Olympics with P&G. Yeah. MK is like. Here, MK, come back here. Don't try to get my phone, you little twerp. You're gonna see sports you've never seen before. You're gonna see ice skating. You're gonna see roller, but you're gonna see skiing, and you're gonna see speed skating and hockey. MK. This is gonna be good. I feel like this might help you pick like the sports you want to do. What sports do you want to do? like, I love the idea of my child doing a sport just because you don't even have to be the best at it. Just the confidence it brings, the camaraderie, the discipline, all brings. This is like the next phase in her life. She's 6 now. It's time. So we leave in about a week. I'm so excited. The day has finally come. We're off to Italy. MK's wanted to go to Italy for as long as I can remember. And the best part about this whole freaking trip is how excited she is. And it just gives energy to my soul. I love it. Obviously, when we got to the airport, my bag was the only one who was late. So we did a little nifty repacking. We made it work like we always do. On the flight, she was sitting with my mom and I was by myself. That's okay because she slept the whole 9-hour flight. You did. You slept the whole way through, baby. You slept like 8 hours. Go.
You're old
Also,
though.
you're 6 years old.
Tell them that.
I'm forever.
Jackson doesn't have any of those.
Honestly, thank God for this. It was so big. I was like, rule number 1 when traveling with a kid is make sure they're happy. All right, when they're happy, nothing else matters. Even if you haven't slept, it doesn't. Promise you, when we finally arrived at Milan, it was all like church. I was waiting in our hotel room, and thank goodness because we forgot so many things. Our first stop was the PNG Champions Clubhouse inside the Olympic Village, and this was his favorite for sure. How cute is my mom chatting it up? She was having the time. Here's Seth's getting her hair done. I'm literally just trying to find ways to entertain myself. This Italian DJ asked me to sub it for her, like she. And I might have asked her, but I know she would. You guys had the best time. I think he was also enjoying himself. I was definitely keeping an eye out for the whole time. My girl was vibing. She was having the time of her life. You? Yeah. Okay. What do you even look like? It looks so nice. So cute, babe. All in all, 10 out of 10 experience. Next stop was the Duomo. And it was magnificent, enchanting, and beautiful. Right next to it is the Galleria Butonanuel. I think that's how you say that. That was a dream. I never passed up a good bookstore, so we obviously took a pit stop here. Really trying to get MK into reading. She's 6. She's not there yet. I get it, but we're going to get there soon. Next day on the calendar, we had women's hockey and figure skating. Here it is. How was it? Sing up super accurate. I'm like, mom's. Good work. Was our number 1. We were so impressed with the talent and the flips and the outfits, and just it was amazing. But we obviously stayed in the shop the next day. Again, MK and I, you just have us watch people who are amazing at their craft, and we will be watching for. So it's our last day, and we head home today. And we still so amazing. Experiences like this really make me feel super grateful that I get to do what I do. I get to do it with the people I love. And I get to work with people who are amazing. I end up working as well. They end up becoming lifelong friends. So I don't know, this is just amazing. I'm just seeing the best in the world, how they do it. Working with really good brands. P&G is a kind brand. They just really looked out for us and they took care of us. I don't know, I loved every second. I loved absolutely every second. So this is my au revoir. Say thank you, P&G, for this amazing experience. I wouldn't have done anything like this if it weren't for you. Just to push yourself out to go to freaking Milan to see the Winter Olympics, like just anything that gets me out of my comfort zone, I'm so thankful for, because sometimes it's like friends and relationships. You need those people that push you out of this. This was out of my zone. I'm so glad. Because I could have been like, you know what, the travel's too long. It's too much for the kid. We're gonna go all this way to watch it. It's like how you look at it. It was so worth it. You can manifest. Show this friend because I really enjoyed it. And it can be such a fruitful relationship, and there's so rare and far in between that you find it. But I love you, PNG. Thank you so much. Till next year. Maybe until next time. Should we manifest?
Right for you. Oh, you're right for
What do you think of this? Oh, I love it. I can count on you. I need to see me through. I have some. You got it.
Up and away. Up and away. Up and away.
Yeah, I'm up and down, up and away, kicking him out, fucking the face, sweet as pie, I'm up in the cake, kicking him out, fucking the face, live for the night, sleep in the day, get high as fuck, sleep it away, oh my god, you sleep in the gate, pussy, how sweet is this tape, don't see your head, sleep in the tape, please, I'm sleeping in space, floating away like a leak in a lake, I'm down, like the leak in a vase, talk that shit, I love that shit, kills me, all that shit, but the reason that I'ma call that shit, your pussy, ass, and all that shit, what they talking about? Ladies on the house, running the man, and walking the house. Also, calling out smoking the house. Also, wrong is like, also, taking these effective. Money out, least elected. Why do you be connected? Families, black people, women have been connected. Up and away. That's when you guys you guys somebody kiss again. Don't kill your ass, but you can still get kissed to it. Compliment of sensitive. It's not even picture that. Why the guy with the extended clip? Ain't gonna be no incident. Skinny jeans, red bands. But then my name on like my house, so I guess you can see I'm very hard. The one thing I'll do is when they come, and you dumb it like I just open my fucking car. When finna go back, well, here's over there with the girls. So now let's black, but it's all in my way to time. People nigga that said line, and nigga that and it was a good real great house vibe. Oh, just so they carry me out this doctor. But up and away. Away. Up and away. And a couple of days. When you guys up and away, 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 up and away. All right, here, five. Taking from me and disgusting protein, trying to build
Horses and boots. Boots, you think cowboys and cowgirls. You think cowboys and cowgirls, you think honky tonks, riding knives, and $2 beer. But it's payday. You think payday, you think work, and all the people who do those things that make the world work. And now it's Saturday night, rodeo night. So you're thinking horses, which means you're thinking boots. And when you're thinking boots, you're thinking family.
We all got different poses. And I'm looking in my rear view. I can see the world in it. I try to slow down and I get real in this pause like a red light. There, right? I wait to heaven, God, do you see my? They say going over what you're doing and you stop doing it. Do this intentional shooting style. Take this a course and push your car. Just put your day and say I found tomorrow. And I put that shit right here and put find tomorrow. Young heart, love it. We should have faith. Married to the money, a true love story. Only God can judge me for the jewelry. Like a sandy story. So much money. I mean, if I don't want to tell, I would have money. I have the cost to make us very accurate. Don't worry with it. All the children with it. So I'm going with it. So what else we get it? And all the instead of flying and really with the flight down the she was down coming third. Yeah, probably killing because I'm killing over in the ribbon of them swings. You could call them siblings and them really travel. But I hope I keep dribbling. Take the time to get the cleaners. My wife, like to ring a bell, let them be. Because you know what I'm saying. No, with that white girl, this thing that tail, fuck up any track. Know how to roll, living playing well, and when the shoe hurts, stop paying it. All or nothing on nothing else. All the riches and the cup of wealth. Yeah. I'm doing nothing but getting much breathing this and make my focus to keep me in the present. So I'm feeling alright, trying to stay away. It's only I know it's the play coach to coach and keep leadership. I'm trying to keep spirit when the ghost disappears. Read the F baby and the FH is here. That like Melly said, like that's some shit that happened every 30 billion years type shit. Probably. Yeah. I used to pray for sounds like this, the rhyme like this, so I had to sound like this, like the shit, like one. And they said like following them for $1. Join Planet Fitness for 1 cent down, $15 a month. No commitment. Deal ends Friday, April 10th.
Bourbon. That's good. That butter's good. That butter makes it so seamless. That's what's a good ingredient. Hey, bro.
Ain't getting money so they can go. What you got? And they got it. I got the juice, I got this stuff. So it's on the fire, you think I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. He's on the fire, you take a photo.
That was some good ass bread, dude. That shit was fucking good. Good hands. So good. God, it was good. I forgot how good I am at making breakfast. Buddy. Bad. You're not supposed to go through the window.
I think it's just that.
You don't go through the window.
Parking really good. Great features start at Parkland College.
Hey you and welcome. My name's Mike, and in this whole video, we're gonna go through one of the stories I'm to title this video. Read. Because this guy, Ryan Walsh, is his name, is possibly one of the most people in a while. It would be hilarious if it wasn't so. But you know, the story takes us to Boston, Massachusetts. Well,
Hopefully it makes them the day.
few Walshers that lived there. Nice old house, nice old
Good, buddy.
until well, our story begins, which began in early January 2023, and kind of went
I'm sure Barney.
until we're posting this video because it
I'll
doesn't
cook some.
quite just yet. It has a title in the middle though. Before we get into it, please subscribe to see do after videos every week. And also, please check out the podcast only stories, but next, let's give it a go. Old town of less than 10,000 people sitting on the southern side of the Massachusetts Bay. And it is the most expensive location on the South Shore. Look at you. And there in that grand old town lived the Walsh. It's made up of Ryan Walsh, his wife Anna Walsh, and their 3 children. Their kids were all quite young. They were between the ages of 2 and 6 years old. Anna, 39 years old, Brian, 46, and they have had been married since 2015.
Dude, that was.
In fact, they married in Serbia, if you believe it, before heading off to create this beautiful life in this wealthy Boston suburb. See, Anna Walsh, born Anna was originally from Belgrade, Serbia. She had a great orientation and was a real go-getter and ambitious. In 2009, she started working at the Wheatley Hotel in the Berkshires and started Western Massachusetts. Where she met Ryan Walsh. Well, the news
Just like
Serbia actually claims that and Brian, they met while she was skiing his apprentice that he had in Western. So I guess, love had fluttered over Bleach. See, while Anna worked hard, really hard, for what she had, Brian Walsh, on the other hand, this hand, let's say, he was born into this life of luxury. He was the son of a very prominent neurosurgeon.
I was like, damn, that's just good.
It was very good.
He himself worked in consulting, it appears. He was a business strategist.
More than microwave.
I couldn't really find out much about the companies he supposedly worked for. Quite a lot of business consulting, not entirely convinced
I
it's
think
a real thing.
bad about that.
So did Jackson.
With Brian Walsh.
I fed him some canned food. I loved it. He likes that bed. I put that other bed out there for them dogs. I might go bring it back.
She worked in DC, Boston, and then she was.
I told Jimmy I was taking it.
She was getting on up there, becoming one of the big dollars in the hotel business. Before
It's pretty.
Fishman Spire, a global
He's
real
over
estate
in
company. Now, when I
I
say
didn't want a puppy.
real estate, I'm not talking houses here. I'm talking about someone who was
My
like
dog likes
buildings in the world, like
Die with Jack.
they own the skyscrapers in Chicago, Boston, and New York.
And later. Not even that, just one later.
Well, also it's the
He's like 4 months older.
Brian, just like that whole thing, they would go on to they would go on to
Jackson before him.
Moving from Serbia to the United States, the American dream.
Yes,
Cliche.
all them. We were there for them.
It's just turned into the American nightmare.
Otherwise, his name would be.
January.
He's a little bigger.
Otherwise, his name would be the same as. It'd be the Sons of Anarchy. All the dogs were named after.
They have Virgil Marquez and John
Oh,
Lewis.
no.
So they were concerned about it, and they could get into it.
Then all them, they all died. I think Jax is actually the only one. Jackson, I know the only two left out of that litter. The others died.
Wasn't Regatta, but he's to Detroit train.
He's really skittish.
He's just fine.
He said that on New Year's Eve, December 1st, a friend had the New Year, celebrating, the New Year. His friend then left Walsh's home between 1 a.m. and 1 a.m. and Brian and Anna they went to bed shortly after this friend left. New Year's Eve. Saying there was some kind of virgin in work, so she had to haul ass down to Washington, D.C. She got up, she got dressed, she got ready, she kissed Brian while he was still in bed, told him go around ready, and then she left the house. Brian said this was between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. Usually got the Uber, a Lyft, taxi, whatever, to Logan Airport, so you presume.
I was like, Jimmy, I don't want to get a puppy, so I'm just
morning.
we take Sky. He'll still be around.
She left, he got up, made
We'll start missing him.
for his 3 boys. He did some grocery shopping. He went to visit his mother, who lived in Swampscott, which is on the opposite side of from Tulsa. He said that while he was driving, his mother didn't have his phone, so no location data through where he had been. He said one of his kids.
How come you stop
Yeah, he would find it till the very next day. Yes, but while he was driving from Tulsa to Swampscott to visit his mother, he got lost. During that trip.
Go back towards.
He's retarded. That's why I don't care if Buddy beats his ass.
Probably presumably making up for it. There you go.
I tried to seem like there isn't one, and then he's really the bad. Yeah, I know it's funny.
Basically not too concerned about his wife.
Look at this table.
When she left.
They love.
Morning until then.
They do this literally all day. They take turns. On bottom. No, he's gonna be on bottom. Buddy's just more aggressive. Hurt him a little bit. Don't wake it. Fine. I think I put it over his head last time.
She lost that.
Three. Two boy dogs. Oh yeah. Nacho wouldn't come in here. Nacho's all fucked up though. The big head.
He was on there because Jimmy was named after he kept on peeing in here. Jimmy made him go outside, and he minds Jimmy good.
I was gonna let him stay there till you behave, like till you recover.
Jimmy just has him to his office, and he goes into the office.
I was just gonna set the ice on his head. But I told Jimmy, I was like, it's probably my fault because I threw some food out there. He said it's cool. I just didn't want to. I don't know. I couldn't like lie about it.
Just minutes ago,
I'm pretty sure that's
officials were
why I
arrested for Anna Walsh, the mother of three who's been missing since New Year's Day.
Don't want him to think his dogs are fighting.
Their search on his friends cling to the hope that she'll come home safe.
On the streets in the neighborhoods of Cohasset.
I still didn't expect that big of a reaction. Like I maybe thought they would have maybe fought like a tiny bit, but not. Yeah.
Three boys, so I think it's really nice for the community to do that. If Grace doesn't have at once is answers. And Walsh's last scene early New Year's morning. Her husband telling investigators she was called to Washington, D.C. for a work emergency at her real estate firm. She was missing 3 days later.
Well, he said he said she left for an emergency, so it must have been one hell of an emergency, right? Or maybe he was just trying to. Failing at it. The history actually of trying and failing.
You look, you're like 80 years old.
Fighting things. It's been happening for old Brian Walsh. For example, how about fake paintings? In 2016, Brian Walsh was able to trick a Los Angeles art dealer into purchasing 2 fake Andy Warhol paintings for $80,000. Brian was selling them where else but on eBay, and they were 2 from Warhol's 78 series called Shadows. Originally listed at $100,000, this art dealer, who was like an expert in Warhol paintings, he just stumbled across them one day, contacted Brian, and they made the deal outside on eBay with, being able to talk Brian down from 100 grand to 80 grand. This guy, he flew out to Boston, he paid Brian with a cashier's check, and he flew back then to LA with the phony paintings. Brian taking that check and depositing it right away. The art dealer swiftly realized the paintings were fake, and there was no official stamps on them like there had been in the photos, and the pictures were not identical to the selling photos either.
Both so pretty.
The art dealer then tried to contact Brian, of course, who, of course, went to ground immediately. He couldn't get through to Brian, so he called Brian's mother, and then he called Anna Walsh at her work phone number. They spoke, and then shortly afterwards, the art dealer received an email from Brian, which went a little something like this. Hello, thank you for calling my wife. She said you were very kind and respectful, which is how I remembered you from our first interaction. What a smooth talker. Then Brian said, listen, I wasn't a full feature. I'm not avoiding you. Get out of here. That's working a lot. Sorry, couldn't come to the phone at any time at all. So sorry, you could be with me. Listen, this is belonging. There's no need to get the lawyers involved, though. You know what I mean? If the paintings are fake, I'll refund you the money. I'll refund you the 80 grand. You can send me back those 2 paintings because there's been some kind of mix-up here. I need to investigate what's really going on here. Because I was full sure, they were the real ones. I don't know. I need to check out what's going on. I think I got screwed here. Of course, guess what happened? no refund was issued at all. Every time this guy was like, "Hey, can I have my goddamn 80 grand back, please?" Brian was sorry, banks for some reason, error after multiple transactions. We don't know if it's working. Sorry. He ended up sending back 30 grand, not 80. At which point the art dealer called the FBI. In April 2021, Brian pleaded guilty to several charges related to that. And during this whole process, Anna wrote a letter to the judge saying how great Brian was, and he was a good guy who made a mistake, and he shouldn't get into too much trouble. He would get house arrest, having to repay the money he stole, and during the time that Anna went missing, as he was still under house arrest at that time, he would have to have a pre-approved itinerary for when he went to different places. By the way, Brian did at one point actually have the real Andy Warhol painting. He didn't actually have them, or he had them. He'd stolen them, or rather, I suppose I should say, he borrowed them from someone without returning them. Brian Walsh briefly attended Carnegie Mellon University. They made friends with another student who was from South Korea. Brian went to South Korea to visit him.
Poor dog.
So
Okay.
Scott, worth a little bit. I can sell them for you. Sell them for you, make a little bit of money. And this guy said, "Okay, sure. Take them back to America with you, and we can make a bit of money together." Of course, as soon as Brian Walsh got back to America with the paintings, he went to ground completely, and this guy could not contact Brian at all. As you can guess, Brian sold the paintings himself without telling this guy or giving him any of the money. Now, when this all came out, the FBI investigating the fraudulent paintings and what actually happened to the real paintings, Brian gave authorities information of where the actual real paintings were. But by that stage, Brian, he had sold them and they were out of the country. They were out of the United States, so they're not going to be getting them back. Right. In fact, looking at his LinkedIn, his companies are most definitely bullshit. 10 Sales Consulting could literally be nowhere on the web other than its incorporation site. It doesn't list any directors or employees. Its listed agent is Harvard Business Services, Inc. That's like a company you work with to register your business in Delaware. A lot of people obviously want to register your business in Delaware for tax purposes. And then Brian got 80 grand for selling the fake paintings. He put that money straight into 10 Sales Consulting. Like, it doesn't make it stop. His other listed employer, Capital Letters Consulting, has a website at least. A website I'm pretty positive is fake because it lists almost nothing and nothing works. It even lists its fees, which is unusual, almost listing them in such a way as to dissuade people from contacting the company. So how do we live this big life? How did Anna not see through all this shite? He would host these extravagant affairs, dinners in Boston, costing 20 grand, having everybody over. Come on in. When people would ask, how are you making money? He would tell them that he had created some kind of computer software in college and he was rich from that. So yeah, Brian Walsh is a giant piece of shit. And haven't even got to. I've just been talking about what led to. Remember Brian's dad, that prominent New England neurologist? Well, Brian's dad died in September 2018. And it would turn out that Brian and his dad had not spoken in 10 years before he died. The reason they did not have any relationship at all is because Brian was constantly stealing money from his own dad. It amounted to about $1 million. And so his dad cut all ties with his son. When Brian's father, Dr. Thomas, died, he left such to Brian in his will, other than, quote, best wishes, but nothing from my estate. So you can imagine Scammer Brian was pretty pissed off about that. And for a while, because 3 months after his dad died, Brian appointed himself as representative of his father's estate, and he destroyed the will. Then he went through his dad's went to his house, sold everything that wasn't nailed down. Actually, even if it was nailed down, he would have sold it. And I'm talking dog, ancient pottery, real, collectors kind of shit. He took out all the money that was in his dad's bank account and then put up his dad's house for sale. This led to a bitter dispute between Brian and his cousin, who said he was the rightful heir of Dr. Thomas's stuff. During this dispute, it allegedly came out that Brian had spent time in a psychiatric center and was diagnosed as a sociopath, which tracks. Because only a sociopath would make these Google searches. December 27th, 2022. What's the best state to divorce for a man? New Hampshire, apparently. January 1st, 2023. How long before a body starts to smell? How do you stop a body from decomposing? 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to. How long for someone to be missing to inherit? Can you throw away body parts? What does formaldehyde do? How long does DNA last? Can identification be made on partial remains? Dismemberment and the best ways to dispose of a body. How to clean blood from wooden floor. Luminol to detect blood. What happens when you put body parts in ammonia? Is it better to put crime scene clothes away or wash them? January 2nd, 2023. Hacksaw, best tool to dismember. Can you be charged with murder without a body? Can you identify a body with broken teeth? January 3rd, 2023. What happens to hair on a dead body? What is the rate of decomposition of a body found in a plastic bag compared to in the woods? Can baking soda mask or make a body smell good? These searches were made on his son's iPad. There's absolutely no evidence Anna Walsh shut the house, like he said she did.
Nothing really that Brian Walsh, all going well. I would just reach out to basically everybody I could. For a few days, the only one that might have any contact with her, calling everyone. So, sorry to bother you. Everything's fine.
Brian Walsh said that on 1st of January, after he got up, after Anna left, after he made his kids breakfast, he said he did some grocery shopping. He went to a few stores. CCTV did not back up his story at all. On the 2nd of January, he was seen going to a Home Depot and also a Home Goods store wearing a black surgical mask, blue surgical gloves, and paying for items in cash. What did he buy on the 2nd of January? Here's what you asked. Well, I had some rugs and $450 of cleaning equipment. A lot of money spending on cleaning. That's a lot of bleach. On the 3rd of January, he drove to a place called Addington, about 30-odd minutes west of Coasset. There, he placed a big, black, heavy garbage bag into a dumpster. He traveled to at least one other dumpster to get rid of more items. Now, when the police learned about this, unfortunately, switched time past, those items are placed in the dumpster, they've been incinerated. So, we can assume from those who were searching that just a couple of hours after their friend left, after celebrating New Year's really in 2023.
They're all gone.
The searches on the 1st of January about cleaning up the scene, how to dispose of a dead body, DNA, blood, and so on and so forth. Then on the next day, he tried to cover up. Then on the 3rd of January, how to dispose of a decomposing dead body. Yeah, I mean, the police were onto him pretty quickly, though. His story sounded odd, and he didn't alert the police she was missing. Her employer did. I mean, come on. Her employer wasn't expecting her till the 3rd of January down in DC. There was no emergency, and when she didn't show up, that's what they called. In Brian's car, the police noticed that the back seats were down, and there was a plastic liner in the back, like he was trying to avoid a leak. And they did recover some trash bags found near where his mother lived in Flomska. Inside, they found bloodstains, cleaning materials, a hacksaw, a hatchet, a purse, and boots that were Anna's, along with her COVID vaccine card. And when they searched the Walsh home, in the basement, they found blood and a bloody knife. That was on the 8th of January, and it was when Brian was arrested.
No, this is medicine.
In today with some breaking news. The
This is medicine,
husband
though.
of missing Cohasset mom has been arrested for allegedly misleading a police investigation.
Initially, he was charged with misleading a police investigation, to which he pleaded not guilty. About a week later, he was charged with the murder of his wife on the basis of the items found, his story being bullshit, and the Google searches done. He again pleaded not guilty.
Some of the searches are as follows. Keep in mind that said you got at 16. It's 1:55 there on Lord first. He searched how long before I got it's 4:58.
What?
How to stop a body decomposing. And 5:20 research how to find the body.
It would also be learned that back in 2014, so a year before they got married, Anna made a police report saying that Brian had threatened to kill her and her friend. Now, this was down in DC, and the listed suspect lived in Boston and was never named, though it was believed to be Brian. She never pressed anything, so it went nowhere. This goddamn toad with slick back hair, though, real son of a bitch. In 2018, she also posted this picture. Now, when friends asked, she said she slipped on a marble floor at work, but it's just not good. So why did he do this? If he did it, I mean, hey, come on, innocent until proven guilty. Am I right? But did Anna learn of his whole bullshit life scams he was running? Did she just have enough of it? She was fed up and was like, "I'm out of here." To which he said, "No, you're not." Essentially, Anna learned that her husband was a scam artist of the highest order, and so she wanted a divorce. One of the searches was, what's the best state to get a divorce in? Was Massachusetts. She was a smart woman, she had great education, a really good job. She must have known something was up.
Learning more about Anna Walsh's real estate portfolio as police investigate the missing Massachusetts mom's disappearance and murder. Walsh's husband is charged with her murder. Property records show she owned nearly $2 million worth of real estate.
Anna owned a number of properties in the area too, and some tenants reported that not long before she disappeared, she had asked them to move out when the agreement was up, and she was not her usual happy, cheery, friendly self. It appeared to them like she wanted the tenants to move out so she could sell, like maybe she wanted to get away. She had a very successful career. She's probably making a lot of money. Brian, on the other hand, had nothing. He only had what he could scam out. So did he murder her to get her assets so he wouldn't be out on his ass, out on the street? Well, as you see in these sort of scenarios, it's probably exactly what happened.
See, Mr. Walsh, okay? Mr. Walsh, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can, thank you.
Mr. Walsh, you remain held without bail, $500,000 on the other case. All set with us here today. Thank you.
But until we know more, we just don't know. Well, we do know that Brian Walsh is a goddamn idiot. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate you watching this whole video. We appreciate it really means a lot that you did so. So yeah, if you want to see some more That Chapter videos, please check out All Eater Crazy Case of Court. Also, if you want to see some exclusive podcast only stories, check out the That Chapter podcast, which is twice a week. But until the next one, please take care of each other and yourselves, because I love you. Like it.
Sour Patch Kids fruit riot. Nature's candy, just candier.
Get paid up to 2 days earlier with Credit Union One, the official banking partner of Notre Dame Athletics. All you need to do is open a CU1 free checking account, set up direct deposit, and get ready for an early payday. Open an account online today at cu1.com/Irish.
Very happy guy, and it's not like he would, SA himself. So not use the intruder case, or more likely that one or more of the men inside the home tortured and then brutally murdered Robert Vaughn. The intruder theory is sort of interesting. It's sort of interesting in the fact that there's really nothing there. No evidence someone broke in, nothing was stolen. None of the defendants say a word. They never heard anybody. They never saw anybody. They didn't know the first time. They just arrived moments later, and you think you do something. What's the room is pretty testing the matter. So if an intruder broke in, Robert probably would have been
Good dog. Yeah.
The intruder wouldn't have had time to do what was done. Hopefully, the intruder would have had to
Got two good dogs.
Dylan's room to get to Robert's room. No sign of forced entry. The front door was locked. The back door was unlocked, but there was a gate which remained locked that showed no signs of disturbance. It's been theorized that perhaps one of the men unlocked the back door to give the intruder, quote unquote, an entry point, but they forgot to unlock the gate outside. They had, a fence out back. There was no sign that somebody had, no disturbance out there, as in somebody had jumped over the fence. The only thing of note with that is that the next door neighbor who shared a back fence with these lads would say that in their backyard, they had a little sand pit. So it's basically, one of those like those soft plastic turtles, and it's in sand, and then you can put a turtle shell, soft plastic turtle shell on top of it to cover it up, and it's and that sort of thing. They would say that the next day after the murder, the turtle shell that had been on it, it was like dented in, as in somebody had stood on it to get over the fence into the guy's house. But that never really went anywhere, and the police kind of shrugged that off pretty quickly. Maybe tunnel vision, maybe it could have gone somewhere. We don't know. Regardless, nothing ever came of it, and that could have happened 6 ways from Sunday. And the stab wounds that were done to Robert Wan's body, they seem to have been done with such, I guess the word is care and precision. They were done almost like gently. There was no tearing. They weren't like vicious stabs. They weren't done in anger. It was almost like, okay, if we get to kill somebody as quickly as possible, here is where we'll stab them, because we want to put them out of their misery. Surgically done, not like an intruder. If one of, or more than one of the men, possibly did it, and I'm not saying they did do it, but if one of them did it, I guess it would probably more than likely have been Dylan. Not that I'm saying he did it. He was right across the hall from Robert, and he was also proven like into sadism and all that stuff, judging by the shit they found in his bedroom. And also the possible murder weapon, more than likely also came from his room. So perhaps he snuck in and tortured Robert using the various implements that he had. Though then how he would even get in there without Robert fighting back remains a mystery. However, would he, perhaps with the needle marks in Robert's body, drug him with a needle? Perhaps he put something in the glass of water that Robert had when he arrived. Maybe for some reason Robert let him in. I've seen some speculation online that Robert was like secretly gay or bi, at least, and that maybe, this whole thing had been planned with him staying over. I mean, the police in interviews were like, no way a straight guy would crash in a house with 2 gay guys. What are you talking about? Doesn't seem to be the case at all. Robert's very happily married. Nobody ever said he had any inclination towards being gay or anything like that at all. So I don't think Robert would have, either done something willingly or let somebody inject him willingly. So whatever happened to him must have been done in such a way where he was out of it, paralyzed, before he did it. Dylan makes the most sense out of the three. He does something to Robert. He runs back into his room. Joe and Victor come down. Joe sees what's going on, tells Victor to go back upstairs to call the police, because Joe told Victor to go and call the police from the upstairs phone. When there was a phone in Robert Wan's room that I also could have just called the police from. But maybe Joe wanted to get Victor out of the area so he could talk to Dylan, because he knew maybe that Dylan had done something. But let's suggest for a second that maybe Robert was secretly gay or bi or something like that. Maybe this was all went awry somehow. Victor wasn't supposed to be there that night. He just came home early from a business trip. Maybe Joe and Dylan had planned something, either plans to do something to Robert or Robert.
Why are you humping that toy?
Maybe some kind of bondage play gone wrong, and Robert was either willing or unwilling participant. Perhaps the injections that were all over Robert's body, they weren't from something being put into Robert. They were from blood being taken out of Robert for some kind of kink or something. The burst blood vessels in his eyes would also suggest something kind of BDSM choking thing. Again, there's no ligature marks, but maybe it was done in such a way where it was lead marks. Some kind of BDSM play is really the only way that you can explain his own DNA being found inside of him. Like nothing else makes sense, unless it was like his own DNA was forced in. I don't know. This doesn't make sense at all. Perhaps it was something like that, but it all just went too far. See, when you're to all the theories in this case, none of them really make sense. And you,
I don't want to be. I don't even care.
It's coming. It's coming,
So, can't believe it's happening.
The comedy show.
Comedy Show in Las Vegas.
For tickets, go to comedyshow.com or ticketmaster.com. Get your tickets now.
All right, listen, that was really good, those other shows. But what I'm gonna do is we got some girls here. So we're gonna come in, I'm gonna put my sunglasses on a little bit.
Hey, you, and welcome. My name is
With Whoop, start improving your fitness from day one. Real-time things and guidance built around your goals. See where Whoop will take you.
Apply what's the world demands. To carry weight, so burdens are lighter for others. Run fast, so the heart of America beats true. Bring more of what matters. Thanks. More strength, more spirit, more power. Make seamless connections to help the world deliver on promises. A vision to harness technology for a safer, smarter world. What's next? Fortitude to move ourselves, to build a cleaner, brighter future for all. And positives is more than a job. It's calling for those who are driven by it. Front runners, trailblazers, thoroughbreds.
Hey, and welcome. My name is Mike, and in this solo video, a mother was up early one morning, getting ready for work, and as she was about to head out the door to start her day, she decided to check on her 13-year-old daughter to see if her daughter was up and ready for school before she went. But when she went to check on her daughter, the door was locked. This immediately to the mother was, worrying, and so she started trying to bust her way in because the door was never locked. When she got in, the room was empty and the window was wide open. Little did anyone know that her daughter had been talking online to a Dr. Tombstone, and Dr. Tombstone was not alone. Before we get into this whole video, please click that little subscribe button to see new videos every single week. Now, let's give it a go. So this whole story takes place in Blacksburg, Montgomery County, Virginia. Population a little under 55,000. One of the more notable places near here is Virginia Tech University, which is famous for something you don't want to be famous for. Overall, though, it's a nice little place in a nice little part of the country. Blacksburg is dominated by Virginia Tech. Essentially, it's a college town and ranked, wait for it, as one of the best college towns for brain games.
How was that?
If you want to learn a little something about tech, it's off to VT for you. Virginia Tech, I'm awaiting my check. Pretty cool place. But it certainly was not. Right, on the morning of January 27th, 2016, my friends. That was when Tammy Weeks went into her 13-year-old daughter's bedroom to check on her before she left for work, something she did every morning. Typically, a reassuring, sleepy Nicole would be in her bed.
You guys can't
However, this morning, Tammy struggled to open her daughter's door. They didn't have locks on their bedroom doors, so Tammy immediately went into Mama Bear mode and shoved as hard as she could, only to find that Nicole's bedside table that had been pushed up against the door.
You don't eat those.
Nicole's window was also left wide ass open. Her phone and a minion blanket were also missing. Not only was this incredibly worrisome and a frightening sight for any parent to see, what was even equally as worrying is that Nicole, as an infant, she had a liver transplant, so she needed to take medication two times a day. Her medication was still in her bedroom. Nicole Lovell was born May 3rd, 2002 in Radford City, Virginia, to Tammy and David. She was lovingly referred to as Coley by all those who knew her. Nicole's parents were never married, and her father left her mother just weeks before her birth. Nicole was born with a damaged liver and underwent a liver transplant at the tender age of only 10 months. That's why she needed her medication. Anti-rejection drugs she needed to take twice a day. Nicole was a happy, cheerful young girl, but her mother would also say she was bullied in school. The scars visible from her many surgeries, kind of left her open to attack by those real, little shitty kids that we all love. Kids, like many who, struggle with acceptance. So many teens. Nicole, finding it difficult in the real world with her school friends, not that she had any, she turned to the internet, to make friends there. And friends she did. Specifically, she went onto an app called Kik. Messenger app. The Kik Messenger app was known for helping users stay anonymous. No valid email or phone number was required to sign up. They also made a public statement that targeting younger users was one of their business goals. You can probably guess what happened next when you're targeting kids. Other people who also like to target kids kind of dove right in. See, Kik is still used as, a vehicle for a lot of nefarious acts, sex trafficking, people who, like I'm young, would also be in there. In 2016, one freaking sex offender was caught, and there was like 200 groups of these little sex offender rings operating on Kik. The goods and bads of privacy are like right there on display. One hand, well, hey, nobody wants to be tracked, so that's great. On the other hand, people who maybe should be tracked, like child predators, they can kind of operate with impunity. It's like running up swords with the two edges or so. Anyways, the night before she disappeared, Tammy said it was like any other night. Nicole kissed her goodnight, went into her own room. One regret Tammy had, though, was that usually just before she went to sleep, she would knock on Nicole's wall, to let her know that Nicole wanted to get into bed with her mother. That was okay. But she didn't. For some reason, she just decided against it, and she kind of regretted ever since. Now Tammy was left with an empty bedroom, an open window, and a 13-year-old girl missing. When she called the police at 7:15 a.m., they immediately went into action. Simply because, a missing child is always horrifying, but also she was in dire need of her medication. Time was a ticket.
Police are searching for a missing girl they say is in danger.
13-year-old Nicole Lovell was last seen at her family's Blacksburg apartment about midnight last night. When her mother went to wake her up this morning, she was gone.
We spoke to Nicole's mother and uncle today. They say their girl, who goes by Coley, has always been happy. They say she loves to sing and to dance and has always wanted to be a contestant on American Idol. Her mom, Tammy Weeks, clutched Nicole's favorite stuffed panda bear as she pleaded with her daughter to come home, or that whoever is with her would bring her back safely.
Investigators pursued every lead, and when Nicole's friends mentioned she'd been talking online with an older boy and referred to him as her boyfriend, Nicole's mother was disturbed and shocked. While searching Nicole's room for leads, investigators found a piece of paper taped on the wall in her closet. It was the usernames and passwords, if you can believe it, of all her online accounts. So then, police contacted Kik to release whatever user information of anyone Nicole had been in contact with. And Kik came through, fair play to him, and police noticed the last communication with Nicole before she disappeared was the username Dr_Tombstone. Well, on January 30th, 3 days after Nicole vanished, Dr_Tombstone was brought in for questioning. They were able to trace him via the IP address he used to log into his Kik account. Dr. Tombstone, aka 18-year-old Virginia Tech student, David Eisenhower. David was a freshman at the university taking engineering. He was a tall, lanky kid, a little bit awkward, but he was also a star track and field runner on his high school team.
We went the distance to tell you about one of the greatest distance runners this state has, and his name is David Eisenhower.
I make my personal goals achievable, or just out of reach of achievable. That way I'm always constantly striving to better myself. If that goal becomes a record, or if that goal is past a record, or records get broken in the process, I consider that like a milestone goal, but that's not where I ultimately want to end up.
At the station, David did admit he'd been talking to Nicole about a month before, and he basically talked to someone who's 5 years younger. He's 18 years old. Is that essentially was bored? He was just bored. Started randomly chatting to anybody he could. He also said that Nicole at the time told him she was like 16, 17.
I just like to help. And mid-December, correctly, I was.
I'm gonna check out Nacho one time.
And logged on to a website where you go and you talk to random strangers.
I'll be right back.
It's an anonymous kind of. The website is called Omegle, if I believe correctly. And she's like, "Hey, do you want to use message me on some app called Kik?" And I was like, "Sure, what?" We're talking, and she's like, "Yeah, I'm 16 or 17. I do not remember the age," she said.
They spoke daily until David admitted they had arranged a meetup on the 9th of January 26th, interesting date, and he had driven to her place to pick her up. However, when he pulled up, he told police that he saw she was much younger than she had previously stated, so he left immediately, headed back to campus to hang out with a friend. He said he didn't even get out of the car.
I get there, and then I see someone who probably looked like she was 11 years old climbing out of a window, and I was like, not for me. This young lady's never been her phone. Okay. So it's probably possible for us to believe that. Okay, thank you. I don't know who she is.
This is utter bullshit. Obviously, so the police immediately put the bracelets on, arrested him for the abduction of Nicole Lovell.
I think the police look more into finding the body than trying to interrogate the last person who saw her alive, who clearly left the scene. Oh.
Yeah, I stand up and put your hands behind your back. You are under arrest for the abduction of Nicole Madison Lovell.
Officers say that the new developments in the investigation led them to Eisenhower.
With this arrest, investigators are very much in the midst of what is a rapidly developing investigation.
In David's dorm room, police found a piece of paper with Nicole's address on it. They also tracked down his friend from campus that David admitted to going to see after leaving Nicole. This friend was a fellow student named Natalie Keepers. More like Natalie Levers. This girl is batshit, let me tell you. She couldn't even keep her own head straight with all the flip-flopping. You know, call her a fish because she flip-flopping. Police got permission from Natalie herself to go through her phone. She probably would have wished she hadn't done that. And Natalie admitted, yeah, David had gone to her after being distraught after meeting with Nicole. However, on her phone, police found, certainly disturbing messages between Natalie and David, these best buddies, the gruesome twos. Natalie had texted David saying, I smell like cleaning supplies, and I've been around a lot of blood. There's more, but, we get the idea. Wow, wonder what that could be.
We know that you have information. What do you think was going on in your phone?
When confronted, Natalie said, yeah, you're right. Nicole is dead.
Natalie, how much do you know? Well, he's working to help him through her life.
She swore up and down that she wasn't involved in the actual killing, and wasn't even there to witness it, but did say that David forced her to move Nicole's body. When speculating about a motive, Natalie said she, thought that David was worried he might have gotten Nicole pregnant. Yikes. Major, big yikes. That's big yes.
She was worried, what if I slept with her and what if she ends up pregnant? She stabbed her. She killed her in the next day, she told me that she needed help.
Nicole's body was found on January 31st, down a ditch off Craig Creek Road, which was not too far from the university. She had been stabbed 14 times with a lethal stab to her neck. When confronted, David said he had no part in her murder. He stuck by the story that he left Nicole at her house that night and was with Natalie the rest of the night. No idea how she ended up there.
Names going micro. Micro habits, micro wins, microdose, GOP ones.
I'm stuck. My weight won't budge.
Been there, but Noom can help.
Bye bye, bye.
Hello, micro.
Get started at Noom.com. Smile. Yes.
Ranger knows that if you're a school custodian, cleanliness is your top priority. That's why you can rely on Ranger for a range of cleaning products and equipment, from disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Ranger, for the ones who get it done.
Everybody's potential looks different. See yours with Acorns. Designed for you to feel your best every day. Start with just your spare change. Set recurring investments. See where it could take your future's potential. Ready to see yours? Start investing with the Acorns app.
Police, they went balls to the wall with this investigation. They got the surveillance footage, they got the phone records, they got the GPS that was in David's car. David was too stupid to even realize his car had a GPS and could be tracked where he had driven that very night, maybe to Craig Creek Road.
2 Virginia Tech students are now in custody in connection to the death of Nicole Lovell. Today, Blacksburg police announced the arrest of Natalie Keepers, The 19-year-old faces 1 felony count of improper disposal of a dead body and 1 misdemeanor count of accessory after the fact. Now, Keeper's arrest comes in addition to the arrest of David Eisenhower.
So these searches they found not only that GPS, but they found blood. A shovel. Blood on the shovel. Blood in the trunk. Upon looking at the data from the GPS, it showed David at Nicole's place, at the scene of the crime off Craig Creek Road, and at a Walmart. With this information, they got surveillance footage from Walmart. But wouldn't you know it, there was David and Natalie on January 26th, around 4 p.m., buying a shovel, cleaning supplies, wipes, and gloves. So yeah, January 26th. This is all prior to Nicole's disappearance. Not suspicious at all. They were also seen at a fast food joint before the killing. The text messages matched up. It looked as though Natalie and David had hatched this plan together as early as the start of January. They'd gone through various ways to kill Nicole and even considered swapping her medication for cyanide pills. David's computer use showed he Googled things like, how long does it take to burn a body? And how did Dexter get rid of his bodies?
Based on evidence collected to date, we have determined that Eisenhower and Nicole were acquainted prior to her disappearance. Eisenhower used this relationship to his advantage to abduct and then kill her.
These details have come to light following a 4-day search pursuing hundreds of phoned-in tips and social media leads with ground teams and even aerial drones provided by Virginia Tech. Police say the investigation is far from over.
It is also discovered that David and Nicole had met up once previously to the murder. In text messages, he was texting Nicole, threatening her, basically saying, if she was to tell anybody about their relationship, he would do bad things. When police searched Natalie's dorm room, they found a gym bag. Inside the gym bag was another bag. Inside that bag was the Minions blanket missing from Nicole's bedroom. The events, as told by Natalie, is probably as close as we will ever get to the real truth here, because David has never said anything about what actually happened that night. It's believed that David and Natalie went to Walmart after dinner to buy the supplies. Natalie then says she was dropped off at a dorm while David went to Nicole's. He picked her up around midnight, drove to Craig Creek Road, took her there for what, they would say was a romantic little getaway between an 18-year-old and a 13-year-old. My God. Then he murdered her instead. Put her in the trunk of his car, drove them back to the university, met with Natalie, picked her up. Then the pair of them drove back to Craig Creek Road, which doesn't make any sense. So this is again Natalie's version of events. His GPS does not show that, though. I'm pretty sure Natalie would have been there the entire time, participating in the actual murder, not just helping cover it up like she said. In the investigation, police also recovered text messages David sent to an unknown person who's never really been identified, saying the text message reads something along the lines of original plan failed. What the plan was, what the information, who this guy was, nobody really knows. The only information is that he's a Pulaski. Pulaski is like the next town over from Blacksburg. In Natalie's interrogation with the police, she maintained she did not take part in the actual murder, but only helped dispose and clean up the body and the aftermath. She confided she did not believe that David was going to go through with it. Otherwise, she said she would have stopped it. But she also said that David's involvement made her feel special and part of a special little club.
He was psychopathic. He loved the fact that he made me feel like I was being a part of some secret club that only me and him were a part of, and it was the best club in the world.
I guess we have completely different ideas of what's special. Those are try a chess club next time. I mean, come on. And she also said David brought out, this dark, twisted side to her, the psychotic side of her. I don't think she needs any help with that. Natalie Keepers would later call herself a sociopath in training. Oh, let's be honest here, Natalie. You're being kind of modest here. Both were charged and awaiting their own trials. Natalie, poor girl, she complained at her own bail hearing that the food in the jail, it wasn't, she couldn't handle it because she's celiac disease. She couldn't handle the gluten. So people go through a real hard time. What we know about Natalie is, again, she's not someone, you would likely suspect in such a violent crime. She was born into a very straight-laced Christian family with twin brothers, her mother and her father. Her mother, an X-ray technician, her father, an aerospace engineer with NASA. Natalie Keepers, like David Eisenhower, a native of Maryland. In fact, they only grew up 13 miles from each other. Natalie in Laurel, David in Columbia. That's likely how they became friends in Virginia Tech. She was in the top 15% of her class, an engineering student at Virginia Tech with aspirations to follow in her father's footsteps, who, again, worked at NASA. She performed in a number of musical theater plays at her high school, part of the editorial team as well. But she also had a history of mental health issues and was on a daily dosage of Prozac. Her trouble with mental health started as early as 8th grade with bullying, she would say. Then she started to self-harm. While in prison, she was examined by multiple experts. She was actually diagnosed with 6 different mental disorders. Going for gold. Depersonalization, derealization disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder, borderline personality disorder, dependent and schizotypal disorder, panic disorder, persistent depressive disorder. David, on the other hand, straight-laced. Never would have suspected it. Good student, star athlete, as you can see in the interview. Turns out, though, he's a real weirdo. Weird to the O. Classmates reported, the all-star track and field athlete, straight-A student. One person classified him as a bit cocky.
I will personally not stop until I reach my peak performance, which could be anywhere.
Boom, you suck. The entire reasoning behind the murder is still vague at best. The prosecution would say, right, that David's motive was the exposure of his relationship with Nicole. Whether he knew she was of age before or after, hey, listen, nobody really knows. Regardless, David, dude, you stuck so much. She's clearly a child. And I think he might just be a, wait for it, child predator. But he was worried their relationship might be exposed and that he was going to maybe be pregnant, which she was not at the time of her death. Natalie's reasoning and why she involved herself in this and why she wanted to be involved in this because it was something they'd been planning for about a month. Well, Natalie Keepers simply had an urge to kill. Of course, both simply blamed the other, saying that I've been manipulated again, lads. On day 4 of his trial, David changed his plea from not guilty to no contest. I guess he figured he was so well and truly up shit creek with all they had. He wouldn't have an arse in his trousers after the prosecution finished their case, so he decided to tap out. I could make a prison joke there, but I probably shouldn't.
When he returned, we saw him visibly emotional for the first time in the case. He stared down to the floor, not making eye contact with anyone for several minutes.
That means he wouldn't admit anything but couldn't argue the evidence against him. That also means he waived his right to appeal.
I am sorry for the pain through my actions that caused Nicole Lovell and her family. It is my deepest regret, and I'm aware of my actions have serious consequences. Nothing can ever undo what has been done, and for that, I am deeply, sincerely, and forever sorry.
Family members of Nicole Lovell spoke about how hard her loss has been for them. Her mother, Tammy Weeks Dowdy, says everything she sees reminds her of her daughter. Outside the courthouse, she told 10 News that today did not give her closure.
I'm just knowing right now. It's not real.
Nicole's father, David, says he now has PTSD and struggles with depression.
Just a horrible crime. It's a shame. And there's nothing that can happen in this world that will ever fix it.
Experts for the defense also said David was on the spectrum, which allowed him to be manipulated and coerced more easily by Natalie Keepers.
Mental health professionals testified that Natalie Keepers, who awaits a trial for being an accessory in this case, orchestrated the crimes, and Eisenhower would not have wanted to kill Lovell without her influence.
I think she was the mastermind. I think she is the driver of the process. She's found somebody that she can manipulate.
The sentencing for Eisenhower was carried out on June 2018, where he was sentenced to 50 years in prison, plus another 25 to be served on probation for first-degree murder, abduction, and concealing a dead body.
Judge, her actions in this case show that her release constitutes a danger to the public. And we would submit that she has earned her 45-year sentence.
Natalie's trial was shortly after, where she was found guilty and sentenced to 40 years for accessory before and after the fact and concealing the body. After 40 years, she'd be placed on a 10-year probation.
I'm so sorry.
What a drama queen. In December 2020, Natalie Keeper's appeal for a retrial was denied. Thankfully. Since Nicole's murder, her family's worked hard to help raise awareness that social media and the internet used for kids and teens alike. Gone sort of like the days of kids being snatched off playgrounds. Now it's like internet kind of stuff.
Took everybody breakfast. That breakfast was fucking good.
All second. I'm alright. Yeah, sort of. Thank you so much for watching. It really means the world to me. Yeah, hope you enjoyed this whole video, and the next video will be up in a couple of days, so please give it a do when that's out. But you know what, until the next one, please take care of each other and yourselves, because I love you. Mike out.
Live better for longer with Whoop. Start with small habits and build momentum so that one win at a time, make progress. Get real-time insights and personalized guidance built around your body, routine, and your goals. All with a distraction-free design, more power than ever. Whoop helps you adjust your life, your life into your years.
A driver on a deadly rampage rams his truck into a Michigan synagogue. A young Jewish couple shot dead in Washington, D.C. A peaceful rally in Colorado set on fire. From college campuses to city streets, American Jews have been targeted by extremists and terrorists in record numbers since the October 7th attack on Israel. But America was founded on religious freedom, not hate. Stand up, speak out. Anti-Semitism is not who we are.
Hey you, and welcome. My name is Mike, and in this whole video, I want to take you through some more of the darkest disappearances that still to this day remain a mystery. So whether this video will be like a warning, or you can keep an eye out for these people who disappeared in the strangest of circumstances, I will leave that up to you. From a disappearance which led to a ring of evil in the backwoods, to an entire family that went missing not once, but twice, and still right now, nobody knows what happened. Settle in, let's give it a go. So to begin with, well, I wouldn't say actually any of the disappearances in this video have a good explanation, but let's start with the ones that are semi-explainable. We'll do it iceberg style again, before getting to some of the darkest and creepiest disappearances. And I really mean it. Though in this one, we're pretty much just diving straight into the deep end. Hannah Up. So here's something very odd. A woman who disappeared 3 times. In September 2008, 23-year-old Hannah Up was due for her first day at teaching in a middle school in Harlem. She was excitedly looking forward to it. There was only one problem. That day, all the students in her class filed in, sat down at her desk, grand. But Hannah didn't file in. She did not walk in at all. In her apartment, her wallet, passport, her phone, just no sign as to where she could have gone, and no indication as to why she hadn't shown up at work. Then, almost 2 weeks later, she was spotted on CCTV at an Apple store in Midtown Manhattan. She was seen walking in, opening her Gmail, and then leaving.
Authorities in New York say a teacher who disappeared just before the first day of school has been spotted. 23-year-old Hannah Up disappeared August 29th, just days before classes were set to begin. Police have been looking for her ever since.
The disappearance of Hannah was everywhere. So as she was actually walking in to this Apple store, someone said, "Hey, you're not, seeing your picture in this? Are you that missing teacher, Hannah?" No, it's not me. Don't worry about it. Sorry. Tracking that sighting led nowhere. Then over the next week, she was spotted again and again around Manhattan at a Starbucks, a sports bar. But every time people tried to chase down a lead, she swiftly disappeared into the bustling streets once again. Then, almost 3 weeks after she was reported missing, she was spotted bobbing in the water face down near the Statue of Liberty. She was spotted by the captain of the Staten Island ferry. She was swiftly rescued and she was alive, like by a miracle. How the hell she survived there in the water, how long she was there for. She was there face down. Incredible. She survived and she was taken to hospital. And then, she made a full recovery. She had no recollection of where she'd been for the past 3 weeks. She didn't even know one first thing she said was, "Oh, hey, I can't wait to start school tomorrow." Not realizing almost a month. That was a month ago. She was questioned, and the last thing she remembered was going for a run, and that was it. She underwent tests, and doctors could find no neurological reason for what had happened. So that was kind of it. She went back to school, and it was weird, but we're kind of hoping it doesn't happen again.
All right, Scott.
It did. 4 years later. This time, Hannah was working at a Montessori in Maryland, and like the previous time, first day of class, she was a no-show. Her purse, wallet, and phone were found on a wooded path, and a search of the nearby woods revealed nothing. And it was determined that she hadn't slept in her apartment for a few days, and no one had spoken. It was the day after she was reported missing that her mother received a call from an unknown number. It was Hannah. She had recollected herself. She was in a dirty creek about a mile from the school. She had wandered and asked to borrow somebody's phone. Like the first time, she had no idea what had happened. That's twice she entered some kind of fugue state and only was able to recover herself after being near entering water. After that, she went back to work and she seemed once again fine. But as you can imagine, everybody was worried about her. They talked about putting an ankle monitor on her in case it happened again, which it did for the final time. In 2013, Hannah accepted a position at a school in St. Thomas, US Virgin Islands. Nice, then old Caribbean way. She was living there, she was teaching. She was there for about 4 years, living on the quieter side of the island, and she was having a great time there. She was loving life. It's in Paris. On September 6th, 2017, Hurricane Irma hit the island, an extremely powerful hurricane that caused widespread destruction. She and her roommates, they huddled up, they waited and stuff. They survived unscathed, while the island itself was decimated. Hannah was there. She texted her friends that she was safe, but said the island was unrecognizable. Then, 6 days later, Hannah went to the house of her ex-boyfriend, presumably just to see if he was okay. He was gone. He had left a note saying he'd gone to the harbor because another hurricane was bearing down on St. Thomas. All these ships were trying to take as many people off the islands to safety as they could.
Well, she went to prison, so.
What's that? Only it's destructive goal. Just now, coming to focus.
All of a sudden, we get a notice that says the dam is at critical level. The high.
summer of 2005.
What's the best part of summer? Getting outside. And we've got a few ideas, like the rush of the longest and largest bike ride in the world. Give us time to surprise you. Travel Iowa.
Introducing Virtual Up, the latest in a long line of innovation from Nespresso. It's innovation you can touch. Innovation you can say. Innovation you can taste. In every single cup. Your coffee, your way. Nespresso. For yourself.
It's going to be very, very bad all the way west, as far west as this county goes. Few storms etch their names into history with such brutal permanence. You may have to fend for your life here if you are close to the bay in South Lee County. Fewer still force an entire generation to tear up the rulebook on survival, start again. This is chapter 2 in our 3-part journey into Earth's rarest and most fearsome creations, the Category 5 hurricane. In all of recorded history, only 4 of these have ever struck the United States, and all but 1 have made landfall on the Sunshine State's exposed and fragile coast. In late August of 1992, one of these monsters came roaring out of the Atlantic, leaving behind the entire landscape of southern Miami-Dade County completely unrecognizable.
This is the all trees and shades. Everybody happy.
This is the most terrorizing thing I've ever been through in my life.
This isn't just the story of a storm. It's the story of how, in just 4 harrowing hours, one hurricane rewrote the future of Florida permanently. I'm CJ, and this is Florida Man Weather. On August 14th, 1992, a tropical wave emerged from the west coast of Africa, one of many born from the seasonal conveyor belt of disturbances drifting off the Sahel each summer. It slipped into the Atlantic under the blazing Sahara sun, carried westward by the relentless mid-level trade winds. At the time, it was little more than a swirl of disorganized thunderstorms, just another unremarkable ripple in a basin that had been notably quiet for nearly 2 years. The wave maintained a steady westward march, its low-level circulation sharpening under warm waters and high humidity. And by August 16th, it had organized enough for the National Hurricane Center to classify it as a tropical depression. Just 24 hours later, the system intensified into a tropical storm and would be given a name that would go down in infamy. Almost immediately, Andrew ran headlong into strong westerly wind shear, the byproduct of stubborn upper-level trough lingering over the central Atlantic. The hostile shear displaced the storm's thunderstorms well east of its center, leaving the low-level circulation partially exposed on satellite imagery. And on August 20th, Hurricane Hunter's reconnaissance aircraft measured a central pressure of 1,015 millibars, a reading more suited to a summer day over Florida than to a dangerous tropical cyclone. Forecasters at the National Hurricane Center in Miami would quietly note that Andrew might not even survive the week. But meanwhile, back in South Florida, hurricane season had begun as a yearly ritual, and there was hardly a flicker of concern. Most residents saw Andrew's position far out in the Atlantic on local newscasts and returned to their lives, hardly giving the fledgling system a second glance. But out over the open Atlantic, the atmosphere was about to change. On August 21st, a powerful dome of high pressure, a sprawling subtropical ridge, began building over the southeastern United States. As the ridge expanded eastward over the Atlantic, the disruptive upper-level winds over Andrew collapsed. The vertical shear dropped to under 10 knots or around 12 miles per hour, and the air aloft smoothed into a uniform easterly flow. And below, the sea temperatures hovered around 29 degrees Celsius with high ocean heat content. The moisture-rich environment was now primed to feed deep convection. Andrew's response was immediate and explosive. Over the next 36 hours, the storm underwent one of the most dramatic rapid intensification events in the satellite era. Its eye contracted from about 35 miles across to
barely 10, a tightening spiral of fury. The eye wall transformed into a perfect, unbroken ring of violent thunderstorms, their cloud tops overshooting the tropopause and venting into a textbook anticyclonic outflow pattern on satellite imagery. And by the morning of August 23rd, it was a Category 4. There was no wobbling, no sign of weakening, just an unerring march toward the northwest Bahamas, and beyond them, the southeast coast of Florida. Inside the National Hurricane Center in Coral Gables, the mood was tense but focused. Computer forecast models, still well in their infancy, had reached a rare consensus. Miami and the rest of South Florida now lay directly in the storm's path. The subtropical ridge to the north was unyielding. There would be no curve to the north and no chance for Andrew to escape. NHC Director Bob Sheets addressed the public later in the day with sober gravity.
Bob, did you ever think this was going to happen? No, and I always hoped it would not happen, but knew the day was going to come when it would. Right, we talked about it many times. All right. Thank you, Bob. We'll still keep coming back to you as often as we can here, as long as we can.
In Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach counties, evacuation orders were issued for over 1.1 million people. U.S. Highway 1 was reversed to carry residents out of the Keys. And Florida's turnpike became a slow-moving river of headlights under a thickening overcast. Gas stations ran dry, hardware stores emptied of plywood and shutters, and bottled water became scarce. The initial shrugs and dismissals were replaced with hurried preparations, arguments over evacuation, and a growing edge in every conversation. By the morning of Sunday, August 23, 1992, Andrew's intensity had leveled off and the storm was bearing down on South Florida. As Floridians finished their final preparations, Hurricane Andrew's first feeder bands began sweeping into South Florida. Through the evening, the outer bands thickened, the wind's pitch rising and rain coming in blinding sheets with each passing squall. And as the night progressed, the air itself seemed to change. Each rush of wind rattled loose debris and bent palm trees until their fronds nearly touched the ground. And in the darkness of night, the storm continued to advance towards the South Florida coastline with mechanical precision. On Miami's radar screens, Andrew's tiny 10-mile-wide eye edged relentlessly toward shore, its surrounding eye wall glowing a perfect crimson, an unbroken ring of violence. Operationally, the storm was labeled as a high-end Category 4, but to those waiting in the dark, the labels meant nothing. The hours that followed were a slow tightening of the noose. Even in its final hour offshore, Andrew was still sharpening its blade. Air Force hurricane hunters made one last punishing pass through the core, buffeted by 187-mile-per-hour winds at 10,000 feet, with gusts nearing 196 miles per hour. At 4:40 a.m. on Monday, August 24th, 1992, Andrew would make its first landfall on Elliott Key. Minutes later, the storm's northern eye wall, its most destructive quadrant, slammed into the Miami-Dade coastline. And on Miami's WTVJ, meteorologist Brian Norcross became the steady, measured voice hundreds of thousands would cling to in the night. Fully aware that Andrew's compact size meant that intense conditions would be short but catastrophic, Norcross walked viewers through preparing for and surviving their face-off with nature's ultimate fury.
Do not think that you are in any way safe. If you have not hunkered down and got that mattress over you, friends, this is the time to do it. Get to that interior closet, get a mattress over your head, get your family in there, and just wait this thing out.
At 5:05 a.m., Andrews Center crossed Bender Point in Biscayne National Park, just east-northeast of Homestead Air Force Base. Official sustained wind estimates over land ranged from 145 to 165 miles per hour, with gusts to at least 175. Many measuring devices that were in the core failed instantly, leaving gaps in the record. Structural engineers later estimated Andrew's top winds were underreported by as much as 20%, with localized gusts well over 200 miles per hour. In fact, one surviving instrument recorded an unofficial 211 mile per hour wind gust before it too was destroyed. Unknown to meteorologists as they watched Andrew's fury unfold on radar, inside the wind field lurked invisible assassins. Post-storm analysis by none other than Dr. Ted Fujita, yes, that Ted Fujita, revealed what were only previously thought to be pure speculation. Dr. Fujita's analysis revealed that mesovortices, tiny tornado-like vortices riding within the eye wall's 120-mile-per-hour background flow, spinning at 80 miles per hour, focused the burst of near 200-mile-per-hour wind force onto specific buildings. It was like a giant hand picked certain houses to destroy and left the ones next to them standing. Meteorologists now believe Andrew's final burst of strength came from the land itself. As the low-level winds hit the rough coastal surface, they slowed just enough to pile up behind the eye wall, forcing more air upward and tightening the core. The result was a corridor of absolute devastation, only 20 to 30 miles wide. But in that swath, the destruction and devastation was complete. Yet, despite the storm's ferocious winds, Andrew was a bit of a paradox, a dry hurricane for most of South Florida. Thanks to a rapid forward speed of nearly 19 miles per hour, Andrew's rainfall across the area was limited to around 2 to 4 inches, with only a localized peak of nearly 14 inches in western Miami-Dade County. This spared the area from widespread freshwater flooding, and the damage that was found came almost entirely from the wind. For those caught inside, the storm became an assault on every sense. It wasn't sound anymore, it was pressure. You felt it inside your ribs. The wind became a physical vibration that shook walls, floors, and even the air in people's lungs. In Homestead, one family huddled in a bathroom, listening as their kitchen appliances were flung into walls before the walls themselves gave way. For 2.5 hours, the northern eye wall rolled inland like a mechanical shredder. Mobile home parks were scoured to bare slabs, 99% destroyed in some areas. Boats were thrown half a mile inland, wrapped around trees or lodged into the remains of houses. Homestead Air Force Base, once a sprawling military hub, was reduced to twisted hangars, flattened barracks, and empty foundations. When the first gray light of morning revealed the scope of destruction, the view was apocalyptic. From Coral Reef Drive south to Florida City, block after block lay erased. Pilots flying over traced the looping scars of these mesovortices, thin, boomerang-shaped ribbons of absolute destruction stitched into an already entirely flattened landscape. An Associated Press dispatch would capture it without flourish.
Everything is better with Delectables lickable treatment. Real shreds and a savory sauce. Whoa, hold up, now. Where you going with that Delectables crazy? Delectables lickable treat.
Deliciously delectable delectables.
Stability, precision. That's the essence of driving. Often.
At the University of Arizona Global Campus, we are proud to offer over 50 career-focused online programs to a fierce community of Wildcats from around the globe. Proud to be UAGC. Learn more at uagc.edu.
Dear Acorns, 23 years ago, I quit my job, cashed out my pension, went to cosmetology school. I'm investing with Acorns to build back my retirement. I love what I do. I just don't want to do it forever. My name is Christy Harford, and this is my Acorns potential.
Homestead Air Force Base is gone. After carving a swath of devastation across South Florida, Hurricane Andrew did not fade away. The storm's compact core spent less than 4 hours crossing the Florida Peninsula before it emerged from mainland Monroe County once more into the open waters of the Gulf at around midday on August 24th. And in front of the storm, only the warm, deep waters of the Gulf lay ahead, brimming with latent heat. Though its furious crossing of Florida had weakened Andrew to a Category 3, the storm wasted no time drawing strength from the Gulf's energy-rich waters. By the night of August 25th, satellite imagery revealed an ominous sight. Andrew's structure had reorganized, its eye wall once again wrapped around in dense, unbroken convection, and a larger, more defined eye stared back at meteorologists from the infrared loops, the hallmark of a storm regaining its power. Briefly, Andrew clawed back to Category 4 intensity as it pushed northwestward. steered by a weakening subtropical ridge. The turn toward the central Gulf Coast was now unmistakable. And by August 25th, emergency management shifted into high gear. Approximately 1.25 million people were ordered to evacuate from central and southwest Louisiana. And in New Orleans, crews raced against the clock to close 111 floodgates in the city's levee system, fearing that Andrew's storm surge could overtop the defenses. In bayou communities, residents lashed down boats, boarded windows, and fled inland as the storm churned closer. Andrew's second U.S. landfall came in the early hours of Wednesday, August 26, 1992, at around 3:30 a.m. Central Time in St. Mary Parish, Louisiana, about 20 miles southwest of Morgan City, raking the coast to the storm's eastern island. And by landfall, Andrew had weakened slightly back to a strong Category 3 with sustained winds near 115 miles per hour and a central pressure of 956 millibars. In the Atchafalaya Basin, the hurricane's eye moved inland over marshes and swamps, sparing New Orleans a direct hit. Still, the surrounding Cajun country bore the brunt. Storm surge up to 8 feet flooded low-lying areas from Vermilion Bay eastward to Lake Borgne. Andrew's forward speed had slowed to just 10 miles per hour, a sharp change from its rapid Florida crossing. And that slower pace allowed the hurricane to wring itself out over Louisiana. Rainfall totals topped 11 inches in spots, with localized flooding across eastern Louisiana and southern Mississippi. Towns like Morgan City and Franklin suffered extensive wind damage. Cars were overturned, boats were thrown inland, and homes were stripped of roofs or reduced to skeletal frames. Further north, power lines snapped like matchsticks. Baton Rouge and Lafayette were plunged into darkness, and smaller towns endured days, even weeks, without electricity. By the time Andrew's remnants curved northeastward into Mississippi and the Tennessee Valley, the damage tally in Louisiana had climbed to roughly $1 billion. Official accounts attribute 8 direct deaths to Andrew's Louisiana landfall, with 9 more indirect fatalities from accidents, medical emergencies, and post-storm hazards. 2 days after landfall, on August 28th, Andrew's remnants merged with an approaching cold front over the mid-Atlantic states. The storm that had struck Florida like a buzzsaw and hammered Louisiana was finally gone, but in its wake lay 2 battered states, each beginning the long process of recovery. When the winds finally fell silent and the first light of August 24th crept over South Florida, the world that its residents had known was gone. In Miami-Dade County alone, an estimated 250,000 people were suddenly left homeless. Entire neighborhoods had homes flattened to just their bare concrete slabs. Families stumbled through streets choked with debris, the air thick with dust and smell of splintered wood, ruptured gas lines, and brackish flood water. Many had nothing left but the clothes on their backs. The scale of destruction defied comprehension. Across Andrew's path, more than 63,500 houses were destroyed and 124,000 damaged. In Homestead, 99% of mobile homes were simply gone. Businesses, they fared no better. Over 7,800 were destroyed, along with 90% of the 2,100 small businesses in South Dade County. Iconic landmarks vanished. The Cutler Ridge Mall was reduced to skeletal steel, and the municipal power grid in Homestead and Florida City was completely annihilated. In total, more than 1.3 million people in South Florida lost electricity, some for over 7 weeks. Telephone and water services failed across vast areas, cutting off entire communities. Yet, some refused to leave, camping in the ruins beneath torn roofs and leaning walls, determined to protect what little was left. Others crowded into hastily established shelters, school gymnasiums, churches, clutching plastic bags of salvaged possessions. Overnight, the most basic necessities had become scarce. In the late August heat, with days topping 90 degrees, humidity hanging like a wet shroud, the loss of power meant no air conditioning, no refrigeration, and no way to preserve food, and limited means to communicate with the outside world. In those first sweltering days, survival became an improvisation. Freezers thawed and communities held cookouts in the streets to use what they could before it spoiled. Propane grills, charcoal pits, and camping stoves became lifelines. Daily life revolved around finding water, ice, gasoline, anything to keep going another day. And yet, amid the wreckage, neighbors became each other's lifelines. People shared generators, supplies, and information. Those with intact roofs took in displaced families. The injured poured into hospitals, many hurt not in the storm itself, but in the hazardous work of clearing wreckage. And still, the storm's speed and the evacuations saved lives. 15 people died in South Florida directly from Andrew's winds, flying debris, or collapsing structures, with dozens more often directly in the weeks that followed. Many survivors surveying the ruin echoed the same refrain: it could have been so much worse. In the earliest hours, local and state responders scrambled to organize relief, but the scale of the disaster quickly overwhelmed them. Governor Lawton Chiles mobilized every available National Guard unit. Food, water, and ice distribution points were established, but in those first days, they were far too few. Desperation would grow, and on live television, Miami-Dade County Emergency Management Chief Kate Hale delivered a raw, unforgettable plea.
Where in the hell are we Calvary on this one?
Her words reverberated across the country and up the chain of command. And within 24 hours, President George H.W. Bush ordered thousands of active duty troops in disaster zone. The 82nd Airborne Division arrived with tents, field kitchens, engineers, and medical teams, joining FEMA's efforts and finally bringing visible relief. And yet, Andrew's devastation did not stop with homes and lives. The storm unleashed an unprecedented crisis in Florida's insurance market. $16 billion in insured losses bankrupted 8 companies outright and drove dozens more to the brink. The shock forced sweeping reforms. The economic cost was equally great. Agriculture suffered over $1 billion in damage statewide, with Miami-Dade County losing 85% of its fruit crops and $206 million in ornamental and nursery stock. An estimated 86,000 Floridians lost their jobs, and in Miami-Dade alone, 120,000 positions vanished in a single day. Life became defined in 2 eras, before Andrew and after Andrew. Years later, some survivors still flinch at the sound of thunder, their minds pulled back to that night of screaming wind and splintering walls. The storm's scars on people, infrastructure, economy, and landscape would take decades to fade. And in its wake, Andrew left a lasting truth. Even a single hurricane can forever alter the course of a place and its people. When Hurricane Andrew tore through South Florida in August of 1992, it did far more than topple buildings and uproot trees. It exposed flaws in how the state's communities had been built, insured, and protected. What followed was not just a recovery effort, but a fundamental rethinking of Florida's relationship with hurricanes. The storm became a pivot point, forcing policy changes that would ripple through the decades and redefine the state's engineering and emergency planning requirements. One of Andrew's most lasting legacies was its transformation of Florida's building codes. Before the storm, the state's approach to construction was fragmented. Each county and each municipality had their own system, leading to more than 400 separate local building codes in effect across the state, with many being outdated and/or poorly enforced. In Miami-Dade County, grand jury investigations confirmed what residents already suspected. Too many homes had fallen not just because of Andrew's raw power, but because of how they were built. They were built by using cutting corners and using cheap materials, and suffered from a lack of oversight. Roofs had been fastened with inadequate straps. Garage doors, often the first breach in a home, had no wind resistance. Concrete block walls lacked reinforcement. Andrew's winds simply found these weaknesses and tore the entire structures apart. The public was outraged at these findings and demanded reforms, which actually came pretty quickly. In the years after Andrew, all South Florida counties, spearheaded by Miami-Dade, enacted the toughest wind resistance standards in the nation, requiring hurricane straps, reinforced masonry, impact-rated glass for hurricane shutters, and stricter inspection protocols. And in 1996, the Florida legislature created the Building Code Study Commission to take a fresh look at the state's building rules and suggest improvements. After 16 months of review, the commission found a messy system. More than 400 local governments and state agencies, each with their own building codes and applied and enforced in different ways. One big problem was that many builders just weren't following the rules consistently. So the commission recommended creating one clear set of building codes for the whole state, making sure they were enforced the same way everywhere, and improving training and education so everyone understood and followed them. In 1998, lawmakers approved these changes and authorized the newly created Florida Building Commission to create a single statewide building code that local governments would enforce. And in 2002, the Building Commission adopted and implemented the modern day code we still more or less use today. This unified standards statewide and mandated hurricane-specific reinforcements in what we call the high-velocity wind zones, covering the entire state. Developers balked at first, citing costs. Yet, in later storms, the system showed that it worked, as homes built to the new stringent post-Andrews standards routinely survived with less damage than their non-reinforced counterparts, vindicating these reforms. The lessons of Andrew were literally cemented into Florida's roofs and walls. The insurance industry faced an equally seismic shock. Andrew's 15 to 20 billion in insured losses, the largest in U.S. history at the time, bankrupted at least 16 companies. National carriers retreated from coastal markets, premiums soared, and thousands of homeowners suddenly found themselves uninsurable. The state had to step in, creating the Florida Windstorm Underwriting Association and the Residential Property and Casualty Joint Underwriting Association as insurers of last resort. And a decade later, these merged into what we now know as Citizens Property Insurance Corporation, which still shoulders that role today. Just as importantly, Andrew forced the insurance world to abandon complacency. Before 1992, catastrophe modeling was primitive and often underestimated the impact of a major storm on a metro area. And after Andrew, sophisticated CAD models became standard, pricing policies based on realistic worst-case scenarios. These reforms kept the market from collapsing entirely, but as we all know, Florida's insurance sector never returned to its pre-Andrew stability. Even now, the echoes of that crisis still reverberate in soaring premiums and industry volatility throughout the state. Winds shredded homes, its aftermath shredded the reputation of the nation's disaster preparedness system. In 1992, FEMA was slow, disorganized, and unprepared for an urban Cat 5 strike. And in the chaos, local and state officials were overwhelmed. Television screens across the country broadcasted the frustration of local leaders. The public outcry became a political flashpoint, influencing the 1992 presidential election and spurring systemic change. Under President Clinton, FEMA was overhauled by a new director, James Lee Witt, who pushed the agency to become proactive rather than reactive, integrating disaster planning, pre-positioning supplies, forging stronger coordination with state and local authorities. Meanwhile, in Florida, the state's Division of Emergency Management was strengthened. Communication redundancies were built in, and public hurricane education campaigns became a permanent fixture of the seasonal calendar. The mantra, "It only takes one storm," became embedded into the state's culture. But perhaps Andrew's most profound impact was on the people in the communities of South Florida. More than 350,000 people were forced from their homes, tens of thousands of whom would just never return, accelerating demographic shifts as families moved north into Broward and Palm Beach counties. In places like Homestead, Florida City, whole neighborhoods were erased. But amid the rubble, however, came resilience. Volunteer brigades sprang up overnight, directing traffic where signals were gone, delivering water, setting up makeshift cookouts to feed entire blocks with thawing freezer food before it spoiled in the sweltering heat. Aid would pour in from across the nation, from church groups to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, who had helped remove mountains of debris, built temporary housing, and restored crippling utilities. Andrew's fury reshaped not just Florida's building and policies, but the collective psyche of Floridians. It showed in painful clarity the upper limits of what a hurricane can do to a modern metropolitan area, and how unprepared even the wealthiest of communities can be when nature tests their limits. 30 years later, the lessons learned from Andrew's destruction live on in the daily lives of all Floridians, written in our concrete, glass, and steel. Because of Andrew, our homes stand stronger, response teams mobilize faster, and communities prepare earlier. Andrew did not just change Florida, it reinvented Florida. Out of the destroyed homes in South Miami-Dade rose walls of concrete strapped with steel, and out of political failure came swift, coordinated response. And yet, out of loss came a hardened resolve. Andrew's winds may have long since faded, but their echoes here in Florida still shape every home built, every evacuation order given, and every Floridian who remembers it only takes one. Hey guys, thank you so much for checking out my channel. If you enjoyed the video, please be sure to like, comment, subscribe, and ring that bell so you don't miss more content like these. Thanks again, CJ, Florida Man Weather.
Ready for summertime? Us too. Iowa's got whatever kind of time you're looking for. Phones downtime. Get starstruck time. Lake life time. Brain freeze time. Food on a stick time. Rock out time. Cuddle party time. Cheers to summertime. Say yes to the good times. All you have to do is give it time.
Spring, the unofficial new year for tool people. A time to start new jobs, tackle new projects, and stock up on new tools at Harbor Freight. Whether you're a pro or just like doing things yourself, quality tools and savings start your year off right. So come celebrate spring savings at Harbor Freight.
In September 2022.
Be very simple. When we have a hurricane, it's gonna be.
Monster storm would rise out of the Caribbean Sea and would set its sights on the populated Gulf Coast of the Florida Peninsula. This stretch of coastline had been through so many impactful storms. Left their scars in a belief that our past experiences meant that we understood the threat. I thought it was okay. He did, but that'll change with Hurricane.
Difficult landfall, 305, category 4, at Cayo Costa.
He didn't pass a barrier island or a quiet stretch of the coast. The experts feared it didn't turn away at the last moment.
The couple story shelter down there, roof came off, but sections of the campus, like, it's very difficult.
Hurricane Ian. It drove straight into the heart of heavily populated Florida coastline, where millions live and work, and where I've called home since 2015. One single storm, everything Southwest Florida thought it understood about hurricanes in painful detail, and would remind us that it only takes one. That day, we're diving into the story of Hurricane Ian, my personal story of what it was like to ride out the now benchmark storm for southwestern Florida, what it was like to live through the core of one of nature's most powerful storms. I'm CJ, and this is Florida Man Weather. Initially, the 2022 Atlantic hurricane season did not signal disaster. Looking back on the season with hindsight, when measured by its raw numbers alone, it appears almost routine. 14 named storms, 8 hurricanes, and just 2 major hurricanes. Figures that were closely aligned with the long-term climatological averages. For much of the summer, activity was actually quite subdued, highlighted by an unusual August lull in which no named storm formed at all. To many observers, including myself, the season felt stalled, even forgettable. But the absence of storms does not mean there's an absence of risk. By mid-September, the pattern would shift abruptly. Mother Nature would remind all of us who lived along the Atlantic basin that Hurricane Fiona became the season's first major hurricane, targeting Puerto Rico before striking Atlantic Canada. Fiona was our reminder that impacts, not storm counts, define a season. But as Fiona moved north, attention would soon turn south, where atmospheric conditions over the Caribbean were quietly becoming more and more favorable for development. Sea surface temperatures were exceptionally warm. Wind shear began to relax, and the anticipated late season surge was underway. Ian's origins can be traced back to a tropical wave that moved off the west coast of Africa around September 14th. For more than a week, the disturbance traversed the Atlantic with little fanfare. Intermittent bursts of thunderstorms, but nothing that suggested imminent danger. To most observers, It was just another wave in a season that had been unusually quiet. For those who live along the coast, though, these tropical waves are never entirely background noise. After all, every year brings the threat of a hurricane. Most seem to fade away or curve out to sea. But every so often, you see a system take shape and feel it before the data confirms it. You don't know why, you don't know how, but your gut tells you that this is the one that matters. By this point in the 2022 hurricane season, I've been working with Mark Sudduth in the Hurricane Track Backend team for 4 years. This was the second hurricane season where I was working as the de facto director of our live stream. In mid-September, our attention was then focused on Hurricane Fiona in the Caribbean, the first major hurricane of the season, and one that seemed poised to be a very real threat to Puerto Rico and the eastern United States. By September 17th, our Hurricane Track team was well into the tracking stages for Fiona and was discussing potential deployment targets and strategies. But that afternoon, one of our fellow back-end members casually shared a long-range forecast from the 18Z GFS model run that showed a very strong hurricane sitting just off the Florida Gulf Coast in about 10 to 15 days. Knowing that 384-hour forecasts were just not reliable, and that the GFS tended to always produce long-range phantom storms, we laughed it off as just another fantasy run, another ghost storm. Meanwhile, over the next few days, Fiona would go on to batter Puerto Rico and accelerate out into the Atlantic, and our preparations were shifting towards potential intercept in Atlantic Canada. Quietly, in the background, the GFS refused to let the idea of a phantom storm near Florida around the final week of September go. Run after run, the GFS was now hinting at a tropical wave near South America, developing into something more, and more weather weenies, ourselves included, began to take notice. By September the 19th, as we celebrated my fiance's birthday, I found myself watching each model run with growing unease. The next wave was still disorganized, still far away, but in my gut, I knew this wasn't nothing. My gut told me that this would be the one to watch. By September 21st, that same wave would reach the southeastern Caribbean. Thunderstorm activity would increase, though development was initially hindered by moderate wind shear tied to Hurricane Fiona's outflow. Even so, the system continued to consolidate. Around that time, the National Hurricane Center began steadily increasing the formation probabilities, and we assumed that it would actually develop and the name would be Hermine. Instead, that name was used elsewhere, and the wave we were watching became Tropical Depression 9, roughly 130 nautical miles east-northeast of Aruba on the morning of September 23rd, 2022. Less than 24 hours later, it would strengthen into a tropical storm and be given the name Ian. The Hurricane Track team remained focused on Fiona for the moment, but I couldn't let the thought go. Keep watching it, keep tracking it. Then came the 12Z run on September 21st. The track, the timing, the intensity curve. It was uncomfortably familiar, especially to us here in Southwest Florida. It was close enough to Charlie to demand attention. I couldn't fully articulate why, and I still can't, but the feeling shifted, turning cold. This wasn't just another storm. Something about it felt wrong. We debated whether to pursue Fiona, Ian, or attempt both. Early on, an intercept of Fiona followed by Ian still seemed feasible. Fiona's outflow, however, continued to impose strong wind shear on the developing system, keeping it disorganized as it moved west-northwest just south of Jamaica. The storm would deliver heavy rain, but showed little sustained strengthening, and forecast confidence remained low. The cone of uncertainty sprawled across the peninsula, from the Florida Panhandle to Southwest Florida, with some model solutions even dissipating the system offshore near Tampa, never making the landfall at all. In the near term, one outcome was clear. Ian would arc around Jamaica and turn north toward Cuba. Beyond that, the forecast became far murkier. A mid-latitude trough dropping out of the Midwest toward the Gulf Coast was expected to eventually capture the storm and accelerate it northeastward, but the timing of that interaction was everything. It remained poorly resolved by the models. The models, in fact, struggled to pin down when the trough would arrive and how forcefully it would redirect Ian's path. But as the days passed, Ian began to intensify, and with it came a subtle but unmistakable shift in confidence. Forecast guidance increasingly suggested that the trough would arrive just late enough to steer the storm directly toward Florida. With each successive model run, more and more solutions clustered around the Florida Peninsula landfall. Some favored Tampa Bay, Others trended south towards Charlotte Harbor or Fort Myers. The precise point of landfall remained elusive, but what was no longer in doubt was the scale of the threat quietly taking shape along the Florida Gulf Coast. By September 25th, Ian had finally turned northwestward, and its inner core began tightening as environmental conditions rapidly improved. Sea surface temperatures under Ian were very, very warm, near 86 degrees Fahrenheit or 30 Celsius, and the diminishing shear aloft created an ideal environment for intensification. And Ian responded to the improving conditions decisively. From late on September 25th into the very early hours of September 26th, Ian's rate of intensification accelerated dramatically. By 1 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time on September 26th, Ian had finally strengthened into a hurricane south-southwest of Grand Cayman. Squalls lashed the Cayman Islands as conditions steadily deteriorated. And as the storm moved past the Caymans and South Jamaica, attention shifted northward toward Cuba, now clearly in the crosshairs as the first landmass likely to feel Ian's full wrath. At the same time, forecast guidance started to shift back to the east, placing areas in Florida from Pasco County to right here in Sarasota County back in the cone of uncertainty. That night, as Ian intensified over the Caribbean, the National Hurricane Center issued a blunt warning. Regardless of where the center came ashore, much of Florida's west coast faced the risk of life-threatening storm surge. Forecasts called for 4 to 7 feet of water above ground level across a wide stretch of our coastline. Storm surge watches were then issued, and the window for preparation was narrowing. By Monday, September 26th, the hurricane watches in effect along Florida's west coast were upgraded to hurricane warnings as confidence grew that Ian now posed a serious threat to the region. Charlotte, Hillsborough, Hernando, Manatee, Pasco, and Pinellas counties had already began their evacuations that morning. And later in the morning of September 26th, our county, Sarasota County, announced that evacuations would begin in Level A, our zone, the following morning. Taking heed of these warnings, my family and I spent the day preparing our home, my grandparents' home, and our neighbors. My stepdad and I did the outside grunt work as he was scheduled to work from the early morning of the 27th through the duration of the storm. We spent the day in the heat, bringing in furniture, battening down what could be brought inside, preparing for flooding, putting up storm shutters, while my mom and my fiance went to the store for last-minute supplies. By evening, almost all of our preparations were complete, and everything became a waiting game. We continued to watch the news through the evening and into the night as the storm continued to intensify and approach western Cuba, hoping that the storm would be weakened by its interaction with the influence. But while we were sleeping that night, at around 2 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time on September 27th, 2022, Ian had intensified into a major hurricane, before then slamming into Cuba at around 4:30 a.m., making landfall near La Coloma in Cuba's Pinar del Rio province, with sustained winds estimated at 125 miles per hour. The impact on Cuba was immediate. Violent winds, widespread structural damage, and a nationwide power collapse that plunged most of the island into darkness. Although weakened slightly by its passage over Cuba, Ian would emerge into the southeastern Gulf later on the 27th with its core largely intact. Any hope that Cuba would stunt the storm quickly faded, and the waters ahead of it were exceptionally warm, and re-intensification began almost immediately. It wasn't until overnight of the 26th into the 27th that the forecast guidance shifted decisively south of Tampa Bay. There have been some changes. It has shifted a little bit further to the south. By dawn on Tuesday, September 27th, Ian was aimed squarely at southwestern Florida. Emergency alerts that morning warned of life-threatening storm surge as projections climbed rapidly, 7 to 10 feet, then higher. That same morning, Lee County, one of the last in the region to act, finally issued mandatory evacuation orders for its Level A zones. For many residents, that left only about 26 hours to evacuate before the storm's expected landfall.
Earn a teaching degree on your time. Learn more at wgu.edu.
Start improving your fitness from day one. Real-time flexibility and guidance built around you. See what it would contain you.
As the forecast track continued to inch south, Sarasota, Manatee, and Charlotte counties expanded their mandatory evacuations into levels B and C. As the day went on, our home sat directly on the center line of Ian's forecaster. And as the storm drew closer and the forecasted wind speeds and storm surge for our area climbed higher, doubt began to set in. We worried that our house, this house, might not be strong enough to endure what was coming. Living in evacuation level A, with the Mayaca River less than a mile to our east, the flood risk suddenly felt impossible to ignore. That day, we made the decision to leave and relocate over to my grandparents' house just 2 miles away. Their home was located in evacuation level C, but had been built in 2006, with the memory of the devastating 2004 season still fresh. Their house is solid poured concrete reinforced with rebar, hurricane straps through the roof, and metal storm shutters rated for a Category 5. It was, by every sense, a hurricane bunker. So the choice felt obvious. We grabbed what we thought we'd need to be comfortable at my grandparents' and left the house that afternoon, enjoying one final evening of normalcy before the storm hit. Later that evening, after eating dinner, my mom and I decided to take a ride into town. After all, we had evacuated for her, so we had left too early and we'd never really gotten to see what the town looked like all boarded up. As we headed up US 41 into Venice, it felt like taking one last look at a place that might not exist the same way again. The town was a ghost town. Streets were empty, windows were boarded up, but not all the lights were off. Some people had evacuated, but many more like us had chosen not to evacuate. Memories of Irma's evacuation nightmare influencing decisions and dulling the urgency of what lay ahead. Before turning back, we went to the beach, the one thing you're not supposed to do. I expected to see towering waves, the kind you only ever really see on the Atlantic coast, as the Gulf responded to an approaching hurricane. In past storms, the calm 1 to 2 foot surf had always been replaced by chaos, and I wanted to document it. But when we climbed over the dunes at Venice Beach, we were met with something else entirely. The Gulf wasn't violent, it wasn't angry, it was unnaturally calm. The water lay smooth as glass, no whitecaps, almost no birds, and just a handful of people standing quietly beneath a grayish purple sky. The Gulf looked far too still for what was coming. My mom and I exchanged a glance. No words needed. We both felt it. This wasn't peace. It was the calm before a storm. Once Ian emerged back over open water after Cuba, it turned north and then northeast, threading a narrow corridor between a stubborn ridge to its east and a deepening trough over the United States to its northwest. Over the nighttime hours of September 27th and into the early morning of the 28th, the hurricane underwent a critical internal shift, an eyewall replacement cycle. The inner core weakened as a new outer eyewall formed, briefly slowing intensification, but greatly expanding the storm's reach. When the cycle completed, Ian emerged broader, better organized, and more dangerous. Less a compact sphere and more of a widening, grinding machine. By daybreak on September 28th, satellite imagery and reconnaissance aircraft made it clear that Ian had become a very powerful hurricane. And between roughly 7 and 8 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, while still southwest of Florida, it would reach its peak intensity. Post-storm analysis would later confirm that this made Ian a Category 5 hurricane, with sustained winds near 140 knots, or about 160 miles per hour, and a central pressure near 937 millibars, becoming the first Category 5 in the Atlantic Basin since 2019. Nobody knew those numbers when we woke up that morning. When I woke up around 6 a.m., I only knew the feeling. My phone was a wall of alerts, emergency notifications, missed calls, messages from Florida and far beyond it, and a metric ton of alerts from our Hurricane Track Discord server. I ignored them and went immediately to open RadarScope to get a look at the storm that was now closing in on me, and was greeted with radar imagery that truly made my stomach drop. Ian's massive, 50-mile wide eye stared back up at me from the screen, and I knew what it meant. An expansive wind field meant catastrophic surge, and destruction could extend far from where the center came ashore. I stepped into my grandparents' south-facing garage and lifted the door to get a look at the outside. The wind was already near tropical storm force, the air vibrated, and distant transformers were flashing green and orange against the twilight blue sky. Overhead, the clouds weren't drifting. They were running. After everyone had woken up, we turned on Fox 13, our local affiliate for the Tampa Bay area, and listened as the morning advisory landed like weight. Ian was now a Category 4 with sustained winds at 155 miles per hour and was still strengthening and was still aimed right at us. We charged everything, rechecked the shutters, and for hours we watched the squalls roll through as the wind grew louder and more confident with each passing band. Messages from everyone we knew kept pouring in until it became overwhelming. South of us, Ian was already announcing its entrance. Pre-dawn, outer bands had swept across South Florida, spawning tornadoes on the East Coast near Fort Lauderdale and triggering emergency alerts. While along the Gulf Coast, the winds and water rose fast, and shelter-in-place warnings spread as travel became impossible. By late morning, the eye wall was hammering Lee County, and we were almost certain the core would come right over us. By noon, the house began to rattle, not just from the sound, but from pressure, like the storm was leaning into the walls. Then, an emergency alert on every phone in the room screamed at the same time. It was an extreme wind warning, hunker down, life-threatening, and the storm stopped being something on a screen. It was there with us. The wind arrived in bursts that stacked closer and closer until it became a continuous roar. High, fast, and heavy, like a jet engine parked outside, and even the poured concrete walls began to rumble. I remember the wind was so loud that at times we had to talk over it, just so our voices could cut through the noise. We watched the news in the living room like it was any other day, while the world outside sounded like it was being torn apart. We heard impacts, sharp, then heavy, and then bang! Something smashed into the shutters, protecting the 3 massive sliders my grandparents lived in. We checked on our house from time to time through our doorbell camera until about 1 p.m. when the feed went dead. Power was out at my house. Somehow, my grandparents' power held until well after the landfall, and we heard the confirmation in real time. After hours of assault at approximately 3:05 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time on Wednesday, September 28, 2022, Hurricane Ian would make landfall on Cayo Costa as a high-end Category 4 with winds near 150 miles per hour and a pressure near 940 millibars, just like Hurricane Charlie nearly 20 years before. But Ian wasn't finished now that it had made landfall. Roughly 90 minutes later, the eye crossed ashore again near Punta Gorda, bringing a brief calm to Charlotte Harbor before the backside eye wall returned with hurricane force winds from the opposite direction. To the north, the storm's northern eye wall tore through southern Sarasota County, including, yes, right here, with prolonged, destructive wind and sheets of blinding rain. Around 4 o'clock, our power finally flickered off for the last time, and the house fell into flashlight-lit silence while the roar outside stayed constant. In the meantime, I furiously refreshed my feeds on social media, just as my mom and fiance were, and we were horrified. Nothing prepares you from watching posts from friends and coworkers in real time, desperately calling out for help as their roofs tore off and freshwater flooding inundates their homes. But this ended up actually not lasting that long, as communications would unravel not too long after. As the afternoon wore on and the war continued, cell service began to fail. My grandparents' internet router held briefly on battery backup. It too finally failed as internet service faded. And by 6 o'clock, we were cut off completely. No calls, no texts, no internet. Just a battery-powered radio and the desperate hope someone would mention our area. But what we didn't know was how uneven the catastrophe had already become. We wouldn't see the images until days later of the destruction that was unfolding simultaneously in the county. Ian's storm surge, wall of water approaching 15 feet, had been leveling Fort Myers Beach, erasing entire blocks of homes and businesses. 5 to 7 feet of surge would inundate parts of downtown Fort Myers, and 8 to 9 feet of surge was inundating coastal Collier County. At the same time, here in Venice and areas to the north, the opposite was happening. The storm circulation was pulling water out of Tampa Bay and Sarasota Bay, producing a rare negative surge like we saw during Irma, that thankfully spared our area from the Gulf's catastrophic flooding. All of that belonged to daylight and those who were able to see it on the TV as it unfolded. During Ian's fury, cut off from everything but a radio, all we knew was that Ian's effects were just catastrophic. We just didn't understand how bad it really was, or if what had happened in Fort Myers was happening to us. And after 6 hours of being lashed by Ian's eye wall, the noise from outside finally slowed. It finally began to quiet, and the wind began to slowly ease as Ian pushed inland across central Florida, still producing torrential rain, tornadoes, and record flooding further east. But it was then, as the worst seemed to be over, that the threats to our own safety crept in silently beneath the noise. The water. After hours of torrential rain in the eyeball, we began to notice a thin line creeping across the garage floor. I looked out through the bottom ventilation slits in the garage door into the fading daylight and felt my stomach turn. The street was completely underwater, and my 2020 Dodge Durango in the driveway with 20-inch rims had water halfway up its back wheels. Enough that the car wasn't floating away, but that didn't feel impossible. By nightfall, the wind had eased just enough that me and my mom were able to step outside into the darkness and see what had taken place. There was water everywhere. The neighborhood's retention ponds had turned into a trap. And when we finally made it around to the back of the house, what I saw made me freeze. Waves were now lapping at the pool cage where there should have been 20 feet of grass. That was when I panicked. Images in my head of people stuck on top of roofs during Hurricane Katrina and images of Houston's catastrophic flooding during Harvey raced in my mind. And I was terrified that the water was still rising in the dark. Rightfully so. At the same time, we were getting flash flood emergency alerts on our phones. So they were telling us that, this wasn't over. The rain was still coming. We ran back inside, and my fiance remembered something she'd seen earlier on in the day, surprisingly, on YouTube Shorts, to fill garbage bags with water and stack them like sandbags. So we did, working by flashlight and candlelight, sealing every door and seeing the best we could, trying to buy us time. But as the evening wore on, the wind would keep fading, even while rain continued to pour down. Exhaustion settled over the house like a blanket, and around midnight, nothing left to do until morning, we fell asleep, getting up every so often to make sure the water entering the garage wouldn't rise any further. By the time we'd all awoken, just before dawn on Thursday, September 29th, Hurricane Ian had finally released its grip on Florida. But the storm story was far from finished. As Ian pulled away to the northeast as a strong tropical storm, daylight revealed what the night before had concealed, and we were not prepared for what waited outside. One by one, like survivors in a disaster movie, we and my grandparents' neighbors slowly emerged into the increasing gray light. Low clouds still hanging overhead, heavy and unmoving, as if the sky itself hadn't finished processing what happened. And in the distance, we could see the edge of the cloud cover inching ever closer. But what we stepped out into felt utterly unreal. Trees lay snapped and tangled across yards and the street, and the ones still standing were stripped bare. Every leaf torn away, branches skeletal and exposed. Roofs were missing tiles, damaged and some were partially peeled back. Underground transformers bobbed in the dark black floodwaters that completely surrounded my grandmother's home. But what struck me was the water. Water was everywhere. Meanwhile, across the rest of West Central and Southwest Florida, the scale of the destruction was only beginning to come into focus. In Fort Myers Beach and Sanibel Island, entire neighborhoods were simply gone. Blocks scoured clean to bare sand, as if erased. Nearly 900 structures were confirmed destroyed, many torn completely from their foundations. In Cape Coral, Pine Island, Sanibel, and along the Naples and Bonita Beach coastlines, storm surge had transformed streets into canals, leaving behind waterlogged debris fields and shattered homes. Further inland, places like Northport and Arcadia were inundated by historic river flooding, as the Mayaca River and Peace River spilled far beyond their banks. Even Interstate 75 was submerged in sections, severing a major artery from the state. Search and rescue operations surged into motion at daybreak. Thousands of responders, FEMA, urban search and rescue teams, the National Guard units, local, and volunteers band out across Lee, Charlotte, Sarasota, and DeSoto counties. Helicopters would thud overhead. Boats moved through streets that no longer resembled roads, and survivors were being pulled from rooftops and attics and flooded homes. But in our small pocket of Sarasota County, the destruction revealed itself more slowly, street by street, house by house. Floodwaters pooled deep in the center of my grandparents' road, easily more than a foot high. My mom's Jeep Wrangler was the only vehicle that we had that could make it through floodwaters, but there was a problem. My mom's Jeep is a soft top, and we couldn't just leave it outside. My grandparents' garage was packed full of furniture, so it couldn't fit. So before the storm, we had a family friend who was a snowbird that was out of town when the storm hit, allowed us to actually park it in their garage. But that morning, we were stuck with the Jeep sitting half a mile away in the same dry neighborhood. We pulled on our rubber wading boots, tried to walk to it, but quickly realized the water was too deep, and whatever lay beneath, living or otherwise, was too unpredictable to continue on safely. Eventually, we flagged down a passing vehicle, and I will never forget this. Complete strangers who were willing to take a chance and give us a ride. As we climbed in, one of them shared her own story without trauma. A massive tree had crashed through the roof of her home in Venice. By this point, shock had pretty much replaced fear for us. And once we finally reached my mom's Jeep, I jumped into the driver's seat and we turned towards home, 2 miles away. That drive still remains one of the longest of my life. We didn't know if we would still have a house with how violent the winds had been. All I could picture was the second floor being ripped off, exposed to the sky. Every turn truly tightened my chest. The storm had rendered the familiar route home almost foreign. Leaving my grandparents' neighborhood was less like driving and more like boating. We were driving down what looked like a river, not a road.
With Potbelly's Pick Your Pair, you choose from hundreds of pairs for whatever you're craving.
Gabrielle turned her passion into a thriving business with Hostinger. Now it's your turn to take your idea online. Create and launch your website with Hostinger AI. Get everything you need to grow all in one place. From domains and hosting to emails and 24/7.
Hostinger's customer service is the best in the industry, and I can say that because I've worked with everyone in the industry.
Build the website, publish the portfolio, launch the store. Just go for it. Go to Hostinger to turn one day to day one. Life doesn't slow down. But you can. This is where time feels different. Where you breathe deeper. Laugh quicker. Connect more. These moments don't just rush. They become the stories you share time and time again. Give it time. Travel Iowa.
We passed a man kayaking down the street and 2 Sarasota police officers slowly driving down the street, staring out at the damage with hollow expressions. It was like they'd seen a zombie or something they just didn't yet believe was possible or have words for. Looked like they had just gotten off shift and one of them was going to check on his own home. And I remember stopping and asking them, just do people otherwise, like up in Sarasota, did they know how bad it was in our area? And the officer looked at me and he said they have no idea. That I'll never forget. There were trees everywhere, lanai cages, pieces of solar panels and roofing, just all over the place. Massive live oaks, the big trees that they've been around for 200, 300 years. They were just tipped over, the roots ripped clean out of the ground like toys. At the entrance to my grandparents' community, they have these cast iron gates. And the wind was so strong it actually twisted them off their hinges and bent the bars sideways. That was an unmistakable reminder of the force that had came through. Turning now onto US 41, the road was dry, but the fields and the lawns surrounding the road were underwater. And the leafless trees just gave the landscape, it was like winter light. And yet somehow, even though it was like the weather just tried to kill us, not even 12 hours before, the day was beautiful. The air was so cool. It was low 70s, no humidity. If it wasn't for the wreckage and the standing water and just crap everywhere, you would have never known that a hurricane just went through. My grandparents used to tell me, I remember when I was a kid, they lived through the 2004 storms. that the best weather you'll ever see is on the backside of a hurricane. If the hurricane goes through this big thing down. Yeah, we're right. The weather after a hurricane is some of the most beautiful you'll ever experience. After navigating the debris-choked streets, I mean, we couldn't just drive home. There was trees in the road. I remember driving on the other side of the road, people out, just neighbors, just random people out directing traffic. And it's 2 miles, maybe 4 by road and to our house from my grandparents, and it seemed like it took 30 minutes just to make that trip. But I remember finally getting to our neighborhood and seeing the houses have the roofs, just brings a sort of rush of relief. But that was short-lived. The flooding in our neighborhood was worse than anything we had seen. Even the Jeep couldn't make it through. We had to park 2 blocks away and walk up along the garages. We had an alleyway. We had to walk along them because some of the houses it was in, some of them it wasn't. There was so much water in our alleyway that we could see fish, actual catfish, swimming. Trout, catfish. That I'll never forget. Some homes just 3 or 4 houses down from ours were inundated with flood water. We got lucky. But when we reached our front door, or our back, I should say, because we came through the back, we couldn't believe it when we reached our garage. The water line was literally 4 inches. I actually measured it, 4 inches from coming inside. My mom and I, we just kind of stood there in silence, overwhelmed by the thinness of the margin of that. And we knew we were one of the lucky ones. So we thank God for it. After, leaving our house, we went to go find my stepfather because he was a medic. So he was not permitted to come home. He had to ride the storm out with his crew at their base. And the last message he had sent to us was that the front of the base had come off before everything went down. And so we went looking, and in the middle of the road, we happened to pass him. His buddy that his relief had gotten there and was bringing him home, bringing him to us. We actually passed each other in the road, them in their chief car, us in the Jeep, and turned around and feeling of relief, knowing somebody's okay. But for that first 24 hours, it's like the end of the world. Curfews are in place. There's checkpoints blocking roads. There's newsstands all over the place. The air, you could just hear generators running and, helicopters, you could see them in the distance looking for people and all that. It's a lot. Meanwhile, as all of this was going on, Ian was already regrouping. After crossing, the peninsula, it reemerged over the Atlantic and strengthened again. And on Friday, February 30th, it made a final landfall near Georgetown, South Carolina, still strong enough to batter the coast. Storm surge flooded communities, and the pier at Pawleys Island was destroyed, with floodwaters pouring into the streets of Charleston. Further north, beaches in the Outer Banks were carved away as Ian's remnants marched inland before finally unraveling. In the days that, followed, we checked in with, neighbors and friends, and began to take stock of, what had been lost. And, we were lucky. We were one of the ones that had relatively little damage. You don't get through a category 4 without some damage. We were lucky. And I remember two days later, we had, you're running on adrenaline this whole time. Nothing feels real. And then finally you get this horrid, deep, bone-heavy exhaustion and this nausea when the adrenaline finally wears off. It's hard to explain unless you've ever experienced it. But Ian left Florida confronting literally a scale of loss that would reshape communities and endure long after the wind smells like. The storm's convergence of the extreme winds, the historic surge, and relentless flooding rains, it carved a wide path of destruction from the southwest coast across central Florida and into the northeast. Regions accustomed to hurricanes found themselves facing devastation beyond familiar experience, as neighborhoods, infrastructure, and daily life were altered in ways that would really take years to fully reckon with. And in human terms, Ian proved to be Florida's deadliest hurricane in nearly a century. Across the United States, 156 lives were lost. Almost all of these occurred in Florida, a grim distinction not seen since the Labor Day hurricane of 1935. Lee County bore the heaviest burden, recording more than 50 fatalities, many tied to the catastrophic storm surge that inundated Fort Myers Beach and the other barrier islands in low-lying coastal communities. Statewide, drowning, primarily in surge or floodwaters, emerged as the leading cause of death, accounting for roughly 60% of the total. The pattern of loss revealed another sobering truth. Many of those who died were older adults, reflecting both the demographics of our region and the vulnerability of the elderly when evacuation, mobility, and recovery become very difficult under rapidly deteriorating conditions. But these statistics alone can't capture the reality on the ground. Individual stories would bring the toll into sharper focus. In Fort Myers Beach, residents would seek refuge on upper floors as water rose, only for the structures to fail beneath the pressure of the surge. One person drowned as others watched, powerless to help. Similar moments unfolded across the hardest hit areas, illustrating the limits of preparation when confronted with overwhelming force. And even after the wind subsided, the danger didn't end. Nationwide, 98 direct deaths were linked to Ian in the weeks that followed. Whether it was cleanup accidents, generator-related carbon monoxide poisoning, and medical emergencies worsened by prolonged power outages and disrupted care. Florida accounted for almost all of these losses, underscoring that the hazards of a hurricane often persist long after landfall. Alongside the human toll, Hurricane Ian would prompt intense scrutiny of decisions made before the storm, particularly down in Lee County. Forecast guidance days ahead indicated the potential for life-threatening storm surge levels that often trigger evacuations under standard planning assumptions. While neighboring counties acted sooner, Lee County officials, for whatever reason, delayed, citing uncertainty in the storm's track and the hope that subsequent forecasts might shift the threat elsewhere. Mandatory evacuations were ultimately issued as warnings intensified, but by then the time had become scarce. Many Lee County residents awoke to urgent orders with only hours to act, some reporting confusion, missed alerts, or difficulty understanding rapidly changing guidance. Storm surge, the deadliest hazard in Ian, struck with overwhelming force, accounting for a disproportionate share of the fatalities. It is impossible to know how many lives might have been saved had those evacuations come earlier, but the concentration of loss has fueled different reflection and calls for clearer, earlier action when water poses the greatest threat. Beyond the loss of life, the storm displaced tens of thousands of people. More than 40,000 Floridians sought refuge in emergency shelters in the days both before and after landfall. Schools across Charlotte, Lee, Sarasota, and DeSoto counties were closed for weeks, some having served as emergency shelters, only to later be found damaged or without power themselves. Infrastructure failures compounded the hardship. Bridges were washed out, roads were undermined, and water and sewer systems were disrupted. In places like Cape Coral, extended boil water notices became a part of everyday life, while barrier island communities waited for weeks for basic services to return.
Names going micro. Micro habits, micro wins, micro dose, GOP ones.
I'm stuck. My rate won't budge.
Been there, but Noom can help.
I
love Get started at Noom.com.
Introducing Athena by Zeta, the super intelligent agent designed for predictable business growth. Conversational, adaptive, and able to turn answers into action effortlessly. The AI marketing revolution starts now.
Go home in the Champions League. That's where PM champions collide. It's nothing dreams. Starting the semi-finals. Real Madrid versus Bayern Munich, streaming live on Paramount Plus.
The environmental and economic tools here were equally stark. Beaches had been stripped away by erosion, the vegetation burned by saltwater intrusion and debris carried into bays, estuaries, and sensitive mangrove ecosystems. Inland, floodwaters inundated farmland, dealing a heavy blow to Florida's agricultural sector as citrus groves were stripped bare, greenhouses collapsed, and livestock drowned. Economically, the destruction was absolutely immense. In Lee County alone, more than 52,000 structures were damaged or destroyed, with thousands lost entirely. Nearby counties reported similar devastation. Insurance became another fault. Claims would surge into the tens of billions, pushing Florida's already fragile property insurance market almost to the brink of collapse. Several insurers would fail outright. Others raised premiums sharply or withdrew from the state. Even homeowners untouched by Ian felt the economic aftershocks through the soaring premiums and canceled policies. Federal aid would bring relief, but not resolution. While hundreds of thousands of people applied for assistance and billions of dollars were approved, many survivors were still living in trailers, campers, or with relatives months to years after the storm, still waiting for insurance settlements or rebuilding funds that would never come. Long after debris was cleared and waters receded, the storm continued to define daily life for tens of thousands, including myself, an enduring reminder that the true cost of a hurricane is born not only in dollars or statistics, but in the slow, uncertain work of rebuilding. For those of us who lived through it, Ian is not an abstract chapter in our history. After enduring a powerful Category 4 hurricane, the experience stays with you for life. There are moments etched in gratitude, surviving the storm, knowing friends and family are safe, realizing your home still stands, however scarred it may be. Small comforts take an outsized meaning. The first hot cup of coffee, the first hot shower, the first flicker of lights returning after days of darkness. These moments become the quiet milestones of survival. But along with these happy moments, there are other, darker memories that refuse to fade. The relentless blare of emergency alerts, homes collapsed into splinters, buildings stripped to their frames, power poles snapped in half, and debris launched high in treetops where it had no right to be. The violence of the wind, the ceaseless rain, the unsurvivable storm surge, and just an overwhelming scale of destruction. And amidst the ruin is the thin, fragile line between devastation and survival. For many, these images still linger, and will for a very long time. Our summer thunderstorms will bring them unease. Emergency alerts make hearts race, and hurricane season now carries a weight it did not before. And yet, from that weight emerged something else. For some, fear took hold, but for others, so did purpose. A storm like Ian awakens a deep sense of responsibility, the need to help neighbors to show up to rebuild, not just homes, but entire communities. It calls people to lead, to serve, to strengthen what was broken. And that impulse became visible across Florida in the weeks and months after landfall, as countless volunteers, charities, and faith groups stepped forward when little else was served. Organizations like the American Red Cross became lifelines, delivering food, shelter, and financial assistance to thousands of families navigating sudden displacement and loss. 1 year later, recovery told a complicated story. In places like Fort Myers Beach and Sanibel, debris had been cleared and rebuilding had begun, but full recovery remained a distant horizon. Some residents chose just not to return. Their losses far too great, or the risks far too familiar. Others stayed, like many who call this coastline home, determined not to let fear drive them away from a place they love, but resolved to respect nature's power in ways they may not have before. Progress was real. The bridges were restored, including the permanent repairs to the Sanibel Causeway. Beaches were being renourished. Billions in state and federal funds flowed in to help housing infrastructure. And still, for individuals, recovery was measured not in headlines, but in persistence. Here in Sarasota County, while remaining north of the storm's area of worst impacts, dozens of families were still living in temporary housing a year later, their homes rendered uninhabitable by flooding. Stories like these became all too common across the region. People battling insurance systems, navigating federal aid, and confronting the emotional toll of rebuilding amidst complete uncertainty. Yet even within these struggles, shared experience forges connections. Neighbors leaned on neighbors, and communities found their strength in a collective resolve. That resolve now begins to shape the future. Local governments have advanced mitigation efforts, strengthened building standards, restoring wetlands and mangroves, and revising evacuation plans, and sharpened public awareness around the long-term risk of hurricanes here, prompting frank conversations about sea level rise, storm surge, and how coastal communities must adapt. In Fort Myers and beyond, discussions now center on elevating structures, green waterfront design, and balancing safety with livability, and also reshaped how future storms will be approached. The evacuation controversy in Lee County led many jurisdictions to reevaluate their decision thresholds and communication strategies. And there is growing recognition that uncertainty must be communicated clearly, and that when water is the threat, earlier action saves. Florida's strong building codes were reaffirmed as well. Structures built to modern standards generally fared far better than the older ones. The financial shock of Ian accelerated reforms to our fragile property insurance system here in Florida and renewed attention to flood insurance education. Many victims had no coverage, living outside what was designated as high-risk zones, another reminder that record-breaking storms do not follow tidy maps. Awareness of this reality is reshaping about how homeowners think about preparedness. Ian's extreme rainfall, nearly 26 inches here in Sarasota County, that's over 2 feet, and rapid intensification also became part of broader conversations about resilience to rising sea levels. While no single storm can be attributed solely to climate change, Ian underscores the urgency of planning for a future regardless where extreme weather is more frequent and more intense. How and where our communities rebuild remains one of the storm's last questions. But for Floridians in West Central, and especially in Southwest Florida, Ian now divides time into 2 eras, before the storm and after. Like Katrina or Andrew before it, it will be referenced for generations. It has left a collective trauma, but also a shared resolve and a heightened sense of community pride. Communities have honored those lost and celebrated the quiet heroism that emerged. Neighbors helping neighbors, first responders pushing beyond exhaustion, and families surviving against the odds. These stories, born of tragedy, have become threads in our region's identity. And perhaps one of Ian's most hopeful legacies is what it taught about resilience. In the era of divisive politics, President Joe Biden and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis set aside their political differences and showed that we can still come together for things bigger than politics. And the president would later hail Florida's response as the gold standards for states to follow in the future. Florida underwent a truly unprecedented mobilization of crews, agencies, and volunteers in refined coordination and preparedness in ways that will save lives in future storms. Lessons from the sheltering, power restoration, debris removal, and special needs care are already being carried forward. In the end, Hurricane Ian will be remembered not only for its extraordinary power and devastation, but for what followed. Its legacy lives on in rebuilt homes and bridges, in policy changes and preparedness efforts, and in the determination of people like me, those who stayed. Ian reminded Floridians that nature's force is immense, but so is human resilience. Life, after all, does return to normal eventually. While some rebuild and move on, others remain, like me, choosing to live with respect for this coast we love and call home. And while we understand that Mother Nature holds the ultimate power here, resilience, community, and resolve are what endure. And in the end, it only takes one storm to take it all away. Hey guys, thank you so much for checking out my channel. If you enjoyed the video, please be sure to like, comment, subscribe, and ring that bell so you don't miss more content like these. Thanks again, CJ, Florida Man Weather.
We have everything you need to unlock your best workout for 1 cent down. So you can give everything you've got. Get stronger with free fitness training at Planet Fitness. Join for 1 cent down, $15 a month. No commitment. Deal ends Friday, April 10th.
June 1st, 2017, the first day of the Atlantic hurricane season. Over the preceding 12 years, the United States had dodged bullet after bullet, and an entire generation of Americans had grown up without having to bear the brunt of a major hurricane since 2005's Hurricane Wilma. But over the following several months, the major hurricanes would return to the United States in truly spectacular fashion. In 2017, the Atlantic Basin would churn out 17 named storms, 10 hurricanes, and 6 major hurricanes. But amongst the barrage of storms, 3 would be set apart from the rest, carving their places in history. Harvey.
But the edge of the eye wall has reached the barrier island.
The water, it really does seem to be everywhere.
Irma, the majority of Florida will have major hurricane impacts with deadly storm surge and life-threatening winds.
The entire housing stock was damaged and Marina.
The winds are ferocious right now, gusting above 120 miles per hour. People here feel paralyzed, disconnected.
These 3 storms alone were responsible for nearly $300 billion in damages and forever altered the communities affected. Join me as we relive the fury and examine the legacy of the costliest hurricane season the world has ever seen. I'm CJ, and this is Florida Man Weather. While the 2017 Atlantic hurricane season officially spanned from June 1st to November 30th, the season was hell-bent on writing history from the very beginning. The season actually had started prematurely, with Tropical Storm Arlene becoming only the second ever tropical storm on record to form in the month of April, nearly 2 months prior to the official start of the season. In hindsight, Arlene served as a harbinger of things to come, a signal that the Atlantic had been primed for volatility. Heading into the heart of the 2017 season, most global computer models actually anticipated a neutral to weak El Nino phase developing in the Pacific Ocean. Remember that historically, El Nino suppresses Atlantic hurricane activity by increasing the vertical wind shear, that's the changing of wind direction with height, that tear developing storms apart. This led pre-seasonal forecasts to grossly underestimate what was coming. Colorado State University's April outlook predicted 11 named storms and 4 hurricanes, numbers that would have reflected a near average year. But as spring gave way to summer across the northern hemisphere, the expected El Nino failed to materialize. Instead, cool neutral conditions gave way to the onset of La Nina late in the season. This La Nina, coupled with an anonymously warm tropical Atlantic, created conditions ripe for hurricane formation. The atmosphere over the basin featured lower sea level pressures, weaker trade winds, and abundant mid-level moisture. All those ingredients would foster the development and persistence of intense tropical cyclones. As forecasters recognized the patterns setting in, predictions were revised upward. Yet even the most aggressive forecasts did not envision the cluster of catastrophes that would arrive late that summer. As the season finally drew to a close in late November, both meteorologists and the public were stunned. In total, the Atlantic pumped out 17 named storms, 10 hurricanes, and 6 major hurricanes, just 1 major shy of tying the 2005 record. But storm counts, they only tell part of the story. To measure a season's overall power, meteorologists use something called accumulated cyclone energy, or ACE for short. Think of ACE like a scoreboard. Short-lived weak storms barely move the needle, but a long-lasting Category 4 will rack up huge points. These ACE scores then fall into 4 ranges: below normal, near normal, and above normal, and extremely active on the high end. In 2017, the season's ACE hit 224.9 units, an astronomical number and far into the extremely active category, cementing the season's legacy as the 7th most energetic Atlantic hurricane season on record. What also made 2017 exceptional was not just the raw activity and powerful storms, but also the timing and the clustering of systems. August yielded 4 hurricanes in 3 weeks: Franklin, Gert, Harvey, and Irma. In September also produced a dizzying succession of storms. Jose, Katia, Lee, Maria. At one point, 3 hurricanes, Irma, Jose, and Katia, were active and threatening land all at the same exact time. This kind of ominous atmospheric choreography was something that had not been seen since the legendary seasons of the late 2000s and early 2010s. Told the season's 10 hurricanes formed in succession, tying an all-time record for consecutive hurricanes in the Atlantic Basin. Amongst them were 2 Category 5 behemoths, Irma and Maria, both of which would make landfall at their full intensity. Only one other season in recorded history, 2007, witnessed 2 storms making landfall at a Category 5 intensity, and at the time of this recording, is still the most recent example of this happening. While the 2017 season included many other storms, its collective remembrance is still dominated by that trio of catastrophic hurricanes that all struck within a span of just 4 weeks. And as August 2017 would draw to a close, attention from the entire meteorological community would turn to the Western Gulf of Mexico. It was here that a struggling tropical storm would begin to reorganize in the Bay of Campeche. And no one could imagine that this innocuous, zombified remnant of a tropical system would be the storm that reawakened America to the reality of a catastrophic hurricane landfall. On August 17, 2017, the National Hurricane Center began advisories on a tropical wave east of Barbados that strengthened into tropical depression. Within hours, the system strengthened into a tropical storm and was given the name Harvey. For islanders across the Lesser Antilles, it was a familiar late summer threat, and Harvey would brush across the islands of Barbados and St. Vincent on August 18th, bringing with it some squally weather, but little else. And by August 19th, the storm actually seemed destined to be forgotten. Increased northerly wind shear would tear apart the fledgling system's circulation, and Harvey would actually degenerate not into just a tropical depression, but all the way down into an open tropical wave over the Central Caribbean later that next day. For several days thereafter, Harvey's remnants would continue moving westward, albeit as nothing more than disorganized thunderstorms. But it was in the Bay of Campeche on August 23rd, 2017, where conditions would shift dramatically. The storm's future would be rewritten. The system found itself in an area of sea surface temperatures which soared above 86 degrees Fahrenheit, that's 30 Celsius. And the wind shear plaguing the system would finally relax, allowing moisture to once again cool in the atmosphere and the disheveled remnants to coalesce into a defined low-pressure center. The National Hurricane Center had declared that Harvey was reborn. And once Harvey had reorganized in the Bay of Campeche, forecasters at the NHC immediately recognized the danger. Conditions were primed for rapid intensification, and what was a modest tropical storm at the time began strengthening with frightening speed. When the NHC resumed advisories that same day, for the first time in a very long time, hurricane watches were issued from Port Mansfield, Texas to San Luis Pass, alongside tropical storm and storm surge watches for much of the Texas coastline. And within 24 hours, these alerts escalated into full hurricane storm surge warnings, covering coastal Texas counties from Matagorda to High Island, including Corpus Christi, Texas's 8th largest city. With the warning from the NHC now crystal clear, the state of Texas braced for impact. On August 23rd, Governor Greg Abbott would declare a state of emergency for 30 Texas counties, later expanding it to 50. While officials would order mandatory evacuations of the coastal areas in Brazoria, Calhoun, Jackson, Refugio, San Patricio, Victoria, and Matagorda counties. Federal and state resources surged into place, and FEMA began staging supplies. By the evening of August 25th, Harvey had transformed into a major hurricane and was now barreling toward the Texas coast as a Category 4, with sustained winds of 130 miles per hour or 215 kilometers an hour. It was the first major hurricane to strike the United States since 2005, and Texans now face the onslaught of both the catastrophic winds and a deluge of record-shattering rains. Finally, at around 10 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time on August 25th, 2017, Hurricane Harvey would make landfall near Rockport, Texas, on San Jose Island. Its maximum sustained winds reached 115 knots, that's 130 miles per hour, and the central pressure bottomed out at 937 millibars. For the residents of Rockport, Aransas Pass, and Port Aransas, the hours that followed would define their lives. The wind would tear buildings apart, metal roofs peeling away like tinfoil. Transmission towers would collapse. And in Rockport, the high school's gymnasium was reduced to rubble, with dozens of small businesses also destroyed. The local courthouse, police station, and fire department, all symbols of civil stability, were heavily damaged, rendering emergency response chaotic. In addition to the punishing winds, the coastal communities along Texas's Gulf Coast also endured Harvey's devastating storm surge. Between Port Aransas and Matagorda Bay, surge heights reached 8 to 10 feet above ground. Capano Bay and Aransas Bay would inundate nearby towns. Yet, Harvey's story was not to be defined by its landfall winds or surge. After making landfall, Harvey would become trapped between two competing high-pressure systems. With no prevailing winds to steer it, the storm would stall out and linger over southeast Texas, its meandering circulation continuing to pump in copious moisture from the Gulf and funneling it northward into southeast Texas and the Houston metropolitan area, home to over 6.8 million people. For 4 grueling days, Harvey's outer rain bands would train repeatedly over the same areas, and the result was absolutely apocalyptic. In some areas, rainfall totals would exceed 60 inches. That is 5 feet of rain, an amount once considered meteorologically impossible in the United States. And in Nederland, Texas, the official rain gauge would record a high of 60.58 inches, setting a national record for rainfall from a tropical cyclone. Houston, the nation's 4th largest city, would become a sprawling lake. The metro area's freeways would turn into rivers, and subdivisions would disappear beneath the floodwater. George Bush Intercontinental Airport would shut down entirely, and hospitals had to be evacuated by boat and helicopter. In the city's Meyerland neighborhood, families fled to their rooftops, waving at rescue helicopters, eerily reminiscent of New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina. And the scale of the disaster, that would quickly overwhelm local and state authorities. And by August 27th, the U.S. Coast Guard had mobilized dozens of helicopters and high water rescue vehicles. Meanwhile, volunteers, many just average people from across Texas and from neighboring states, would arrive as part of the Cajun Navy, bringing fleets of fishing boats and airboats and assisting officials with the vast amount of water rescues required in the city, becoming everyday heroes. More than 300,000 structures were flooded, and nearly 500,000 cars were destroyed. In Harris County, which includes Houston and is home to nearly 4.6 million people, nearly 200,000 homes alone were damaged. Harvey's financial toll was staggering, with damages estimated at $125 billion, that's 2017 dollars. It is now tied with Hurricane Katrina as the costliest natural disaster in U.S. history, once again, mainly the result of flooding. Harvey revealed a sobering reality that we've heard time and time again. Houston's rapid urban expansion had paved over the wetlands and floodplains that previously made up most of the area, leaving little natural absorption capacity. Concrete sprawl then would channel rainfall into bayous and reservoirs that were already straining at their limits. Add to this the storm's stalling behavior, and the result was utterly catastrophic, with entire neighborhoods that had never even before flooded becoming swamps. Many homeowners in the Houston area also lacked flood insurance, believing themselves to be safely outside of FEMA's designated flood hazard zones. The storm would spur national debate about urban planning, flood mapping, and the adequacy of the National Flood Insurance Program. Beyond human structures, Harvey also left a profound environmental impact. The storm's floodwaters overwhelmed Houston's industrial areas, home to some of the largest petrochemical refineries in the world. As a result, more than 40 toxic spills were reported, many of them releasing thousands of gallons of oil, gasoline, and industrial chemicals, not only into the surrounding neighborhoods, but the surrounding waterways. Wildlife refuges along the coast, including the Aransas National Wildlife Refuge, would experience habitat loss from saltwater intrusion and storm surge. Marshlands were reshaped with unknown long-term consequences for migratory bird populations and fisheries. The federal response to Harvey, luckily, was actually in many ways more effective than responses to earlier disasters, learning from events such as Hurricane Katrina. FEMA pre-staged supplies and personnel, and President Donald Trump signed a federal disaster declaration before Harvey even made landfall. Still, the challenges were absolutely immense. More than 42,000 people sought refuge in shelters across Texas at the storm's peak. The George R. Brown Convention Center in Houston sheltered nearly 10,000 alone. But for meteorologists, Harvey was a landmark event. Its stalling mechanism became a case study in how weak steering currents can transform a landfalling hurricane into a catastrophic flood machine. Historically, the primary fear for major hurricanes had been wind or surge, but Harvey proved that rainfall alone, given sufficient duration, could rival or exceed those threats. Harvey also ended a 12-year drought of major hurricane landfalls in the United States. Since Hurricane Wilma in 2005, no Category 3 or stronger hurricane had struck the continental U.S., but Harvey broke the streak and opened the floodgates, figuratively and literally, for what would become a relentless season. Social media became a lifeline, with residents using Twitter and Facebook to plead for rescues. The hashtag HoustonStrong spread as a rallying cry for resilience. And perhaps the most striking was the outpouring of solidarity. Volunteers drove hundreds of miles to help strangers. Businesses donated trucks and supplies, and faith-based organizations mobilized kitchens and shelters. Harvey became not just a story of devastation, far from it, but of human compassion. But above all, Harvey left an indelible scar on Texas. Even as rebuilding continues years later, many neighborhoods still bear visible reminders. Vacant lots where homes once stood, businesses shuttered, and families displaced. The storm altered the geography of Houston, both physically and emotionally. But with all the destruction, it's hard to believe, even today, that Harvey was only the beginning. As Texas was reeling from its devastation, meteorologists were already watching another system roll off of the coast of Africa. That would, within days, grow into one of the most powerful hurricanes ever observed in the Atlantic Basin, setting its sights on the islands of the Caribbean and beyond, like the Florida Peninsula.
Granger knows that if you're a school custodian, cleanliness is your top priority. That's why you can rely on Granger for a range of cleaning products and equipment, from disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Granger, for the ones, get it done.
Get paid up to 2 days early with Credit Union One, the official banking partner of Notre Dame Athletics. All you need to do is open a C1 free checking account, set up direct deposit, and get ready for early payday. Open an account online today at c1.com/I.
Find food resources in your area. Check out the interactive map at findil.org and find food pantries and meal sites along with grocery stores and farmers markets that accept SNAP, Link, or WIC. For questions or more information, visit findfoodil.org.
On August 27, 2017, while Texas was still under siege from Harvey's rains, a tropical wave slipped off the west coast of Africa near Senegal. At first glance, it was unremarkable, one of dozens of disturbances rolling off the continent each summer. But somehow, we knew. Some storms, they seemed to be marked to become impactful. And as the areas around the Atlantic Basin looked on, this tropical wave would organize into a tropical depression on August 30th, and within 6 hours would strengthen into a tropical storm and earn the name of Irma. What happened next? That would stun even the most seasoned meteorologists. In just 30 hours, Irma rocketed from a tropical depression to a Category 3 major hurricane, with sustained winds of 115 miles per hour. Irma's rapid intensification underscored the fertile environment of 2017. As the storm moved westward across the Atlantic, Irma's intensity fluctuated briefly as it battled internal dynamics, eyewall replacement cycles, and dry air intrusions. But as September 4th arrived, Irma began a process of organization, its eye sharpening into a perfect circle, its cloud tops cooling as convection deepened, and turned into a storm for the ages. By 8 a.m. Atlantic Standard Time on September 5th, 2017, Irma had achieved Category 5 status, with its maximum sustained winds screaming at 180 miles per hour, and a central pressure plunging down to 914 millibars. On satellite imagery, the storm structure was breathtaking. A massive circular eye surrounded by perfectly symmetric convection. Meteorologists described it as perfectly textbook, A storm as close to physical perfection as the atmosphere could produce. And for the next 60 hours, longer than nearly any other Atlantic hurricane on record, Irma would maintain this peak Category 5 intensity. Its winds leveled everything in their path, and the storm's sheer size compounded the danger. Tropical storm force winds extended outwards nearly 200 miles from its center, and hurricane force winds, they reached out 80 miles from the center. This meant Irma was not just intense, but a sprawling system that threatened to devastate nearly everything in its path. On September 6th, Irma made landfall on the tiny island at peak intensity. The storm's 180-mile-per-hour winds devastated everything on the island, with over 90% of the structures on Barbuda being damaged or destroyed. The island's sole hospital was even rendered inoperable. But amazingly, out of the island's tiny 1,600-person population, only one would lose their life. But unfortunately, nearly everyone on the island was left homeless. The Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda would later declare the entire island uninhabitable and would order the entire population of the island to be evacuated to the other island of Antigua, marking the first time in nearly 300 years that Barbuda was left without permanent residents. From Barbuda, Irma barreled west-northwest into St. Martin and St. Bartholomew. On the French side of St. Martin, officials reported that 95% of the buildings were damaged. Airports were destroyed and communications would collapse. Looting erupted in the aftermath, compounding the chaos. And in St. Bart's, entire marinas were destroyed, with yachts flung ashore like toys. Next would come the Virgin Islands. On September 6th, Irma's eye swept directly across Virgin Gorda, Tortola, and Jost Van Dyke in the British Virgin Islands. Winds would exceed 180 miles per hour, and even seismic instruments would record vibrations from the hurricane's passage. 4 people in the British Virgin Islands were killed, thousands were displaced, and $3.6 billion in damages would cripple the small territory. Governor Gus Jasper declared a state of emergency, the first in the BVI's history. Meanwhile, in the U.S. Virgin Islands, the 2 most populous of the islands, St. John's and St. Thomas, were subjected to the unrelenting punishment of Irma's eyewall. The story was much the same, however, as the BVI, with almost all vegetation defoliated and mass destruction of the buildings and infrastructure. As Irma tracked west-northwest, it grazed Puerto Rico's northern coast on September 6th through the 7th. The storm's eye, however, remained about 50 miles offshore, sparing the island from a direct hit, but winds would still gust over 100 miles per hour in places, and the northeastern coast was lashed with storm surge and heavy rain. Puerto Rico's electrical grid, already fragile from years of neglect, would sustain damage that left nearly 1 million people temporarily without power. For an island that would be catastrophically struck just 2 weeks later, Irma would serve as both a warning and a cruel prelude. The storm then brushed along the northern coast of Hispaniola, keeping its core just offshore. The Dominican Republic saw significant coastal flooding and power outages, though not the full brunt of the storm. Even so, heavy rains triggered mudslides and flooding in some communities. And by September 8th, Irma had maintained Category 5 intensity for nearly 3 straight days. Turning slightly to the southwest, the storm would then take aim at Cuba. At 3 a.m. UTC on September 9th, Irma would strike Cayo Romano on Cuba's north coast, with winds of 165 miles per hour, becoming the first Category 5 to make landfall on the island since 1924. Interaction, however, with Cuba's landmass thankfully weakened Irma from its Category 5 state to a Category 2 hurricane. But warm waters once again refueled the storm as it moved off of Cuba and over the Florida Straits, next setting its sights on the state of Florida. While forecasters deduced that Irma would eventually end up in the vicinity of Florida, be a threat to the state days in advance, uncertainty in the forecast models on where the storm would eventually impact remained extremely high. Consensus would show that the storm would turn north in the Florida Straits, but where was anyone's guess? And every mile of difference in the track would make the difference between who saw the worst weather. Compounding the confusion was also the constant shift in the modeling, what we call windshield wipery. The computer models started riding the storm up the east coast of the state, to then riding it up the west coast of the state, to a middle ground of riding up the spite of the peninsula, which is ultimately what happened. But ultimately, most forecasts showed the entire state of Florida within the cone of uncertainty. And by September 7th, Florida Governor Rick Scott had declared a state of emergency for the entire state, hastening Floridians' preparations in advance of the storm. Since the storm's first impact to Barbuda, Floridians had been watching Irma's approach with mounting dread. The state, after all, had not experienced a landfalling major hurricane since Wilma last did so in 2005. They've been struck by a hurricane once since then as well, with 2016's landfall of Category 1 Hurricane Maria. For the millions of people who had moved to Florida since 2005, their experience with hurricanes was absolutely minimal, and their preparations and patience were about to be put to the ultimate test. With scenes of devastation of the Caribbean islands, the drowning of Houston under rains from Harvey, and the vast swath of its population experiencing their first hurricane, storm anxiety in Florida ran wild. And as coastal counties began their evacuation process, many new Floridians panicked. In an eerie similarity to Houston's evacuation ahead of Hurricane Rita, hundreds of thousands to even millions of people who even weren't ordered to evacuate decided to join those who were under evacuation orders and fled the state. This mass movement of people on the state's limited northbound roadways out of major cities like Miami, Tampa, and Orlando, such as I-75, I-95, and the Turnpike, soon became clogged with evacuation traffic. Fuel shortages due to the increased demand led to long lines at gas stations and hotels hundreds of miles inland from places as far away as Louisiana and Virginia would fill with evacuees from Florida. Even Disney World closed its gates in advance of the hurricane for only the 5th time in the park's history. The sheer scale of the evacuation posed logistical nightmares for Floridians. Hospitals also had to relocate patients. Prisons would have to move inmates, and thousands of nursing home residents were transferred out of state. In some areas, the evacuation itself became life-threatening as vulnerable residents faced heat, stress, and uncertainty on the gridlocked highways. My family's first experience with a hurricane was Irma, and we too sat on I-75 for nearly 23 hours trying to get to Tuscaloosa, Alabama, ahead of the storm, which on a normal day would take only 11 hours or so. Ultimately, 6.5 million Floridians would evacuate ahead of Irma, greatly surpassing the Hurricane Rita evacuations out of Houston in 2005 and what is still the largest single evacuation in U.S. history. Finally, after days of waiting with constant dread, on the morning of September 10th, Irma roared into the lower Florida Keys as a Category 4 hurricane, making landfall at Cudjoe Key around 9:10 a.m. Eastern Time with 130-mile-per-hour winds, and becoming the first major hurricane to strike the state of Florida directly in 12 years. Unfortunately, the lower Keys suffered severe damage. Mobile homes were shredded, boats sunk, and entire neighborhoods were inundated by the surge. On Big Pine Key, a gust of 130 miles per hour was recorded. Nearly a quarter of all homes in the Keys were destroyed, and over 65% of them sustained major damage. For many longtime residents, Irma became the worst storm for the Florida Keys since 1960's Hurricane Donna, and for others since the 1935 Labor Day hurricane. Later in the day on the 10th, Irma would then make a second U.S. landfall near Marco Island on Florida's southwest coast in Collier County, this time as a Category 3 hurricane with 115-mile-per-hour winds. In Naples, recording the highest wind gust, clocking in at a staggering 142 miles per hour. Well,
What's the secret to peak health? Micro habits, micro wins, even microdose GLP-1s.
I chose 11 pounds in 30 days. Yeah.
Now starting at just $79.
With Planet Fitness for 1 cent down, $15 a month. No commitment. Deal ends Friday, April 10th.
Apple pet messes with Nature's Miracle stain and odor remover products. Unlike formulas that only target odors, our dual-action bioenzymatic formula doesn't quit until both odor and stain are gone. Trust the miracle. Nature's Miracle.
While it was mainly Irma's winds that garnered the headlines, the storm's vast wind field generated very large storm surge values, even hundreds of miles from its landfall point, causing damage across both coasts of the peninsula. Storm surge heights reached 10 feet in the Florida Keys, while Jacksonville, nearly 400 miles from the point of landfall in the opposite side of the state, endured its worst flooding in 150 years as Irma's winds funneled the waters of the Atlantic into the St. Johns River. Meanwhile, on the Gulf Coast, a rare reverse surge where the storm's winds push vast amounts of water out of areas along the coast, such as Tampa Bay and Sarasota Bay, caused water levels to bottom out about 5 feet below normal low tide. Irma's track eventually carried it northward through the heart of Florida. Tampa, long considered one of the most vulnerable cities to storm surge, braced for a direct hit, but fortunately, Irma's slight inward track spared the city from the worst-case scenario. Yet widespread flooding would still occur. Orlando, more than 50 miles from the coast, endured hurricane-force gusts that toppled trees and cut off power. And by September 11th, Irma had weakened into a tropical storm over northern Florida, but its vast wind field extended hurricane-force gusts into Georgia and South Carolina. All told, Irma's human toll was immense. Across the Caribbean and the United States, at least 134 people were killed. Financially, Irma caused an estimated $77.2 billion in damages, making it the 6th costliest tropical cyclone on record. In Cuba, it was the most expensive hurricane in the nation's history. And in Florida, Irma became the costliest hurricane to hit the state until 2022's Hurricane Ian, with insured losses topped at $20 billion, and many uninsured homeowners being left destitute and homeless. Relief efforts would span multiple nations. France, the Netherlands, and the United Kingdom had to dispatch military ships and planes to aid their Caribbean territories. The U.S. federal government mobilized FEMA, while the U.S. military conducted airlifts of supplies into both the U.S. Virgin Islands and the Florida Keys. But recovery was slow and painful. Irma etched its name into meteorological history. It produced the 3rd highest accumulated cyclone energy ever recorded for a single storm, trailing only the 1899 San Curacao hurricane and the 1932 Cuba hurricane. Its 37-hour stretch and 180-mile-per-hour winds remains unmatched. Irma also underscored the vulnerability of small island nations. In places like Bermuda and St. Martin, one storm effectively erased decades of progress in infrastructure and economy. And for Florida, the storm reinforced the perils of mass evacuations as logistical challenges reached unprecedented levels. Even as Irma dissipated over Missouri on September 13th, meteorologists were now tracking a new system rolling westward in the central Atlantic, and the cruel sequence of 2017 would continue on. Even as the Caribbean struggled to recover from Irma's devastation, meteorologists watched with growing dread as another tropical wave emerged from the eastern Atlantic in mid-September. The basin, already supercharged by abnormally warm waters and minimal wind shear, was primed for disaster. On September 16, 2017, the system they were tracking would be named Tropical Storm Maria. Within hours, forecasters grew uneasy. Maria was organizing with alarming speed, and by the morning of September 17th, reconnaissance aircraft found a forming eye, and by that evening, the storm had strengthened into a hurricane. The next day, Maria underwent explosive intensification. Winds leapt from 90 to 160 miles per hour in less than 24 hours. And by September 18th, it had become a Category 5 monster with 160 mile per hour winds and a pressure of 925 millibars. The Caribbean, still reeling from Irma, now faced an even deadlier threat. Maria's first catastrophic landfall came that night as its eye crossed the small island of Dominica. With sustained winds of 160 miles per hour, it was the strongest hurricane in the island's recorded history, and the devastation was nearly absolute. Forests were shredded, trees were ripped bare as if scorched by fire, and 90% of the buildings were damaged or destroyed. Even the roof of the Prime Minister's residence was ripped away, forcing Prime Minister Roosevelt Scarrett to be rescued from his flooded home. At least 31 Dominicans were killed, and the economy, anchored in agriculture, was obliterated. Banana and citrus plantations, the livelihoods of thousands on the island, were flattened. And overnight, Maria pushed Dominica's development back decades. As Maria turned westward out of the Lesser Antilles, the monstrous hurricane had now set its sights directly on Puerto Rico. Still reeling from Irma's glancing blow, which had left nearly 1 million residents without power, many understood that the U.S. territory was not prepared adequately for a direct hit. On September 18th, Territorial Governor Ricardo Rosselló declared a state of emergency. Schools closed, government offices shuttered. FEMA teams already on the island began staging food, water, and generators. All while the Puerto Rico Electric Power Authority, or PREPA, warned that if the island sustained a direct strike, power outages could last for not days, but months. Evacuations were ordered in flood-prone and coastal zones, and hospitals scrambled to stockpile fuel for generators. all while fuel shortages. Yet, even with all the effort, few Puerto Ricans were truly prepared for what was coming. At 6:15 a.m. Atlantic Standard Time on September 20th, 2017, Maria would make landfall as a high-end Category 4 hurricane with sustained winds of 155 miles per hour. What followed was the single biggest disaster in Puerto Rico's modern history. As Maria's catastrophic winds tore across the island, they tore apart not just the island's beauty, homes, and businesses, but also the island's fragile electrical grid. Transmission towers crumbled, power lines tangled across roadways, and the entire territory and its 3.4 million US citizens was plunged into darkness as the power grid collapsed. This was not a temporary outage. And in remote mountain communities, electricity was not fully restored for nearly a year, a full 11 months, making it the longest blackout in US history. Without power, water pumps failed, hospitals rationed dwindling fuel, and communications went silent. Across Puerto Rico's 78 municipalities, isolation reigned. Landslides and debris blocked highways. Cell towers toppled, severing families from one another. Meanwhile, Maria's rainfall unleashed further catastrophe. Totals exceeded 35 inches in the mountains, triggering floods and mudslides that cut off some towns for weeks. On the coast, storm surge inundated low-lying communities, compounding the misery. And in the immediate aftermath, PR government officials reported just 64 fatalities, but the true human toll soon came into focus. A George Washington University study would estimate 2,975 excess deaths in the 6 months after Maria, while Harvard researchers would place the figure closer to 4,645. In 2018, Puerto Rico's government revised the official death toll to nearly 3,000. Cementing Maria as the deadliest U.S. hurricane of the 21st century. Financially, the toll was staggering. Maria wreaked $91.6 billion in damage to Puerto Rico. Homes, schools, hospitals, and factories would lay in ruins. Agriculture, 80% of crop value, was annihilated. Tourism would evaporate, and the storm would accelerate Puerto Rico's already dire financial crisis, forcing tens of thousands into exodus. More than 130,000 residents would leave, migrating to the mainland U.S. within a year of Maria's devastation of the island. These self-declared hurricane refugees reshaped demographics for the mainland and were later attributed to changes in political landscapes from Florida to New York and beyond. The federal response to Maria quickly became a subject of fierce debate. FEMA deployed thousands of people and shipped millions of meals and gallons of water to the island. The U.S. military would launch Operation Unified Response, yet the aid was painfully slow to reach those. Bureaucratic delays would leave supplies stranded on docks, while rural towns would go hungry. And in some areas, tarps for roofs arrived only months later. President Trump's administration drew sharp criticism for its botched response in Puerto Rico, and the infamous image of Trump tossing paper towels to storm victims in San Juan became an enduring symbol of indifference. Beyond Puerto Rico, Maria left destruction across the Caribbean. In Dominica, 90% of homes were damaged and 31 lives were lost. The U.S. Virgin Islands suffered more crippling wind and surge damage on top of what had already occurred during Guadalupe and Martinique endured flooding, 2 deaths, widespread infrastructure losses as well. Meteorologically, Maria would join the ranks of history's fiercest storms. With a central pressure of just 908 millibars and peak winds of 175 miles per hour. It was among the most intense Atlantic hurricanes. Its rapid intensification from Category 1 to Category 5 in just 36 hours was a chilling reminder of how little time islands sometimes have to prepare. For Puerto Ricans, Maria was more than a hurricane. It was the island's turning point. The blackout, the deaths, the migration, all reshaped the island's identity. To this day, many speak of life in 2 eras, before Maria and after. By late September 2017, the Atlantic had witnessed 3 catastrophic landfalls: Harvey in Texas, Irma across the Caribbean and Florida, and Maria in Puerto Rico. But together, they formed an impressive
for more than 5 minutes, she'll find me something to do or something. So I just did that. If I was up there, I'd just be doing that the whole time. I know that's the thing, it's little things that
You can't do.
She can.
You can't.
She came down here by herself.
You see her hand right there.
Greek yogurt.
There's arthritis.
But if you're down, if she's looking for you,
Well, that was
she can do a lot of things. She's looking for you. She came down here. Stuff I didn't even think she could do.
What's that? No, go.
By the end of November 2017,
Cheryl.
meteorologists tallied the numbers and showed
All she had to do was just look at it on the floor.
17 named storms,
No,
10
lay it
hurricanes,
down.
6 major hurricanes.
Yeah, she came all the way down. I didn't even think she could.
Yeah.
224.
That's the
She said me run down there so many times. I didn't think she could get down there.
Three catastrophic storms, Harvey, Irma, and Maria, struck in such rapid succession, each leaving behind a humanitarian crisis of historic proportion.
Caulfield.
Harvey's floods, Irma's winds, and Maria's blackout collectively cemented 2017 as the costliest hurricane season on record worldwide, with damages exceeding $294.8 billion US. The Atlantic Basin had seen destruction years before, of course. 2005 with Katrina, 1992 with Andrew, 1938 with the Long Island Express, but never had so many catastrophic landfalls occurred in such a compressed timeframe. The storms collectively claimed at least 3,369 lives, with the majority of those occurring in Puerto Rico after Maria. For context, that figure rivals or exceeds death tolls from many of the 20th century's most infamous hurricanes. Each storm carried its own human tragedy. In Texas, Harvey's rains drowned entire families, forced rooftop rescues, and displaced hundreds of thousands. In the Caribbean, Irma's winds leveled islands, leaving tens of thousands homeless. In Puerto Rico, Maria's aftermath claimed more lives than the storms. As lack of electricity, water, and medical supplies persisted for months. But the human suffering was not confined to just the immediate casualties. Mental health crises, depression, PTSD, and suicides.
Ain't nothing for you, buddy.
The pain of migration.
Sky.
The seasons.
Jack, here.
Was also
Last thing we need.
Yeah, you ain't gonna be able to do that. Look at his thick tail.
Largely from the flooding in Texas, tying the infamous Hurricane Katrina.
Gotta get him 2 different boat trips before you can put food down there.
Then Hurricane Irma caused 77 billion in damages, including in Florida, on Cuba, and throughout the multiple Caribbean islands subjected to the storm's unrelenting fury. And finally, Hurricane Maria brought nearly $91.6 billion in damages, primarily inflicted on the island of Puerto Rico. Insurance companies faced record-breaking claims. The National Flood Insurance Program, already under financial strain, was pushed to the brink. In addition to the tangible destruction, the 2017 season forced a reckoning across multiple sectors of government and society. Harvey revealed the limits of FEMA's floodplain maps. Many Houston residents outside the high-risk zones flooded and were often uninsured. Calls for reform included updated maps, expanded coverage, and stronger buyout programs for chronically flood-prone homes. Maria's collapse of Puerto Rico's electrical grid exposed deep structural weaknesses. The storm accelerated conversations about gardening, decentralized power systems, and renewable energy adoption. In subsequent years, microgrids and storage initiatives expanded on the island. Though progress has been relatively limited, Irma highlighted the dangers of mass evacuation. Recall that 6.5 million Floridians took to their cars in flooded states.
Yeah, it is over
streets, infrastructure.
Officials
will later review evacuation zones, fuel distribution strategies, and contra-flow traffic policies. Meanwhile, FEMA earned praise for rapid mobilization during Harvey and Irma. Maria exposed the challenges in serving U.S. territories. Distribution bottlenecks, political friction, and logistical hurdles led to delayed aid. And in later years, FEMA invested in more pre-stage supplies and partnerships with local organizations on the island of Puerto Rico. For meteorologists, 2017 was not just a season of disaster, but a laboratory to test theories related to a changing climate.
Kept looking at the right there. You fight above my government. Like you're
suggested the apocalyptic rainfall totals from Hurricane Harvey
thinking I was gonna get on this.
Increase in atmospheric moisture values, sea surface temperatures. Additionally, more recent research on rapid intensification events, such as those that occurred with Harvey, Irma, and Maria, as well as 2018's Hurricane Michael and 2022's.
He's just like Jax. Buddy came up to me and I started petting Buddy and he did send from Jackson ran up for sticking his head in.
Regardless of the debate on climate change, the 2017 season became a rallying point for those on all sides to come together and advocate for resilience planning and infrastructure hardening to cope with the more destructive storms. Yet, despite all of the devastation, the stories of resilience would emerge. In Houston, the hashtag Houston Strong symbolized community solidarity. Volunteers from across the state and nation joined rescue and rebuilding efforts.
Say another shot.
Residents would return quickly, vowing to rebuild despite catastrophic damage. Grassroots organizations stepped in where the government failed. Community kitchens, solar projects, and local aid networks became lifelines while the images of 2017
Next Wednesday. I said it was this Wednesday, but Chastity's birthday is next Wednesday. It's on Chastity's birthday.
I guess something to do that.
Huh?
I was joking. I said, "Give you something to do that day." Like we were a bunch of little kids.
Yeah, having a party that day. So on Wednesday, I got church. Having a party the weekend before. And then your dad's going to be here the next weekend. But I'd already made the party for that weekend, and I asked him. And then he was off this weekend, so he has to work next weekend. So then he'll be off the next weekend. So.
Online.
So that's fine. You just come in because
you know we've seen the war footage from Ukraine and the death and destruction of.
He show you about my aunt's tombstone.
The Indian street food thing has been quite a.
Yeah, couldn't get me if you more, could you? It would
No.
be suspicious.
Pretty prominent online.
Them behind
and it is disgusting. There was this illusion about India for a while. I don't know what it is. We had this idea that India was this wonderful spiritual place. And the people there were very spiritual and I don't know, profound in the way they
It's
spoke
Easter.
about things.
Happy Easter.
And I think a lot of people were bamboozled because over here, a
I was
lot of
like,
doctors are Indian.
well, you didn't go way down
You know?
with me. I'm doing this.
So you figure that they got to be smart.
Grab his asshole.
No, I didn't.
Got the medical school.
Keep
and
rubbing kind
so
of
there's
hard.
this big misconception about India.
And you'll feel it. It's like a.
And then the whole internet rolls around.
I already
But India
did.
has doctors coming out of that place. It's just filthy. No one really seems to care about sanitary conditions, no matter where they are or what they do. And I wonder, you know, with the doctors over here that are Indian, if their hospitals are any better than their road street food guys. Do they sterilize the equipment? Do they, you know, have rampant infection in hospitals when they do operations? Do they have an autoclave? What is that called? An autoclave? Where they sterilize their instruments? I don't know. I can't imagine they do because
I got to put data for that mine.
We out there taking those dogs again, and there wasn't any more blood.
All their rivers
There wasn't.
are full of
And what's his name was acting a lot better too.
animals and even dead people.
Still got a swollen
They
head.
ever something they just see a bloated dead body go by.
Really?
And it's the same water they use.
When did you get water in
for washing,
or water
cooking,
Is it wet right over there?
It's
Is it wet right there where the cat's standing?
We just were bamboozled.
He sticks his paws in water.
All that stuff. What was that? The
Did he try to get water?
The elephant with the arms. And you know, that stuff. But so they started the tourists go to India and just be horrified with everything, the accommodations, the food, everything's just shit. They started looking at the street food, and I guess this is a thing. If you go to India, you're supposed to do this. You know, don't go to a restaurant. What are you, crazy? Get some.
Yeah, when you feed these 2 dogs, we're just trying to give them
barefoot.
We'll feed them at the same time.
Has
Get both their own bows like we did Callie and Jackson.
And
Why
ask
to
him
put?
for whatever he's dishing
We'll
out.
give him the
More
dope.
aggressive
Pull
than
out
Callie and Jax though. Because they're both
grab some
Males.
rice or
They got
something with
hit
his fist, throw it into the leaves, and then ladle
I don't
on
think they're too old to
what
like
I can only
they're not
describe
church. They don't think because they're so old.
diarrhea.
Not anything I couldn't break up.
The most watery
If they're
diarrhea.
young, I'd be like, whoa.
And he dumps that on
That'd
there.
be a
Buddy
Jake.
grabs a couple of pieces of
They're
like
both old as
rolls,
fuck.
bread rolls with his hand, and then pops it on
He's
top.
even older than
He hands
Jax.
this thing to you, and you're supposed
Jackson's
to
like
eat it.
10.
Like, no,
He's like
dare.
11.
I'll give you $10 to eat that.
He's like 4 months
It's
older
worse
than Jax.
than when you were a kid. Your friends would do that. $10. Just touch your tongue on it. $10. It's your, by the way.
I don't think he's
So
too
I-
much older.
Disgusting.
Yeah, I don't.
Here's, this one, he's just an Indian street.
Careful, G.
This guy, he's
Don't
from,
get no more.
Australia.
Swallow that whole thing.
Don't swallow.
Can't try not to, but he trying to chew it and it's too little.
He goes around.
Remember we used to have to take him away from him when they were that little.
Don't
Nope.
even eat it. Sometimes.
Like, no.
Let's see what he's getting this time around.
If he drops it again, I'll grab it.
Are you? I can't hear.
I don't think he's gonna do it. He knows I'm watching.
Oh, that's expensive. Okay, I'll make sure.
I don't want to rush him because then I'll definitely choke.
Yeah.
Yeah, have you watched these? They cook everything with their hand.
Yeah, I see
They,
that.
like touch their hair and stuff. That's how you get sick. Except Indians don't get sick because their stomachs are used to it.
He ate it all.
Wow. Oh, he's gonna mix all these patterns and
Good luck shitting that out. It's gonna hurt. Oh, just
Look at it, looking at you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
What?
I'm not eating this because I
I think I have one. Thinks I got something for me. You did a good job or something.
Guaranteed to make me very sick. Wow, look at this guy.
Did you do it?
That's like a
Good job.
They have a
Good dog.
attraction
You did it.
where
can't
tourists will
believe
go around and record themselves buying some of this disgusting
Claps.
and not eating it. Is that something you want your country known
I
for?
don't know why you say so.
For tourists, come to
What is-
India. Don't eat out of India. You just sit there, have them make it. You do greasing the entire time.
He smells like
You
a
don't know
tire.
how filthy he is.
But he doesn't stink. He just smells like a rubber.
Filthy shame.
I mean, not in the shop.
And then you throw it away.
But I bet if you get in a bath, there'd be a lot of
Online or
black stuff
somewhere.
coming out of him.
That's what India is known for.
Jack,
I saw
Jack.
a guy
Jack, why don't you listen?
from first class on India Airways, and he was going over to
I can get them more water. Look at them.
from I think New York.
They're just like wishing. But he's like,
done you've had. But he gets on the plane and it was like $6,000 American for a one-way first class trip to Delhi on India Air. And he's just showing it. It was disgusting. Going there, the cook and just brown cook in the seams.
Following you, Trenton. Hurry, shut the door.
And the fold-out tray
Come
had
here.
a rusty, dirty
No, Jack.
hinges on it that you could see when you unfold it,
Right.
and like the hinges on the bottom, and it was all caked with food and ugh, I'm gagging myself here. Disgusting. And the walls were just dirty, like dirty people had been putting their hands on the wall. There's duct tape on there holding some up. It's falling apart. The carpeting stinks. Just smells like they're disgusting feet. And Yeah, this guy's like, this is the worst fuck I've ever taken. And it was first class. Imagine it's steerage. What the fuck going on back behind the curtain? That's really gotta be an atrocity. So India is just one of those places, like, if you ever thought you wanted to go there, and then people go, oh, maybe it's just, don't go to Delhi. Don't go to Calcutta. Find a nice place. There's a little game people play here in the United States. They go to Google Maps, and then you go to India and just pick a random spot, anywhere, a random place in India, and see if you can do a 360 view from the street view and not see piles of and disgustingness anywhere. And it's amazing. Because like everywhere you put your little pin down and take a look around. As far as the India street food thing goes, there is a back guy. There is the guy. This guy is the celebrity #1 street food guy in India. People that want to go there and get street food so they can make fun like the last guy did, they look for this guy.
Yeah, he just put in there with the
In the shit food, street food business in India. I
Has to
don't know
be.
what his name is or anything, but here he is
No.
fixing a little,
He didn't know what you was doing.
a little treat for some people. Look at his feet. He's barefoot. His hair is falling out of his head.
You won't miss out on anything.
The food is all over the place. It's just all over. He's got a couple of helpers behind him.
He knows when I'm going after him too. He jumps up there.
Bad. And
Get you some water, buddy.
wipes his head with, his nose with, and
You
then
don't
lays
say water
it on
with
his
the
feet
Getting like
sometimes. And then he just picks it up and wipes his hands out, handles your food with his bare hands. It is so disgusting. Let's
I
watch
need to
it.
just put him some in a bowl up here because
The
they got
boss.
so Kitty can get it. When did I spill something up here? There's ice. I don't remember spilling anything. I ain't got nothing for you, bud. You always think I got something for you.
no, he probably supposed to be by you because you rescued him from the garage.
Oh my God. Years ago, people would go there and go, I want to see the sights. I want to see the Taj Mahal.
They started attacking him when he first got in there. I was just like,
right?
I'll get used to you.
You know,
Still didn't
that's what's
care.
there. You get that. I can't imagine going there and not
I don't
getting
have anything up here
like
for you, man.
You don't want anything. You just want
where you're on your deathbed. I've seen a few
You can see where you've been scratched.
influencers.
You got a lot
I've
of
seen them
scars
go
on
there and eat food and they thought it'd be a funny joke.
I'm going to go up there so
to
you
eat
don't know.
it.
But you have a
And
shower.
then, they go, well,
Yeah.
you're in the hospital, and then you're in an Indian hospital. These are my favorites, and I haven't shared one in quite some time. They're the traffic stops. This is kind of a demonstration of how something so simple can escalate into such a problem, and how a lot of people they talk about caring for their kids, my kids, and then when push comes to shove and they have to do something that they don't want to do, but it's in the best interest of their child, the kid, I am not doing this. No way. I don't care how traumatized the kid gets. I don't care what the kid will conjure up in his mind over the course of the years, having seen their mama being accosted and harassed and assaulted by the police.
You be nice.
Just knowing at such a young age that it's totally your mother's fault.
Let these
But
guys fighting over
the mom will reinforce that in the kid's head, and lo and behold, there's another guy.
You're a little bigger than
You've
me.
just done your job and
He
raised
has a way bigger
another
head than
big
you.
problem for us to have to deal with. So let's watch this for a little bit. This is, I think it was a simple window tint and a tail light being out. Tail light, window tint. And let me just say, if at some point I was driving around with two very minor violations, you could get cited. It might cost you $100 some odd. But why would you escalate this any further than getting those tickets? And if you're cordial and respectful, you might not even get a ticket. You might get a warning. Have it fixed. You need to remove that tint. It's too dark. Whatever it is. But this stop starts off with a problem, and you immediately put the cop in a bad mood. And for those of you to say, well, fuck him. Why should I give a shit if he's in a good mood or a bad mood? Well, cut your nose off to spite your fucking face a little more. You want the cop in a good mood. And unless you have a reason to put him in a bad mood, why the fuck are you doing it? Why the fuck are you putting him in a bad mood? And she does this instantly. Let's watch.
Can you roll the back windows down for me? Simple request. Can you roll the windows down? All right, can you roll the back windows down for me? I cannot see inside.
It's painted black.
I'm telling you, I can't see inside. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna stop you. I'm stopping her, so just stop.
You know what? Those are okay,
well, this isn't gonna make it go any quicker, right?
That's fine. What's going on?
Long County Sheriff's Office. The reason I'm stopping you is your tail lights busted, you can't see your tail lights, and your tint's started.
Are not dark. You can see straight through the back.
Pause for a second. Hi, this is Anthony Cumia.
Hello, I'm Gavin McInnes.
And together we're Compound Sensor.
And we would like you to subscribe with this deal using this promo code right below me right now.
Do it, because it's very entertaining. My tint isn't dark. You could see straight through the bag. So she's thinking your windshield and your rear window. Like, is that what she's thinking? Meanwhile, the tint on her side windows, it's like she took a roller in black paint and then just painted over the fucking window. That is 0% light getting through. And the cop knows this. It's not his first day on the job. He knows what tint that's too dark looks like. And she's got to argue. Right from the start, too, rolling the window down a little. Roll the fucking windows down. What are you doing? And now the cop is agitated. And he's like, I got to deal with this fucking monster now, and it's going to be a problem. And she's a problem at every turn. Let's watch.
You can see straight through the back.
You cannot see through here.
You can't see through here.
You have your license and registration license.
My birth, especially the fucking room. And
You have your driver's license?
yeah, my back light is.
Ma'am?
Y'all the first
Hello?
ones who ever stopped me.
Can you answer me?
Okay, the health department.
Okay, that's great.
I can hear you.
I understand if we don't answer.
Would you pause?
I don't.
This, you see this constantly. They will be on that fucking phone with their nails and shit. And the cop is like, license plate, can I see your license? They don't answer. And then like you just saw there, she goes, I'm getting it. Well, you didn't answer me. I work at the health department. Here's another thing that they do constantly is just bring up things that have nothing to do with the traffic stop whatsoever. I work at the health department. I can hear you. What is? So people that work at the health department have to have good hearing. I don't know what that means. But again, it's any diversion, anything to stop the exchange between the cop and her. She wants, I work at the health department. Oh, she's like in her head. She thinks, oh, do you know Mary Smith down at the health department? Yeah, she's my good friend. Oh, tell Mary I said hi. Here you go.
you can go. I don't know what kind of delusion is floating through her head where she feels compelled to tell this cop she works at the health department, but it ain't working. It ain't working. And the passenger needs to shut the fuck up. She's being pulled over. And again, this just puts the cop at he's got a problem on his hand. It was a simple traffic stop. And now he's involved in this nonsense. Continue.
I'm going into my phone. I'm not even. No, I don't. I left my license at my daughter's school. She goes to Greenwood. They never replaced my license. They never gave it back to me. I work at the and I don't have my bag. You need the insurance. It's in his name. The insurance is in his name. We don't want to make it difficult. Right now, we're just going away. Trying to get the kids going, right? Hit in the back on order truck. Yes, and we never got compensated for that. I'm going through a heart insurance.
For a second. All of a sudden, we got hit by an oil truck, and we never got settlement for that. Again, just grabbing things out of the ether. What the fuck? My shoe size 9.5. Oh, that's interesting. I smoke cool menthol. All right, pull some more non-sequiturs out of your ass while I try to get a driver's license from this fucking annoying bitch that is driving the vehicle. Huh? How about that? How about that? I like asphalt shingles better than the tire. All right. Let's roll.
I can't do. You're explaining too much. I'm trying to explain to him what the situation is right now.
You're doing too much.
Yes, please. All right, try and pull it up. I'll be right back. Okay, so I gotta get something right down. What's that?
You should have something on your person. You don't have anything on your person, so write it down.
No, most people have their driver's license with them, right?
I understand.
So I'm gonna get something for driver's license.
That's great. He goes, I'm going to go back to the car because I got to get something to write down your name and birth date because you don't have a fucking license. So I need to write that info down. She looks at him and goes, wouldn't you have that with you when you come to the car? Like, she's calling him out for not having a pencil and his notepad with him right then and there and having to go back to the car for it. This is an argumentative punt. It's all she knows. Her whole life is just being argumentative to everyone about anything. Why the hell would you ask the cop or tell the cop, shouldn't you have that with you when you come to the window? And he had a great answer. He goes, well, usually people have their license with them. I don't have to take their name down because it's the fucking law. This is the mentality. I wouldn't want to be anywhere near this bitch for 3 seconds. This is a problem. And you see this so much with these fucking videos. Thank God Black Lives Matter demanded every law enforcement officer in this country wear a body camera. It has vindicated so many police officers, and it shows every day what they have to deal with. And it's this is the shit that they have to deal with. Ugh. All right, now we'll go back to the car. He got their name, whatever.
Okay, I understand that. Okay, so I'm gonna get something that I can get your license on. Okay? Because technically, you having your license is a ticket.
Yeah, but right now in 2024, an identification is
for your insurance, right? Not physical copies.
Yeah.
I see that. Okay, so pull it up.
Once again, she's telling the cop what the rules are. She's telling the cop what the fucking rules are. I looked into if I can put my license on an app for identification in the state of South Carolina, and the answer is no. There are some states you can have your license on your phone and you can show it to a cop, and that is totally acceptable. But it's not every state, and it's not most states. The fact that she's like, in 2024,
You can have your ID. No, you can't. The cop knows better than you. You can't. Insurance? Yes. You can put your insurance card on your phone. It's very handy. You don't got to go digging through your glove compartment, but that's acceptable. And I believe a registration is also, it depends on what state you're in. But at least he can take the info. He could still write you a ticket for not having your license, your physical license. But at least if you give him a picture on the phone, he could go back to his car and punch everything in like he would if he had your physical license. This bitch ain't giving him nothing. Nothing but a problem. That's all she's given this guy so far. Let's watch. Yeah. There's a tint game.
Need a sergeant to Lake Mary and Lake Demo, please.
Pause again. Just to keep everyone up to date on what's going on here. He went back to the car, got some info, gets the tint gauge. This thing slips over the window and it uses light and it's able to tell what percentage the tint is. If it's too dark, you get yourself a ticket. There's a specific number that you need to have on that gauge to not get a ticket. She does not have that number. It is too dark. The cop proved it with science. When it gets there, though, if you listen to what she's doing, she's calling 911 to get a sergeant to show up down there. This really pisses the cop off. It pisses cops off enough when at the window you go, get your sergeant. I want your sergeant down here. Which, by the way, has never worked to the advantage of the person in the car. Never. I've had to watch 1,000 of these videos. I've never once seen the sergeant or a lieutenant show up and go, oh, Officer O'Reilly, what are you doing? This lovely lady, you're harassing her. You're free to go, ma'am. Believe me, he will face some departmental discipline. It never works. You know what it is? It's another pair of hands to drag your dumb ass out of the car. That's what happens when a superior officer shows up. Now, when you call 911 on the cop that's running the traffic stop and you tell 911 you need a sergeant, he's now livid mad at you with good reason to be also. I think he didn't even catch this yet. He's still working the tint meter. So let's watch how this plays out.
It's illegal. 8%.
Are you giving me a ticket for the tent because you can speak with us? We've been in this area for a whole year.
It's illegal.
Never got it. Yes, I did. I need a sergeant.
Yes.
Sergeant, so yes.
Listen,
Here.
you can request the sergeant.
This area for a year.
Step out of the car.
Oh,
No, listen.
no, not
Step back. Step out.
for my children.
You're right. You're sorry. No, walk over there. Walk over there. Step out of the car. Step out of the car. I'm just understand what's going on. No. Stay right here. Step. Hey, chill. Hey, chill.
He's trying to tell her to chill.
No, bitch, push in. Get out of the vehicle. Step out of the vehicle.
He knows the score.
Yes.
I'd like to see tasing, but it was this. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything good. You're under arrest. You're arrested.
I'm not.
This is another thing they do. They will request a woman officer. I want a woman officer. And again, they're dumb as fuck. It's not a right of a woman to be arrested by a woman officer. Sometimes to be nice, to make it more comfortable for the people, they will call a woman officer to do the frisk down, the pat down, and arrest the woman, take her to the car, whatever it is. But it's not a law that if you say, it's like with the supervisor, I demand a supervisor. Well, that's great. I don't have to get you one. It's a courtesy. It's a courtesy for the cop. Sometimes there's no supervisor available. And sometimes, fuck you. But it's not mandatory. And as far as the female officer goes, what do you think? If a woman shoots somebody and gets arrested, we don't have a female cop. All right, let her go. Can't do it. Like juveniles, they do that too. I'm a juvenile. I'm 16. You can't arrest me. Yeah, they can. They are the most, for people that really, really enjoy criminal activity, they are really ignorant as to the real laws that are in place. They speak so, they're so sure of themselves when they spout out these rights that they have and laws. Like with the tint gauge. She's like, no, you see through that. It's like, no, it's illegal. The number here, it's a fucking, the job of this little device is to tell me if your tint is legal or illegal. That's its only job. And it says illegal. Oh, no, we've been driving like this for a year. Oh, okay. Well, I'll just throw this device down the sewer and you're free to leave. I don't know what they expect to happen when they mouth on. And remember, this is for a broken taillight and dark window tint. A warning in a lot of situations, and a ticket with no points on the ticket, but it's a ticket. You might have to pay it. You can take it to court. I don't know. But that's what started this. And this woman will think, I went to jail because my tint too dark. That's what she'll tell everyone. They dragged me out the car because my tint? No, because you're a fucking monster who cannot listen and cannot function in a society with the rules we have laid down and the people that we have put in charge of enforcing those rules. You are a misfit of civilization and need to go away. That's about it. I think, let's play a little more. Let's see where it goes. I think they just throw in the things. Right now, they demand things when they have no power to do anything. They start making demands. I don't want him taking me to the car. I want you. Like anything that gives them a little bit of power in this powerless situation, they will try. I work at the health department. She said it down. I work in the front of the health department. That tree is a maple tree. Did you know that tree's a maple tree? Yeah, that's great. We bring same nitrogen. Wow, how about that? License, please. Let me talk to you. She's trying. Just talking to a supervisor. I was running to his boyfriend or whatever he is. They come to you. Back here, please. Yeah, good. Get fuck away from her. Hey, what's it? Real quick, man. Can you come over here for a second? Hey, real quick. I don't have a problem with you going out helping out, but I need to make sure that. Yeah, you shouldn't let him go over there until you fucking make sure he got anything on him. He seems to be like, he knows the dealing, And he probably fucking nightmare being with her.
If you wanna hang out with them,
He knew right away. He's like, just dude, get out of the car. Like he knows what's coming. I'm sure it's not the first time either.
hang out?
All right, that's about it. But yeah, that's I could watch those, as they say, 24/7. I could watch those videos. I just look at every little detail and minutia. I'm just like, oh yeah, that's her name by the way, minutia. It's so typical. It doesn't change. Every single instance, the smallest of traffic infraction cascades into a felony arrest, and they don't know why. She's like, I don't know, he just literally pulled me out the car. Is that what happened? He pulled you over, walked up, you put all the windows down, and had your license in your hand, and the officer came up, opened the door, and ripped you out. That must have been what happened, because that's what she thinks happened. Meanwhile, we saw the fucking nonsense that the cops got to go through. Oh, insane. So if you enjoyed that clip,
Then subscribe to Compound Censored using this promo code.
Hey you, and welcome. My name is Mike, and in this little video, what we are going to do is look at a mystery that spanned over 20 years, if you can believe that. It is, question mark, a whodunit and a how do you do that. And it's set in a small town filled with characters, and a lot of them are killers too, so. Like, we will run the gamut of serial killers, of feuds, of deals gone wrong, and of the disappearance of two girls and fire being the only thing left behind. And in amongst all that is a lot of incompetence. This case is like wading through smoke, because it's hard to tell what's real and what's not. And it's also kind of hard to believe it all really happened. What happened, it did, in the small town of Welch, Oklahoma. So let's give it a go. To begin, located just over 80 miles from downtown Tulsa is the ex-mining town of Welch, located in Craig County. Just about 600 people live in Welch, so when I say everyone knows everyone, I'm not lying to you. Like, if you're not related to or acquainted with someone in Welch, you're at least, going to give them a hearty how you doing, a cheeky wink, or a nice little finger guns in passing. Now, having said what I just said, it's not really, the greatest of places. I know, finger guns. And it especially wasn't back in 1999 when our decades-long mystery begins. Welch was a town hit by a freight train when the economy was no bueno. But a small glimmer of sunshine in the town of Welch was the friendship between Ashley Freeman and Laura Bible. They were more like sisters than friends, doing everything together, attached at the hip. The two girls had been virtually inseparable since meeting in kindergarten. Even when their interests didn't line up exactly, they still complemented each other. So when 5'7" blue-eyed Ashley became star on the high school basketball court, Laura could always be found in the crowds with her loose curls, brown hair, bouncing against the vibrant blue and yellow of her cheerleading uniform. Always urging her best friend on, they supported each other through just everything. And so who better, to celebrate your 16th birthday with than your best buddy? That was the plan on the 29th of December, 1999. When Laura asked her dad, Jay, if she could have a sleepover with her best friend, actually Freeman's trailer, Freeman's family trailer. The Freemans, Ashley, and parents Kathy and Danny lived in a motorhome about 10 minutes out of town. Like, middle of nowhere doesn't do it justice, big folk would have to ask for directions. Now, Laura's father, Jay Bible, he obviously knew the Freemans, pretty well, being his daughter's best friend's, family. So he was like, yeah, sure, go have a sleepover with the Freemans. They're grand. Just be back by about midday tomorrow on the 30th of December. All good. So Laura went. She said, I love you to her dad, and out the door she went. Along with Ashley's boyfriend, Jeremy, and parents, Kathy and Danny, the girls went out for some birthday ice cream, pizza, and enjoyed the day. Hanging out down the street, do the same old thing, yada, yada, yada. You know, having a grand old day, just like typical teenagers. As the sun rose on the 30th of December, 1999, the Freemans and Laura should have been enjoying breakfast before going about their day. A cozy Thursday morning, you know, getting ready for the new year. That's what they should have been doing, but that is not what happened. Instead, sheriff's deputies would be responding to a suspicious fire at the trailer. While driving to work at about 5:30 a.m. the morning of December 30th, a couple noticed smoke. Way too much smoke to be a good thing coming from the Freeman's family trailer. So they rang it in, and first responders, firefighters, police all arrived. When they arrived to that burning trailer, there was something even more concerning.
Oh, I'm gonna be sick as
No
fuck.
one knew where Laura Bible or Freeman's were because they sure as shit weren't outside. Responders knew Laura must have been at the house as her car was still in the driveway. Then suddenly there was a commotion, and slowly the news came. They were sending for the medical examiner. The firefighters and the responders, they found in the trailer a body. Sheriff George Vaughn dispatched deputies to nearby Bonita, where Laura's mother, Lorraine Bible, worked as manager at a restaurant. On getting the news that their daughter was missing, Lorraine and Jay immediately set out to the scene of the fire. The couple stood at the police cordon, helplessly watching as the fire crew dealt with the last of the fire, and deputies started looking over the rubble that just hours before had made up the Freeman family home. Just what the Bibles, Lorraine and Jay experienced during those couple of hours as the investigators stopped kind of looking around. Every parent's worst nightmare. So the sheriff, having a suspicious fire and a body on his hands, and knowing they were going to need more resources, called in the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigations, the OSBI. The medical examiner, after giving a cursory look at the body, they did find, and seeing, you know, what Lorraine and Jay were going through, unofficially told them, okay, this is not Laura. It was a woman's body. It was indeed a woman's body, but she had a wedding ring on, and it was too big to be a teenage girl. A full and proper examination of the body would confirm it to be Kathy Freeman, Ashley's mom. The examination would also reveal something that would make this entire situation a hell of a lot more worrying. It wasn't an accident. Kathy had died in the fire. She'd been shot to death. Shot with a shotgun to the back of the head, to be exact. Her body had actually been somehow protected from the fire when the Freeman's waterbed it burst from the heat and she had her body in water. So they had a pretty good idea what happened to her, and it was not good. And then there was
guys, turn off the light.
In the fire, who's been shot to death and 3 people missing. This is shit.
Alright, guys.
Immediately, Danny Freeman, Kathy's husband, and Ashley's dad became the sheriff's and the OSBI's main suspect and the focus point of the investigation. Had Danny Freeman murdered his wife and then kidnapped Ashley and Laura and gone off to God knows where? In fact, just 8 hours after the body had been identified, the investigators left the Freeman family onto the scene of the crime. You know, we've got all we need here, and they started focusing on finding Danny Freeman. He was their suspect number 1. Investigators assumed that Danny, having a reputation for being quick to anger and domestic trouble, had snapped and killed his wife before running off with the 2 girls. Now they assumed this despite the fact that Laura's car was still in the driveway, as was the Freeman's car. They were still there, so how would they have gone off somewhere? As I said, this was Nowheresville, US of A. Now, Danny definitely was not a saint. He was known to grow and sell the devil's lettuce, and his own stepfather had taken out a restraining order against him. While the OSBI and sheriff looked for their man, the Bibles and the Freemans and a bunch of volunteers from the community to search the site of the Freeman's house for clues to their daughter's whereabouts. And it would not take long for Jay Bible to discover something. Well, in fact, it was the family's Rottweiler who walked over to a certain part, lay down and started whimpering. It was, and Jay Bible knew instantly who it was. Danny Freeman had had facial reconstructive surgery years earlier and had been left with a wire in his nasal cavity, the same wire Jay Bible was now looking at. Not only were the battle scars of the past visible, so were his most recent. Danny had too been shot to death. He'd been shot in the head, much like Kathy, but unlike Kathy, he'd been shot in the face, not the back. Adding insult to injury, on Danny were literal boot marks. The investigators had been walking on top of him the entire time. He was literally right underneath their feet. How they didn't recognize a literal dead body or shard of it while it's right underneath their feet, I mean, lads, well done. So now they had their main suspect, only he was no longer a suspect. He too had been murdered. So in their first theory that Danny was the killer out the window, whoops. The OSBI then returned to the scene to sweep for more bodies they may have missed. Yeah, that's not something you usually want in your investigation. Whoops, we missed the first one. Maybe we should have another goo in the place, doing our job and take two. Fortunately or unfortunately, wherever you want to look at it, they didn't find any more though. Ashley and Laura were not there. Only things that had been in the house was Kathy and Danny's dead bodies. However, they did find Laura's purse, complete with $200 cash and her ID inside. Oddly, more money belonging to Ashley that she had in her little piggy bank that she'd been saving for a car, that was gone. So it seems less likely that Ashley and Laura had run away, and more likely something else happened. But the cops didn't think that. So obviously, having learned from the previous mistake, assuming that Danny Freeman was the killer, they decided this time we're going to do things proper. We're going to set up an Amber Alert. We're going to, have a grid and, have the microscope at every single detail. Did they do that? Did they? They once again not just released the scene to, hey, anybody who wants to have a look at here, do our job first, maybe come on. So they released the scene once again back to the families, and then they also decided that, well, if Danny didn't do it, clearly Ashley and Laura, they're the killers, and now they're on the run. They kind of just like making things up as they went along, like inventing, pulling theories out of their ass, really. I wouldn't trust these guys to find a book dinosaur. But where had they gone? No one knew, and no clues remained. Though I think if there was a literal signpost, outside saying where the girls had went, I wouldn't trust them to find it. Over the next few weeks, the OSBI would switch their focus between various suspects, including a known killer named Stephen Ray Thacker. Thacker went on a short-lived killing spree across Oklahoma in 1999, beginning a week prior in Bixby, though he was captured in Tennessee in early January. Authorities focused the majority of their resources on him in an ill-fated attempt to pin the case on someone. Honestly, I think at this point they were just trying to solve this case. Be like, he did it, he definitely did it. Let's pin the dart on this guy. He must have done it. Yeah, he murdered 3 people. Like I said, one in Bixby, just about less than 2 hours away.
I'm gonna go to bed soon, dogs.
Sure, why not? They were pulling theories out of their ass the whole time. If they could just blame somebody, it would certainly ease the pressure because the community was on their ass. And so hey, this Stephen Ray Thacker guy killed 3 people without you there. That'd be nice. Thankfully, Thacker was executed for crimes he definitely did commit in December 2013. However, he had nothing to do with this case.
You got these in your bed?
So, having unsurprisingly lost confidence in the OSBI and the Sheriff's Department, the Bible family, Lorraine and Jay Bible, they essentially took on the case themselves. Their daughter and best friend had just vanished from the scene of a double homicide.
Fine, you lay on the couch, you lay on a chair, you're just a baby.
Lorraine even called the local radio station and put out a request for help, which brought in literally hundreds of volunteers.
You think I'm gonna like move everybody?
On the 40-acre Freeman property in Freeman,
not going to.
Marking the thing they thought might be important for the OSBI to look at. So, the victims' families were essentially doing the job for the investigators. Wow, I can't imagine the frustration, the families must have been feeling at this time. These guys, maybe the detectives from The Naked Gun look professional, like whatever will help. And we'll see more as we get into this case. this would have just stalled, like, completely. Unfortunately, despite their best efforts, the girls were nowhere to be found. The OSBI continued to date Laura Bible and Ashley Freeman like formerly missing people. It was pretty much left up to the family again. Lorraine put up posters, hired private investigators, organized further searches, sourced tips and info, everything she could do and everything the police should have been doing, but the investigation still got chilly. Cold. But also to say there weren't any suspects. I mean, while the OSBI was becoming convincing themselves that Laura and Ashley were somehow involved, killed Ashley's parents and then ran away, the Freeman's extended family, remaining family,
So this is what happened earlier today. Until recently, Hamidiyah Soleimani and her daughter were green card holders living lavishly in the United States. Afshar is the niece of deceased General Wasim Soleimani.
He died like a dog. He died like a coward, running and crying. Wait, sorry. Wrong one. And he was a monster. And he's no longer a monster. He's dead.
She's also an outspoken supporter of the Iranian regime who celebrated attacks on Americans and referred to our country as the Great. I terminated both her and her daughter legal status, and they are now in ICE custody pending removal from the United States. The girl there, the niece of this guy, is basic. I mean, she's dressing like an OnlyFans girl. She is. And this is what I really, really hate. These are women who are literally dressing up like OnlyFans girls that are celebrating and gassing up a regime that would beat you to death for dressing like that. So what do I think the solution is? I'm a big fan of the Dante's Inferno Contrapasto. I think we send them back over there. You like this regime so much? You like dressing like this so much? It's time to go back. It's time to go back and we'll see what they do with you. And this is the funniest thing that I saw. Look at all these comments. These are all translated from Arabic, okay? Keep this in mind. Are you crazy? God forbid. Is this Haza's sister and Soleimani's niece? In the slogans, Death to America, in reality, the good life and blissful living in the heart of America, and give my regards to honor. Dear brother Mohammed, can you please post the news without these images? They are not having it. They sell slogans to the people, but don't apply them to themselves. You guys are totally right. It is a fate.
Thank God.
This woman back to Iran. Oh, this is this blow up doll from Temu. Oh God.
Please send her back.
Yeah, and she says she's very happy that Iranians are not being able to communicate to the internet. Isn't it crazy that these fellas are running wild in the West when celebrating a country that would kill them? We need to have like one super strict Islamic extremist country that we have a good relationship with. Everybody that thinks that they're better, we can just send them over there. It's like, oh, you think it's better? Good, go over there. Yeah, we'll do that to the UK in a couple of years.
I can't help but watch sometimes. Sometimes I tune into Opie's shows. I don't know. He gets 300 and something people, like in total. It goes like 20 people, and then it'll go like 100 maybe a week later, and then like it tops out at 300 if it's like a biggie. And I don't know, I was watching one last night. I think it was his latest one he did from 500 feet above Manhattan. You're obsessed. You're obsessed with Opie. No, I'm not obsessed. I'm just, look, we were radio partners for like 20 years. So I kind of look at what he's doing. I kind of, I get alerts when he's going to be on YouTube and whatnot. And
you enjoy it.
It's got a beautiful view of the Hudson River from his apartment upper west side of Manhattan. And he sits there in front of the window. There you go. That's the view. Like the white balance is on frigid cold. That's like a very cold. Warm that picture up a bit.
He looks
How
cold.
about some warmth? The blue is amazing, the blue sky and everything, but you could warm up the buildings and yourself. It looks like he's filming this from inside a freezer. It's very cold. And then the camera itself is like a cheap little can. He's going for the wide angle thing, I understand, because it's a beautiful view, but you can make it look better than that. He's one of the few people that have an actual backdrop of Manhattan. It's not a green screen. So, you think you'd want to capitalize on that and make it look really good. And, the crisp blue sky, but then the buildings have that earth tone to it. And he doesn't look like he just came out of a freezer. Everything's that same shade of blue on there. I'm just trying to help. And then he comes on. This show lasted about an hour and something, I guess. How long was this one? 34 minutes. Oh, okay. It wasn't even an hour. 34 minutes. I swear to you, he was just reading the chat. First, it's 2 minutes of introducing everyone.
Whether it's that dog in that bed or you in that chair, he wants.
I think this is a technique you use.
He just wants where he's not at.
People in before you start talking about things that you really want a lot of people to hear. So you don't jump on and start the show right away.
That's no need stuff like
this dilemma by having an intro. You watch certain shows. Chrissy does.
Why do you think they do that?
Julie has an intro that goes on for quite some time. A bunch of Stuttering John stuff. Song parodies that are really funny. Animations and clips that are put together. And as that's playing, the people are coming into the room so that right when you start,
I don't know him like that.
your audience.
I was just a Jack.
It's not even as mean as Jack's.
It's not very interesting to the people already in the room.
Jack was looking at me like looking over, like, what's in my bed? Like, dude, whether it's my mom in the chair or him in the bed, you just want to
Where's
be
the bed? Another bed.
I put out there for those dogs. Before I knew he was there. He has a couch.
Is somebody laying in it?
He has a chair.
Someone down there, do they lay in it?
A little dog likes it.
We take calls here. We understand.
Oh yeah, I'm probably really over because that concrete.
What they can contribute. So, it's these one-off questions.
But I also got like jackets in there. That's actually like Phoebe.
You've been
really good Phoebe.
Like shit like that. You're like,
it's probably really comfortable for that little dog.
And then he got political, he just kind of it. So he's like,
got
hey,
that
what do you
remote
think
now.
of the Palestine Israel thing? I don't get involved on both sides, politics and
Jax wouldn't eat them.
yeah, so there's nothing really, and then it just goes like that to the end.
He will
There's
now.
no real topic.
You're gonna wait for him to get that thing
Never
get
talked
down.
about anything.
He won't.
The most I've
He don't do it like
seen
Callie does.
recently
He eats the whole thing.
He's a big
That's what he waits for.
So he was talking, people were like, hey, what do you think about
Yeah,
that?
Callie would eat
But
it
he seemed
and
pretty
Jack eats the rest of
informed
it.
as far as what's going on in the NBA and the playoffs. But I watched a few episodes and that's all it is. It's like at the beginning there's a playoff, and then in between there's more chat.
Just watch this.
When you feed, do they still have canned dog
And
food?
then there's the
If they just give half, one can to Jack's, half the other can to him, with the regular food.
And then one I saw very recently was like,
With a can.
will there be an O&A reunion?
Yeah, I might buy more tomorrow.
That there's
That's
going to be an O&A
expensive.
reunion. Any comment on that? And
You just give them half a can and just in their dog food and stir it up real good. Then they'll like it.
Yeah, your arm. This is no fun.
Yeah, but Jax will usually do the whole can.
But you probably don't give him dog food.
Yeah, I do.
Does he eat the dog food?
You're not spoken in that
So
time.
that
It's just how it is. That's how things go sometimes.
chop it up and then
We just got done with our
That's what I did.
20th anniversary
Just put it all in there together.
being a show. And then I I didn't get
Normal,
fired.
normal dog anymore.
For 20 years, and now it's 30 years. Would have been, 30 years. And I'm thinking, like, I was 74. Holy fuck. How did 1994 turn into 30 years ago? That's the thing that really gets me. 1994 was 30 fucking years ago. That's a long time, 30 years. That's a lot of shit. So I don't know, 30 fucking years though?
Is he by himself now?
Crazy. But yeah, 20 years of doing the show.
Did
And
you
2
say what-
years we haven't even spoken. No, there's been
Chip.
nothing.
Oh,
There's been not a
this is his show.
of a Opie and Anthony reunion or any type of thing. I don't even know how that would work. Like, I completely have no clue how anything like that would work. The initial awkwardness
Is he still with
and,
Chip too?
and just weirdness might be
He doesn't
entertaining
think so.
for people.
Yeah, he's always on
You
that.
know, if you
Yeah, he likes Chip.
and all busting jokes.
Him and Chip are real good
But then
friends.
what? We go into, hey, oh, what's up? Well, Anthony. And we just start doing the show. That's gone. That's not even a thing anymore that people do. Never mind Opie and Anthony.
You don't have guests on
So,
his.
No.
I don't see it happening in that capacity. If anybody is looking for an Opie and Anthony show, that's just long gone. Could there possibly be some type of mutual, not even a show, I don't know what, a thing that we worked on together, that we put together and do? Maybe, but there's been no inkling about that. I wouldn't even know what that would be either. But, just talking about the show, I could see there being an Opie and Anthony show. Hey, what's up, bud? Yeah, Opie, how you doing, man? What do we got today? What do we got? Well, Bob Kelly's going to be in a little later. Looking forward to that. Ain't going to happen. Opie hates Bob Kelly. Yeah, it's going to be, no, I can't see that happening. Bill Burr hates me. All right, we got Jim Norton. Well, we know that's not going to happen. What kind of Opie and Anthony show could there possibly be? Would we go way back to the original WBAB days? Spin some records and come out and get someone from a 7-Eleven to come in and do something crazy for Springsteen tickets? Sometimes things just go 30 years. 30 fucking years. When we first got the Opie and Anthony show together, 30 years before that, they were going, radio was a bang dang. Radio was that. The Drifters. We have the Drifters coming up next. You can win tickets to Elvis Presley. That was 30 years before O&A. Now, 30 years after, it's just as gone as, that, as that is. So I don't know what to tell you people. If you've been holding out hope, this is it. This is all you got. It's the Anthony Cumia show. And I'm brilliant. I get that. I've grown with the times. No 55-gallon drum challenge in my house. Would be fun, though. Not saying that things weren't great and fun and funny, very entertaining. But it's, time moves on. Things change. And the idea of sitting in a studio or any setting with Opie doing a show just doesn't make any sense. And then, look, I've kind of grown used to the lead chair guy. I've gotten used to being, I dictate what goes on and what clips are played and what we talk about and how long we talk about when we go to a Steven Singer read or some, So it'd be a little hard for me to take that back seat and just go, yeah, oh, all right. Haha, yeah. Oh shit. You know, kind of grown accustomed to taking on more of a lead role in this entertainment juggernaut. Yeah. Anyway, I was watching a little of the Obster and thought about that whole thing. I got pages of things going on in the world to talk about, but last night was quite the event. If you're a member of the Dabbleverse, just craziness. Of course, you know, the lolcow, the village idiots, stuttering John Melendez does a grift, I guess you'd call it. It's like charity, like the village idiot who walks around and people throw pennies at him. That's pretty much what his show is. This dummy giving nothing to the audience except the fact that he's a blithering idiot, and he expects people to pay him for this. And some people do. I don't know. I don't get it. I wouldn't pay him, but other people do. That's their business. So ever since the New York gig at Rodney's, there's been, you know, this big kerfuffle going on in the Dabbleverse. Me and John and Gino and Keanu and John's lapdog, and I say that quite literally, Appa, the transgender person. If you don't know what I'm talking about, don't worry. You don't have to. This isn't important. Not to people that aren't in this Dabbleverse thing. But if you are, you know, I'm just taking a couple of minutes here to review last night's festivities and to say tonight I will be on Uncle Rico with Shuli and Silent Mike and Anthony Zenhauser to go over. You know, they'll play clips of it and audio and things like that, and we will discuss. But there were just a couple of things I wanted to clear up here. I called up Gino because Gino was on the show. John has blocked me from everything, which, you know, is fine. Again, that's his prerogative. It's his thing. And, you know, I block people. I don't like static. I don't like nonsense that isn't constructive for me to have. Hi, this is Anthony Cumia.
Hello, I'm Gavin McInnes.
And together we're Compound Censored.
And we would like you to subscribe with this deal using this promo code right below me right now.
Do it, because it's very entertaining. I have to paw through on social media on a daily basis, so I understand blocking people. But here's the issue. If you are going to discuss me, my life, my doings, and be completely inaccurate, if not completely lying about it, then I'll have a problem if I can't retort. You know, there's no recourse to retort some of these this disinformation. So I saw that Gino was and I called Gino up, and Gino
I swear, like forever and a day, in this pocket.
retort some of these things, but it was just too loud. He's got his lapdog arguing for him. He was like every day.
How'd you get that?
Sloppy.
Remember the lady that
Couldn't speak his words and
a long time ago though, so I
Yeah, it was like mids. I haven't seen mids in like
while I
2012.
was going over.
Is he?
Oh,
The lady gave him a little bag of it, and then she gave me that.
I haven't seen.
I thought he said mint, but that's what he said. Mint.
Yeah, I haven't seen this since I was a kid.
a user.
I'll smuggle it.
And they're just throwing.
Get a different kind of high.
Oh, you're a domestic violence criminal. And like, I spoke about that the day it happened when I went on my show, and all through the process of the court and everything. And there was there's so much there that people like John and his disgusting lapdog throw out there. And last night, one in particular was that because John read the police report at the comedy club at Rodney's a couple of weeks back, and this disgusting mess that John has attached himself to like a tick is lying, saying about the case of 10 years ago, longer than a dozen years ago now. And yeah, I just don't appreciate the blatant lies going out there. When I got into the domestic dispute there with the lovely Danny Brand, we had gone to the Apple store the next morning together as a couple to buy new phones because we had smashed each other's phones on the floor that night. And as I've said before many times, there was no strangulation, there was no punching. I bit her hand, she had teeth marks in her hand, and I was smacked in the face, and my phone was broken, as was hers, and that was it. But, you know, when the cops show up and a female cop shows up and takes the girl to the side and they start talking, that's what happens. There were videos. There were videos of the events of the evening, and the police took the DVR from all of my security cameras. The DVR disappeared in evidence. It disappeared. Who knows where it went? But then the prosecutor, after my court process, it wasn't a trial, was fired for destroying evidence in domestic violence cases. So I can only put two and two together and assume where my DVR that had video of the evening's events went. I don't know. The cops took it. That's the last I saw of it. So this freak, this monster that John has adhered himself to, said that the cops showed up and caught me strangling Danny Brand. Never happened. Another lie. The cops showed up the next morning. She didn't even call the cops. Her mother called the cops because, as people know, she was videoing, she was streaming our dispute that we were having that night. So it'd be funny to stream it. And there was nothing on there that showed any physical violence. But the mother being worried because, you know, we woke up fine and dandy, hung over, and then our phones were broke. So we both got in the vehicle, drove to the Apple store, had conversation about how stupid everything was, and bought new phones. I bought her a new phone, bought myself a new phone. And upon return to my home, I noticed the police in the driveway. So they were never there during any altercations. Again, nothing was, she hadn't reported anything. And then when the female cop got a hold of her, she said stuff. She's known to be a very vindictive person. But that was my whole thing. I'd never had a domestic violence charge or anything before that, my entire life. And since, I've never had any domestic violence things. Just that one time with her, I'll let you mull that over. But, you know, the lies that are coming out of that idiot's camp over there, and by camp, I mean him and his freak monster that he has. Because again, he can't argue. He sat there again like an idiot, thinking that that was his winning tactic, to just stare at the screen, the drunken buffoon that he is, and recite Reddit from 15 years ago. And that is also completely false. So I discussed how I read on Reddit that he had sexually assaulted his children. I read it. I don't know if it's true. But if he's going to read stuff from Reddit years ago about me, I certainly will go to Reddit to see if he has any things that were going on. And I read on Reddit that he had sexually assaulted his own kids. And that was a huge reason behind the divorce. He was abusive to his wife. This is what I read.
You read that?
On Reddit. His at least one, if not all, I don't know. Now, it's changed their name, their last name from Melendez to the last name of the new husband that his ex-wife has, the stepfather of the kids, because they so detest their birth father, their biological dad. The only way he has been a dad to them. And